Good morning, casters. I am so excited to be here at the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 Premier event. The first, some might say premier level event for this incredible game. I am joined by my co-caster, Kay Cray.
Live and in person this time also.
And I am Joseph Rothschild. You may know me better as MBT, but today you are going to know me as one of the two individuals casting 8 rounds of the most exciting Elestrals gameplay you've ever seen. We are so thrilled. We're out here in Dallas. The air is electric. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's actually happening. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling amazing. We have so many fun activities for the day. We're going to have an opening ceremony here pretty soon, possibly some news, who's to say?
Who knows? It could be anything.
It's a mystery. I am, of course, joined by my best girl here, Voldusk on the desk. We've got Taratlis here. We're representing everything that needs to be represented, and I am over the moon right now.
I'm so excited that not only I'm here with you, but I'm here with all of you viewers, and we can share this incredible tournament with you. We're going to have 8 exciting rounds of gameplay. We're going to have openings. We are going to have some new surprises when it comes to the cards that are coming in the upcoming Firestorm set. All of that and more very shortly, but we are momentarily going to step away for the opening ceremony of the Elestrals Dallas Open. We have over 200 competitors here today. We broke capacity when it came to the individuals who signed up. If you tried to get a ticket to this event, you may have found if you didn't do so in the first 2 minutes, you weren't able to. A couple extra slots were opened up, and we were able to exceed that capacity just a little bit. But there are a lot of people here, not as players, but spectators. Spectators excited not only to watch some of their favorite casters go toe-to-toe, but also play in some incredible side events for some amazing prizes. If you've been following either on @ADrive or @Elestrals, you've seen really incredible stuff coming up this weekend and really cool stuff you can win either by playing here or sitting at home and watching.
I personally am a little jealous I don't get to play at any of the side events. I've seen some stellar Voldusk, some things that personally I'm going to be scoping. We
were labbing it out, and it's like, okay, if we cast a BlueStacks mirror round 1 and it takes 10 minutes, we can run to a pod.
We can wrap it up.
Play a really quick side event. But no, I think we are locked in for the duration. We may have a special guest a little bit later as ADrive shows up to maybe flex a little bit of his casting skills in all senses of the term. Right now, he is getting ready to address the individuals who have come to this incredible event. I don't know about you, but I am completely dumbfounded by the scale of this thing.
Oh my gosh.
It's just been, what, 3 years since pen was set to paper, writing an Elestrals card for the first time. It's only been 1.5 years since it went to production and cards ended up in stores. And here we are with a premiere event this soon. It feels like an incredible day to be a caster, an incredible day to be playing Elestrals. And as you can see, we have packed this, conference room with people excited to play against each other.
Yeah, it has just been amazing. I've seen some cosplays coming in today, which, I mean, that alone
There is a Demeter wandering.
Yes, which I am personally very interested in that as someone who believes in, the power of redheads, especially Demeter. No offense, Voldusk, we have Taratlis representing here, but just the community that we've built and we have here today, it's really incredible to see. It's been amazing to see, oh, I recognize your name from the Discord. I recognize you from previous events, and here you are live in the flesh as a person who exists.
And the players, I mean, we have some of the game's finest when it comes to the casters actually competing today. Individuals who have won webcam events, casual events, who are top competitors in other card games, people that you would expect to see at a world tournament showing up to throw down for some of the incredible prizing on display today. Personally, if I had to pick someone to take the whole thing, it's got to be Josh.
Josh, you know what? Bean Soldier has had a pretty solid reign. Me personally, I've got to be rooting for the always the bridesmaid, never the bride story of Trishula.
You're just throwing your money away. We're going to get
Listen, it's the story, okay? It's a beautiful arc. Finally, the first in-person event. I don't know. I can see it as if it is a movie before my eyes.
It would certainly be poetic, if nothing else. It would also be pretty impossible. But what's not impossible is the incredible rewards you can get, dear viewer, just by showing up to this stream. One of the exciting parts about the newest set, Firestorm, which will be forthcoming momentarily, we're going to be showing off sick reveals and card openings for the rest of the day, is that each pack is going to include a code. And after this opening ceremony, we'll be revealing one by which you can add some caster coins to your Play Elestrals account, redeem them potentially for packs, blisters, or boxes, and get paper into your hands without ever having to do anything but just play the game.
Yeah, and we've been given a stack and free reign to just throughout the day.
Like this high.
Here. So be sure to stay tuned for that, and we'll be getting you some actual in-person rewards eventually. Who's gonna say?
Have your clipping tool ready, is what I'll say. Because they can only be used once, and we are just going to show them to you on screen.
Yeah, we have been informed to rip them up as soon as they have been redeemed. So it really is just one and done. So be sure to stay tuned all day for all the action that we've got planned for you.
What I'm excited most about for this event is that while Moonrise is a super exciting set, it's been out for a little while now. We've had some time to acclimate to it. This isn't week one where everyone thinks, oh, BlueStacks is the only deck worth playing, a la Morfrost at Frostfall release. This is going to be people who have been in the tank with some incredible strategies they have spent a long time on. We're going to jump right into those, but before that, we are just setting up for the opening ceremony momentarily. We're going to throw you over there as it is ready, and once it is, we are going to listen to some divine words from the creator of the game himself.
And you mentioned that we've been seeing this established meta with all of these new decks, all these new strategies coming out. I mean, we have taken over this hotel. The lobby yesterday all day was full of people running games, and it was so cool to see. I was, walking by tables, peeking and seeing what people are cooking with, and there are some really exciting, some unexpected things, some, beloved classics, comfort picks, as you will, but definitely a lot of spice being brought today.
No, at about 1 a.m. last night, my roommate decided to audible onto a new strategy for this event. I said, you know what, let's walk down to the lobby and play a couple of games where there's a table instead of in our hotel room. And we came down legitimately middle of the night to find dozens of people jamming pickup games the night before the event, trying to perfect a list that had to go up at 9 a.m. this morning. They're like, okay, I'm only going to get 4 hours of sleep, but I'm also going to have a perfect 60. We're going to throw you over right now to the opening ceremony, which will be delivered by George. He is just setting up as we speak and about to deliver the first words for the first premier event ever, the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025, to the awaiting viewers.
Elestrals players, collectors.
Welcome to the inaugural Elestrals in-person
2025. We've got 192 players playing it out today in the main tournament, but there's so much to do. To quickly go above the schedule, we'll have the tournament starting at 10:30, but for everybody else, we'll be having side events running through. Make sure to check the schedule if you're interested in any of our guest panels. Of course, we're going to have signings with A-Drive, chances to be able to play them. We've got phenomenal artists here that you'll also be able to talk to, get your cards signed, and have a fantastic time. Of course, we're also going to be having the feature matches here. Players will be battling out throughout the day. If you just want to kick back and enjoy some good old Elestrals gameplay, you'll be able to do that as well. As far as the side sheet event. If the seats open up, we'll try to extend that to more seats. On day 2, we'll also be doing a 64-man version of that. As well as our Shop Elestrals booth. As far as the main tournament goes, on day 1, we have ourselves 8 rounds of Swiss. So that makes it the largest Elestrals tournament in history. From there, we have a day 2 top 16 cuts to find out who the Dallas Open 25 champion will be. Of course, they're playing it out for some amazing prizing. Just on the participation front, we've got packs, we've got promos, and that escalates even further as top 16 get themselves Stellar Pantera, and third, second, and first lock themselves in for the Stellar Trophy Ask Rabbit cards. Now, I'm sure you guys are tired of having me on stage.
We're there. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. I got to give a big shout out to all of the staff behind the scenes who was putting in the work. It's so crazy to see the team. We've got artists coming in from around the world. Our first ever artist is here. We've got some incredibly talented people here. I've got my wife and daughter here, so I'm excited to have them. And we're going to have a great time this weekend. So again, thank you everybody for being here. All right, so obviously I didn't come with nothing to share. We've got some cool reveals and some cool things to talk about. So I'm going to break that down, but I got to take a peek. Oh, I got to slide right there. Okay, cool. So my man KG is ready to rock. All right, so first thing we're going to talk about little Shattered Stars. I know you guys are is the next elevation of Elestrals. It is our best set yet, and I can't wait for you guys to get your hands on it. It's going to be amazing. But you're going to get a little early taste with Champion Earth Scout, Champion War Mite coming. You're also going to get the Volcaries and Rumacole coming early next month, and that's going to be legal. So my Fire enjoyers, my Hephaestus enjoyers, get excited because you're going to have a little early opportunity there to get those artifact decks brewing. I'm also stoked to let you guys know we've got the Lavalith reprint coming and the Moralith reprint coming. Of Elestrals. We're taking to the next chapter with the champion cards, introducing 2 new divines, Hestia and Hermes. I'm very excited. There's going to be some really cool game plan decks that come from bringing those into the fold. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for you guys to get creative and bring new strategies, bring new Elestrals to light with them coming out with their champion forms. Our starter decks are going to be crazy, man. Do you guys like the new starter decks? I really hope those starter decks give you all an opportunity to get involved in the game at another level, share them with your friends, get your local game stores excited so we can bring Elestrals to places across the world. So thank you to everybody who's excited about Firestorm. I'm very stoked about the elevation, and I'm stoked to reveal a couple things about Firestorm today. Up next, we've got one of my favorite cards in the game. You guys saw the reveal from K-Cray of Bunnix, and we've got a little reveal for that. Bunnix is going to be a new Frost Elestral, and it happens to have a split ascension that changes forms, and it is one of the most powerful cards in Firestorm. I'll tell you personally, I piloted this deck in testing extensively. I won the first testing tournament with it. We do little testing tournaments on the internal. I'm proud of saying that. And this is one of my favorite decks you guys are going to be able to enjoy in Firestorm, and I'm going to break down those effects right now. So Bunnix hits the field as a 4/4 stat line, 1-cost Frost. You have the ability to expend to send 2 Nixamera from your deck to your underworld, and then 1 goes to your hand. So you can immediately filter your deck. And typically what that play pattern looks like is you search your Nixamera Risen form, which is in the middle of the screen, and you also search for the Nixamera Fallen form. You send the Fallen form to the underworld, you add the Risen form to your hand. This is where things get really good. If you can ascend out your Risen form, which is a 2-cost Frost and Solar Elestral, you can expend a Solar every turn to destroy a face-down rune on the field. But this is where things get really interesting, because in the end phase, you are forced to swap your Nixamera Risen form to the Nixamera Fallen form, which is a Frost and Lunar Elestral with 7 defense. This is where things get really spicy, because Nixamera Fallen form cannot be targeted by Invoke runes, and it's going to be on the field for your entire opponent's turn. At the end phase of your opponent's turn, you then are going to switch back your fallen form back to your risen form from the underworld and continue to pile spirits on this incredibly powerful new Frost Elestral every single turn. So either you're going to win by beating your opponent with a very powerful, loaded up Elestral, or you're going to run out of spirits. We'll see which happens first. I'm super stoked to announce, wait, first of all, was anyone here for Kickstarter? The first one. All right. Well, listen, during our first ever Kickstarter run, we did God Packs, and we are bringing them back in full force in Firestorm with Divine Packs, baby! But these packs are not just your regular pack. These packs are loaded with 8 reverse stellars, and they are loaded with an exclusive X out of 99 card, the Stellar Flammoth, which can only be obtained from the Divine Packs. These 8 reverse stellars are going to come in every single one of those 99 Divine Packs seeded across all of our Firestorm products. And you'll also get an additional X out of 99 stellar rare randomly. That's 2 serialized stellars and 8 reverse stellars in the new Divine Packs. I'm good. And now I thought we should kick things off in the best way we possibly can by giving every single person in this room a pack of Firestorm to kick off the draft. I've never felt more like Oprah in my life. Don't open them yet, though. We're going to open them all together in just a moment. So let my team get a minute to hand all of these Firestorm packs out. And I just want to thank everybody because we could not do this without y'all. This is 2 months early, ladies and gentlemen. 2 months early on these Firestorm packs. This is about to be crazy. And this is a great time to remind you guys that we are doing a trade night tonight. Who's coming to the trade night? Oh, I hope they have space. We're going to have fun tonight at Lone Star Pack Breaks, and we're going to charter a bus out here. So if you have your own method of transportation tonight, we recommend you use that. If you have no way to get there, we will have limited space available on the bus. So just be ready for that. We'll have more information at the closing ceremony. Yeah. All right, so while everyone's getting those packs passed out, we're going to see if we get lucky today and find the first ever Divine Pack, or maybe the first ever Firestorm serialized Stellar. And there's a really good chance we'll see some reverse Stellars, so this should be really fun. Just hold on to your pack for a moment. I know it's exciting. We're all going to open it together. And if you pull something real spicy, I want you to yell and jump.
exciting was that? Getting to get a sneak peek of the new Elestrals set, Firestorm, by just handing it out, just giving it to people and saying, rip those packs.
Which, speaking of, we have been sitting here literally like children who've been given candy. We have our own packs that we can open for you. We waited.
That marshmallow test, those Piaget conservation tasks, I would be messing them up.
Oh.
Like, I'm not a particularly patient person. Yeah, but we also were given them. I just want to, get out of front of the discourse. The Stellar has not been pulled yet.
The Stellar has not been pulled. We saw at least one full art out there. I'm sure that
they opened a couple boxes.
Yeah, there were probably a couple. And who's to say? God Pack. God Pack could be incoming.
They handed it to the casters because the whole thing's rigged, of course.
I'm gonna let you go first because I'm trying to draw this out as much as possible.
Let's do the tried and true pull method here.
Oh, however you got to get in there, go for it.
I can actually tell. We have Titanostock, champion of Aeolus.
Okay.
Spynymph, champion of Hermes. We've got New Plucky, champion of Apollo. I do actually like the Werepup a lot. I think new Werepup is incredible.
Werepup is very cute.
Brand new Elestral, Nemastar.
That's one of my favorites that we've had revealed so far.
Lyre of Apollo.
Oh.
I love new Panzer. I love the art. It's unbelievable. Playable Torchin is nice, and here we go. It's a holo. It's not the Stellar. Oh, it's new Zeus.
New Zeus.
Whoa, that's incredible with the new R. That is going directly in my deck. Wow, that's incredible.
The Divine Pole.
I will take this. We will accept this.
Okay.
What are you working with?
All right, I hope that I at least get a holo. Otherwise, I'm going to be pretty disappointed. But Divine Pack could be incoming. Could be.
Just flip it up. It's all gas.
Oops, all Stellars.
No.
Okay, well, we're starting with a Harpy who I really love. I really love. Elechick, champion of Zeus. And this is my girl. I got to reveal this card. I was so excited. And oh my gosh, the Risen and Fallen forms, I think that's going to be such a fun mechanic to play with and see. Everyone's like, okay, Kaylin, please open. We want to see if you got the Stellar. We have Solbel, the champion of Apollo. Plucky, also the champion of Apollo.
Try it out. I've been saying Caduceus.
Caduceus.
I don't know if that's right.
Of Hermes. Yeah, we got that.
That one I'm not trying.
Yeah, Hermes, I'm going to ask you to have to, stop
What's
testing
wrong with
my vocab.
sword? What's wrong with shield? Come on.
Yeah, well, Sirocco of Notice, and my pull is actually the carry-off, which is very cool. The champion of, embarrassing. And I got the beautiful Lycoris, but
I like that carry-off a lot.
The carry-off is very cool, and notably, we were given some of these full arts here. This is the full art, if you can see it at all. I can have my beauty influencer era here. This is the full art carry-off champion of Hermes.
Exciting stuff. I am a little disappointed we didn't get the God Pack. I'm a little disappointed.
I really believed.
Yeah.
I had faith.
They described those to us maybe an hour ago. They were like, so each individual pack is going to have a serialized secret stellar that can only be found in the God Packs. They are going to have 8 reverse stellars.
Yeah.
It's just like a $400 pack at minimum. I really was excited to see if we would pull it, but there's only 99 of them in existence.
Only 99, and it's going to be one of those situations that it's like, if it happens to you, I'm happy, but it should have happened to me instead.
Exactly. But it could happen to you if you are to get a box of Firestorm, and we're going to make that a little bit easier for you today. If you have an Elestrals Play account, playing in events will net you a currency called Caster Coins, which can be redeemed for blister packs, for plushies, or for booster boxes. And we are going to hand you some of those right now by way of
cameras ready.
Now get your QR. You are going to be playing against everyone else who is currently watching the stream. Here's the code. This will get you a number of caster coins somewhere between 1 and 100. Here we go. Let's see if we can get autofocus to work.
Who's to say? We have some quick camera work coming in. We're going to get this for you. The real joke is that
read it out.
we have redeemed every single one.
Yeah, they're all already done.
Oh, that's so weird. No one got it.
Wow.
Oh,
But I got them. All right, there it is, baby.
The
All right,
fastest
good luck
clippers
to all
in
of
the
those who were able to attempt to redeem it. I imagine it's just gone now.
Yeah, I think that's probably spoken for. But speaking of the boxes, we do have on our table here, as ever, all of the Elestrals, aesthetics, the vibes, incredible. And we have our Firestorm booster box here. It is gorgeous.
Hey, tell the beautiful people at home what they can do with this box.
They can open it. They could possibly get a God pack, and they can get any one of these four. I believe these are the box toppers. And me personally, I don't know about you, but I gotta stick with the redheads on this one.
I know. I know the bears are exciting to some people.
Yeah.
Me personally, I like the Voltempest Champion of Zeus. It has a very iconic effect that some may remember from other games. The ability to just hop into the field when one of your Elestrals is threatened in combat. I really, really think it's going to change not only deck composition, but also how we perform battle step when we're attacking with what and for what purpose. I love those types of effects that can really change up the way that you play every aspect of the game, and I'm excited to see more of them in Firestorm. We have almost the entire set spoiled now. If you've been following A-Drive or any of the community members who have been given community spoilers to reveal new Elestrals cards, I mean us, of course, and the, of course, official Elestrals account has been dribbling out spoilers for the last couple of weeks, and I gotta say, it's all really exciting stuff. For a long time, I was of the opinion that base set had the highest concentration of incredibly powerful Elestrals, your Equilynxes, your Elechicks, your Astrabbits. I think we may be seeing a shift. I think Firestorm has more individually powerful cards than every other set combined. It's really, really impressive stuff in here. I'm so excited to see how it'll shake out. I'm so excited that people got a little taste of it here today.
Oh my gosh, yes.
The energy when everyone was just cracking packs together, it felt great. You know, A-Drive talked a lot about the community aspect of this game while up on stage, and I gotta say, what I really do appreciate most about Elestrals is just how vibrant the community is, how excited they are to play together, to open packs together, to have fun together. It's really excellent.
And I have no doubt they're going to hop in the tank together as soon as this comes out. And like you mentioned, this is one of the first sets that we've seen that has so many, as I've seen reveals, like, oh, this could really shift them. Oh, this could really shift the meta. And I think notably, now that we are past, like, we have all of the different spirits revealed. We've had our solar set. We've also had our lunar set, and now we're getting into, I think, what's going to give us a sneak peek of the future of Elestrals and the direction that they're going to take the game, the gameplay, and how we're going to start stepping things up. And I cannot wait to see things. The Bunnix, Nixamera stuff, I am so excited. I cannot wait to just switch out my fluffy little guy, my aggressive little guy, my fluffy little guy. So catch me on that deck for sure.
Did you hear how they described it? It was like, this is going to be really fun to play. I'm like, I'm sure it will. It won't be much fun to play against.
No.
You have to stare down this invoke rune immune defensive wall. And then they go, okay, that was fun. Now back to the good one.
Well, but then, you know, your opponent is playing the new Leica Void, and none of that matters. So.
Yeah, of course. No, a lot of cool stuff in Firestorm. But we're here today to talk about Moonrise, to talk about a format that has had a little bit of time to mature, for deck builders to ruminate on their choices, their decisions, and they have come up with some really stellar stuff. The first couple of weeks of Moonrise, of course, were dominated by strategies that were out of the box playable, things that were strong from previous metagames. But as the, I think, probably most expected deck in the room, Lunar Aggro, evolved,
Yes.
Individuals circled the drain on builds, trying to take advantage of the incredibly powerful cards Nobby, Doppelgator, Werepup, and Leica Void, alongside that full moon that is so critical to both activating the effect of the Werepup in order to ascend into the Leica Void from deck, as well as proc the Nobby multiple times over the course of a turn. Me personally, that's the #1 strategy I am expecting this weekend.
And I also think that inevitably we are going to have what I think is sort of the heel, HEEL, deck of the weekend, which is going to be actually BlueStacks.
Oh, yeah.
I think inevitably we're going to have people ready to bet everything, ready to go gambling to hopefully round one hit it big. And in a situation like this, I think that's a really bold and risky play. It's been exciting to see how BlueStacks has evolved to make it a little more consistent, give it other lines to be able to, if you don't happen to get lucky on your mills, then you have other options.
Yeah, self-mill has been kind of a staple of almost every card game. It just feels so good to be able to play out of the underworld with respect to Elestrals. But what I've always said about self-mill strategies is it feels like gambling, but you're playing with house money, of course. You've built your deck in such a way that you really can't lose. I know that one of the top players in Elestrals, Josh, though, is very outspoken about this deck and says while it has the capacity to top and will top inevitably, it will never win an event. Because it is just a little more inconsistent than everything else. Sometimes you mulligan into a hand of 2-seeder sores from a hand of 3-seeder sores. Sometimes your mills don't work out. You see avalanche and staple runes. Sometimes you're not able to establish a BlueStacks. Sometimes you do with 1 spirit remaining, and an enterprising opponent with an Edward has something to say about that. There's just a lot of stuff that can go wrong for the strategy, but there's a lot of stuff that can go right. And I know a lot of people who have shown up with the strategy hoping that they are going to roll better than their opponent.
And speaking of Josh, aka Bean Soldier, and the evolution of this Moonrise meta, starting with the first event that we had where Moorfrost was all of a sudden out of nowhere shining. We haven't really seen much of him since, like you said, the emergence of the lunar aggro type lists and people adding various flavors to those and experimenting with that has really taken over. Do you have any lists that you think could surprise us today? Anything that you think might be new?
Well, I was going to say Moorfrost, but no.
I took that from you.
I know a lot of people who test with each other. Some of the game's best players, Trishula, Josh, Distant Coder, Swolax, I'm trying to recall their caster name, Shurit, are all debuting a deck that I think is kind of under wraps at present. I'm super excited to see this deck emerge over the course of the weekend. I do know what it is, and I think it is incredibly powerful. It's been kind of tinkered with in the background over the course of the last month, and it's really exciting that we have a premiere event to debut it at. It would kind of take the wind out of the sails if it just showed up at a webcam, took the event, and then we never heard from it again. Another deck I'm excited about, Water Reanimator.
Oh, yes.
This deck was really, really powerful at the very start of the Moonrise metagame because it used so few cards from Moonrise, mostly relying on Rise from the Ashes, Rise from the Depths, and Atlantis to bring back very powerful water Elestrals, Caprigal, Oysterus, a new Moonrise card. The unfortunate truth of the matter is that it was washed. Almost immediately it became clear that it didn't really have what it took to stand with the big boys until this most recent webcam event in which it had an incredible finish. So I would not be surprised to see some individuals bring that. I also know at least one person who will be bringing Heal Control.
Oh, yes, the Heal Control. We talked about the HEEL of the tournament, and of course we now have the HEAL of the tournament. And as you mentioned earlier, it's like base set is one of those sets that there are so many strong cards that and Heal Control is one of those that shows evergreen base set. We have essentially a deck that you could have played on the first week of the game's release, minus, maybe an Eddie or two, maybe a Mudlet, who's to say. But I think we might see some heal style or heal control rather here today.
I like that deck a great deal. I am one of the truthers of the strategy. I think that it is not particularly explored largely because people just don't know how to play it. I think there are very few casters who can wield the cards correctly. I think some of the people who can are here today and may be bringing it. I hope they are. It's just so funny that a specific out was printed in the most recent set, and for some reason it still rears its ugly head. You know, you can print a counter rune that says if a heal would occur, it doesn't. The card is destroyed. Your opponent loses on the spot. And enterprising individuals will say that's fine. You know, you can have one piece of sideboard hate. I'm going to threaten the exact same play every turn, regardless. I'm super excited to see if that deck can go far. I have complete faith that it will.
And of course, we did see, I believe, from Caleb.exe on this heal control list, we saw
One of the greats.
An incredible run in one of our premier events, I believe 7-0 going into Top Cut. And it was one of those meta calls where they said, I don't think people are going to play Spoiled Fruit. I just think they're not gonna. And you know what? Clearly that was a good call.
Did you and I cast that game?
Did we?
It was either you and I or myself and the law, but in that game we watched.
We did
Caleb.
because of the great Cold War standoff and all of the expense. Oh, you were there and you were there. And you...
yeah. No, but I believe in that set we saw 2 or 3 spoiled fruits activated, and it just didn't matter.
Caleb did not care in that game.
Oh no, my 14 spirits will be 13 instead of 17. It was completely fine. I am also excited to see if there are some decks that we've missed. There's a significant amount of strategies that still are left to be explored. Personally, I'm a Schnark truther. I think Joblin fulfills the dream of Dortaya in drawing 8 or 9 cards in a singular turn. I would be excited to see someone bring that strategy. I know Electronite is very popular in the casual events. A Lunar and Thunder Elestro with the ability to take over the game at a moment's notice. Just a little hard to get onto the board in the first place. And of course, I think that there is a lot that can be done with water in general that has not been done just because of the element's really poor matchup into a field comprised of many, many Specterists that just eat it alive.
Yeah, we have seen Specterists simply have to sit there in front of water cards, and I
does what he can.
He and you know what, he has done a lot. It's one of those cards that you saw nowhere, and then all of a sudden it was a swarm. He was everywhere, and I
made a video calling him one of the biggest frauds of the format. I was like, oh yeah, we all thought he was going to be in everything. He's in nothing, and now he's back in everything.
I think he saw that video and took it personally.
Yeah, it was inviting fire. What do the gods say about hubris? I can't remember.
Probably something good, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah,
positive reflection on it.
For those of you who are not able to enter the main event, however, and won't be able to wield your incredibly powerful decks versus casters of the highest caliber, you of course can enter the incredible side events that are being offered here. We're not going to be streaming any of those, but personally, I'm a little frustrated that we aren't going to be able to play any of them either. There's so much going on. You heard A-Drive describe them over the course of the player meeting, but all day on demand, they are going to have 8-person pods available for the Stellar Voldusk.
The winner Voldusk. This is, you know, as soon as I saw this announced, I was all over it. I made sure I got one.
With that beautiful Premier frame. We've also got the... Oh, you've got the whole.
Oh, I've got it.
Win a stack of spirits here in that beautiful Premier frame.
Are so beautiful in person too.
And honestly, I got to appreciate that they shouted out the limited enjoyers among us in order to allow individuals who wanted to draft the ability to do so. I really wish I could be playing a little bit of limited. I do love the format, and I hope that some people will take advantage of it while they are here. Alongside those win a sheets, that is a foil uncut sheet available for anyone who is able to win either the 32-person event here today at 1:30 p.m. or the 64-person event happening Sunday, a little larger because a lot of the people who are playing the main will, of course, be out by then.
And as we mentioned earlier, you know, if we ever have a round where it's like BlueStacks just gets us in and out in a few minutes, if it cuts back and these chairs are empty, don't worry about it.
Just, you know, if you're in the comments, feel free to sound off and say things like, wow, your commentary is very insightful. So that when the Elestrals team watches back the VOD, they don't understand that anything went wrong.
Yes, A-Drive, these are consummate professionals, and you should invite them back.
Yeah, for sure. We've just got about 2 or 3 more minutes before we are going to set up the actual first round. They are getting players in seats now. I'm super excited to see what we're going to get. And I believe we may have, real quick, a sneak peek at what we are playing for.
Ooh.
Can I touch it?
You don't have gloves.
Oh, I don't. What does it feel like?
It's so heavy. It's so big. It's so
And we have the confirmation that it does hold liquid. So if
we were told it holds liquid. So if you are the winner, please, I'm asking for you to fill it with cereal and milk.
Yes, yeah, and consume the nectar of the gods, and please let us know how it is.
Yeah. Oh, we've actually got the uncut sheet as well. Ooh,
I love a prop.
Can we show this off?
I really do. Ooh, look at this.
Very careful with that. Back only. This is what people are going to be playing for during the uncut sheet tournament happening both today and tomorrow. Look at that.
Oh, that's gorgeous. I'm looking at all these cards that I haven't pulled yet. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I need that one. I need that
You know, the
one.
Frostfall one of these they gave out for Elestriad prizing. I got it framed and it's hanging in my bathroom.
I have a few of them waiting to get hung up, but yeah. Wow, that is beautiful. We did have a bit of a.
They walked away too. This is just, I guess I'm just chilling with it.
I guess we're keeping this.
All right, this is going to be
It does a
my
gift to
comfort
us.
uncut sheet. No, you don't understand. This is my emotional support uncut sheet. No, really, really beautiful stuff. I really appreciate the prizing that they are willing to give out for something as simple as a side event. I know it is always really frustrating to feel like your options after you get out of the main event are to compete for a rubber mat and nothing else. But here you have the option of these Premier Stellars, the Premier Stellar Voldusk, or the Clash mat that I think is unavailable anywhere other than here
They're the
now that the
Clash mats.
Kickstarter's out. Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm super excited for a long day of Elestrals. I know that you are as well. I hope we get to start with something a little more out there.
A little funky at the beginning
Yeah.
of the day before whatever the titans of this format are start to eliminate others and emerge.
Yeah, I'd spoken to some of the top players, and they were telling me they were intending to refuse on-screen matches for the first couple of rounds, just because they don't want their opponents knowing too early what they're doing.
That's the real strat.
Yeah. I will say, though, that the one card that I think has kind of loomed large over this event that we haven't seen too much of is Pharaohgeist. If you're unfamiliar, the restrictions that went out this past restriction season, a couple of months back now, included a hit of Pharaohgeist 2-1. This is a card that had seen almost no play, but was expected during Moonrise to be so dominant that it would need a preemptive limit. And having played against the card a number of times, I can say that is 100% true. If this card was at 3, it would be a disaster. But at 1... a lot of deck builders are deciding if they want to play the Miser's copy of Pharaohgeist, maybe try and Nexus off a Comalis and find it, or if they want to just forego it entirely and not look at a hand with a 3 enchantment Elestral they can never cast. I've never seen the card come down and not immediately win the game, but I'm willing to be proven wrong this weekend.
I think it's one of those cards that people opt for Posthumous instead if they were going to have played Pharaohgeist.
Oh, every Posthumous deck I've seen is playing both, so we'll see. Oh. We're having a quick dissemination of information by the head judge.
Yeah.
That's going to be Isaac. You may know them as Giant Skyhawk. Incredible individual, both personally and professionally. I feel so lucky to know them and have known them as they have really stepped into this role. One of the things I really appreciate about Elestrals is the people who are responsible for it professionally are people from card game communities. They've spent their entire life steeped in shuffling cardboard around. It's just so exciting to see a community built for players by players.
Yes, and Skyhawk specifically is an angel who is always there to answer questions, always there, no matter seemingly the hour of the day or night, to be able to give insights on rulings and everything. And I have a feeling that we are imminently going to be getting into the first round of our first ever in-person tournament here.
Yeah, I'm super excited. There's Skyhawk himself. You can see that he's about 6'5". He's very easy to find if you ever have a question.
Heavy on the giant in Skyhawk.
Yeah,
for sure. It was one of those, oh, hello, kind of moment.
We've got our players sitting down for round 1. It looks like we are going to be watching 15 Ducks versus JT Smith. JT Smith, an individual who's been around, has had some pretty impressive finishes. Excited to see what they are bringing today. Excited to see what 15 Ducks is playing as well. Excited to see how they will match up together.
Perhaps Quackle.
I mean, that would be thematic for sure.
Yes, yeah. I am a Quackle lover,
You're
defender.
Quackle enjoyer?
Yes, he has come under fire in recent months, I've noticed. People calling for bans?
The ban of Quackle? I couldn't.
Yes. Yes, there are many people calling for it, and you know what? Get behind me, Quackle. I will save you.
It is funny that this card that was expected to be like the 4th worst Thunder Elestral and therefore an integral part of the Thunder Nexus deck is now yeah, this card's good enough that we probably have to hit it. Anything that smells like an Ambrosia is probably suspect at this point in
It's
time.
a prime target, but for now, Calfmel, we've got Quackle, they're all safe. Which, speaking of, I would love to see some Solar today. That's one of my favorite lists we have seen recently.
One of the huge breakouts for Moonrise, a deck that I personally never thought was going to be playable, is this Draco Ray Winjin deck.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
We have seen some crazy games, even on some of the premier events. Lumaru finally being properly enchanted.
Yeah.
Milling, getting the biggest hits imaginable. It's a very exciting deck with multiple lines, and so it's always fun to watch. You never know where it's going to go.
It reminds me of another insectile aberration that once plagued a different format. The Winjin turn 1 is so frustrating because, of course, the deck has the capacity to set up a Winjin that can't possibly fail, that can foretell the top of your deck, get the card right with 100% consistency thanks to cards like First Light and Apollo, but also sometimes they just draw Winjin and get lucky. I don't know how many times you've played against the deck, but there's nothing more frustrating than an opponent going, I've got Spirits to spare, let me just throw a Winjin into the wind. I'll call Shield, and there it is, stinking on top of the deck. You have to deal with the Tornadin before anything else happens.
You never know when the gift of prophecy is going to be bestowed upon you from Apollo himself, and unfortunately, it's usually your opponent.
I get it. Now I get it. I've been playing this game for 2 years now. I just got the Apollo thing. He prophesizes. Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, great news. It looks like we will be able to see that very deck momentarily because 15 Ducks is playing this Tornadin strategy. Utilizing the very powerful Winjin engine alongside, I imagine, cards like Draco Ray, though occasionally they eschew it just because it's a little less valuable than other stuff you can be playing in those spirits.
Yeah, if I see a Draco Ray hit the board, you're going to see a girl lose her mind. Or you'll at least hear it as the voice in your ear.
I love Draco Ray. I think it is cool. There is one unfortunate truth to the matter, which is you can stop it with spoiled fruits.
Yeah, but, you know, maybe they won't play it.
Maybe they don't have it. Maybe they aren't prepared for heel stall.
No, they're just not going to have it. Don't worry.
Exactly.
Everyone, play it. Thank you.
This is our PSA to you as casters. If you have a couple of extra slots in your side deck, consider spoiled fruit.
Yes. Put the art here, yeah. I'm sure we can work that fast, right?
Yeah. We've got our players set up here, just waiting for the announcement of the start of the round. If you missed Isaac's announcement a little bit earlier, they're just getting players sat down. We are attempting to start this first round at 10:40, which is in literally like 30 seconds from this point. I'm excited to see Tornadin, Winjin come down. I'm excited to see if we can get the turn 1 flip. And I'm excited to see a little bit of prophecy.
And on that note, we are ready to switch over and get into the first game of the first ever in-person Elestrals tournament.
Come to the front net. Lands. Eternal backwards. The other man.
All right, and we are ready to get into it. High roll coming down. Looks like, is that a 1? It was an 8.
I think it was an 8.
To a 19. All right,
didn't
50
matter.
Ducks will be starting probably. All right, and thankfully, because we have the ability to see above, we can kind of look at the grip, and 15 Ducks just looks terrible. I think I'm seeing 2 Ambrosia, a Tsunami, and an Apollo.
It
and
looks
just
like,
heading over to the
yeah,
Spirit
we are
Texas.
going immediately.
Let's try that again.
And you know what? After that hand, I have to say, fair enough.
Yeah,
I think I might have made the same choice here, and here's hoping get a good shuffle in there.
The problem with this Winjin deck is it's really hard during mulliganing to obfuscate what you're playing. A lot of strategies, you can just expend a couple of spirits, maybe like a Zaptor and a Leviathan that you aren't going to be able to get to over the course of the game. In Solar, you have so much Solar, you have to expend Solar. And so they immediately know it's up. There's an Apollo again, and an Ambro. Oh my god, it's the same hand. That looks like an Eddie and a Gorgons this time, which is much better.
Okay.
This looks like it's going to be the old turn 1 expend to draw. This play has become so much more popular in recent years, or in recent months rather. That's a shield off the top going for that as well. It's it turns out that actually it doesn't matter if you develop something turn 1 if your whole hand is reactive.
And once we see that classic rabbit coming out, defense position, turn 1, going to be looking at the top 3 of the deck, picking one of those to add to hand, and 15 ducks with possibly a perfect answer in hand. We have a few rabbit hunters that we know of, and Edward is one of them.
Base set, Frostfall, and Daybreak, it felt like there was no better play in the world than turn 1 Astrabbit. Now, not so much. The existence of cards like Eddie really threatens Astrabbit. The existence of cards like Trunade, or Hurricane rather, puts you in a position where you don't want to set a whole bunch of answers to your opponent's reactive plays, which can put your Astrabbit in a really bad position, like right here.
Much like that one, yes.
That got a card, filtered off the top of the deck, and then immediately died. We have to find an answer to the Eddie into 2 pieces of runes in the rune row, and good luck to JT Smith thumbing through a grip that it looks like doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, of course, we've got, that's,
Eddie on Eddie violence, we've been there.
We often see that, personally, the 3 Eddie art, that's my preference.
I love the PogChamp Eddie. I think it's so funny.
That's my Eddie. And 15 ducks simply allowing Eddie to go down, be sent to the underworld. And that is because we have a Lumaru, properly enchanted, coming
This card
out.
used to be famous for functionally being a water Elestral in order to play around Tsunami. And Wackle may be revealing a little more than JT Smith wanted to. This means that either they are on Heal Control or they are on Thunder Nexus. And both of those are glacially slow decks that are going to pair really poorly versus a deck that's looking to resolve 1 Winjin over the course of a long game. Astrabbit 2 coming down. We see why they weren't so excited to fight over the first one. A Zeus in that 3 of. Kind of hard to pass up there. We'll see.
Especially after losing that other Zeus in that
It's the
Lumaru
only
mill.
one left.
Yep. So unless you're going to see Elichick, you're never going to see Zeus again. So I think you might be right about that one.
Lumaru's mill is such a frustrating thing to try and play around because players who talk about like sending cards off the top of the deck for benefit often discuss it in terms of you wouldn't have theoretically seen those cards anyway if they were on the bottom of your deck, so actually it doesn't matter. But with Lumaru, the ability to spike these powerful 1 and 2 ofs, cards like Viscerus, which are, of course, semi-limited, cards like Laurels, cards like Earthquake, can radically alter the outcome of a game, especially if those cards are searchable. We are now going to see the namesake of the deck coming down, Winjin. This incredible Elestral can forecast the top of the deck. If you get it right, in the top 3 cards will ascend into Tornagin, which is just an absolute house here, properly enchanted. An 8/2 Elestral with the ability to pick any 3 cards from your deck and randomly add 1 to your hand. Based on the composition of the deck, you can ensure you pretty much always get what you want here. A heal rune in a scenario where you theoretically need more runes back in your spirit deck. A removal spell in a world where you need to out the rabbit. There's just so much this card does. It's so unassuming, and yet it is so powerful. Going for the PTA here feels awful because now you're totally exposed, and the Tornagin is going to plus regardless, and it's probably going to hit you for 2.
Yes, and like you said, we have the ability to go in, pick 3, which we actually see
You just
Winjin.
follow up because we know it's going to the underworld.
Yeah, the Elichick, and there is
Half-Mel.
that Half-Mel coming out. I love actually seeing Winjin Tornagin with Apollo. We often don't, as you say, sometimes it's just, let's see if we can guess it. But there are tools, of course, like Apollo, like First Light, like you mentioned, to be able to guarantee that you're going to get that special ascension into the Tornagin.
Kaufmel, my favorite part of this deck by a great deal. Because Ambrosia recurs spirits, it is actually a little difficult to be able to pick 3 cards with that function. So Kaufmel usually makes its way into those lists. and it is such an incredible way not only to threaten your opponent's spirit count by attacks, but also to say, if you get rid of this card, if you allow me the time to set up over this card, I will get so back in the game, you can't possibly be a part of it. Despite the fact that 15 Ducks is in an incredible position here, these Nexus decks like Thunder Nexus really, really stay up on spirit count. You can see, though they're going to take one here, they're going to end on, what, 13 to 15 Ducks is 10?
Yes, and that will be after the payoff on that PTA, which, as you mentioned, it seems like 15 Ducks has the board presence, has all of that momentum, but of course, 10 spirits.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead and take one here, followed by two more.
Yeah.
Pay out that PTA at end step. Yikes. Well, there goes the Tornadjan, but like the Lumaru still demands a response. The Kaufmel's going to demand a response. They're staring down a 5-card hand.
Yeah, JT Smith is going to have to answer this and answer it quickly. Otherwise, they're going to lose all the bit of advantage they have spirit-wise immediately.
Hurricane? No.
Oh.
For Sorlet here, okay. So what you are seeing is that this is a wind-oriented version of this Thunder deck. I love Sorlet in these positions, just an all-around answer to a lot of really problem Elestrals. It has such an advantageous spirit typing, has such an incredible effect. In a pinch, it can be an eddy. Here, it contests the Loomer, but for the 2 pieces of removal in the Rune Row.
Yes, and of course we have those 2 back row from 15 Ducks, so who's to say if this is going to succeed? It seems like it absolutely will, and
Just
we are
trying
going
to crash here.
Yep, crash, and that means that mill will go through, and shield is a big hit.
Wow.
And that is also the second altar that we have seen
I was going
by
to say,
Lumaru.
usually these decks only play 2 altars, so you may not have to worry about it anymore. Now we're in a position from 15 Ducks where the game state has equalized, but you're so ahead on cards, you can just start developing these defensive options like Rabbit. I'm going to go ahead and grab one here. Oh, no. This deck has so much filtering. It's so answer dense. I can't talk up this Winjin strategy enough.
This is a really cool way to start off the Premier because, as you said, this is one of those decks that it's always fun to watch. And I am excited to see how this goes. As we know, we have that Kaufmel in hand. I didn't get to see what we added off of the Astrabbit, but we do see that one of Elichik coming out on JT Smith's side, going to be searching out. We did see 1, 2 Zeuses.
I was going to say, I don't think we're going to see the 3rd Zeus, which means probably the Rabbit pick was not Zeus. Maybe with the Elichik in hand already decided that it would be a better idea to prioritize it. I know if you're 15 Ducks, you're kicking yourself a little bit here. That Gorgons has to come down on the Elichik, or else they are going to have to deal with removal for the rest of the game. But it means that you could have theoretically gotten in for one with the Astrabbit last turn. You're going for a Cryoblast on the Elichik. Really fantastic opportunity to wield that card. And looking at a 6 deck, I think we are going to try and get in here. Going for Rabbit again.
Okay, the re-enchant.
We can play a little looser here just because we understand that the Kaufmel and the Ambrose and Grip are going to represent a huge spirit swing. I don't know, do you switch the Rabbit to attack here? I think probably you do.
I mean, especially after the last turn, I think it's pretty low stakes. I mean, worst case scenario, you lose Rabbit, but best case, you could go in for 2 damage with a bunny.
And we are going to let it happen. If you're JT Smith, you're probably okay with this too. Like, the Rabbit is contested by any normal cast. You don't expect it to connect because of the 2 cards in the Rune Row, but who knows?
And we did see one of those get set, I believe, this past turn.
There's the Quackle.
And, yep, we see Quackle coming out.
Honestly, this would not be a bad Gorgons. I think 15 Ducks is thinking about it. Yeah, I'm going to let it go.
Yeah, I think there was a consideration of Gorgons on that Elichik last turn, and, you know, a consideration here, but it seems...
Check out the grave here. After Lumaru Mills, it is really important to kind of get a sense of what you have to play around.
Yeah.
Not alter.
No, because those are gone. And at this point...
Wait, that's the other Zeus. So we did take the Zeus off the rep. They're on 3 Zeus?
3 Zeus.
Oh, that's miserable.
Really taking advantage of that.
Or it could be 2 Zeus and an Aeolus because we saw the Sorlet.
That's true. That's true. We could have a divine mixing going on here. And Quackle going to be...
This is a hard one. You have to imagine the reason that 15 Ducks didn't Gorgons it is because the defensive rune that they deployed here is a Shield of Achilles, and you don't want to shield a Quackle. We're gonna.
But it's happening.
Ooh, and we're paying straight out of the the Spirit deck as well. Nothing off the Rabbit says, I'm going to re-enchant the Rabbit again.
And it was 2 Earth, so
You see they drew the Earthquake for turn.
I did see that, which, of course, every single time. But we might have that Ambrosia in hand, and
We're
15
gonna go
decks
for it here.
might not be too worried about it. Yep, there we go. I wonder what they got.
Oh, not even going for the... We do have the ability to... we may have a second Ambrosia.
Yeah.
We also aren't threatened. Like, there's no reason to kind of play for the Earthquake from this position.
No.
But, we're going for the Apollo. Do we have a follow-up Winjin? PTA, Zeus, Tears Winjin.
Okay.
So can't take any of those, but you do get to foretell, which means you get to reorder.
And it looks like we have that Zeus currently
It's got to be Winjin on top
yeah,
for sure,
I
right?
think.
We're looking for action. Yeah, it looks like that's it.
Yep.
So that's great news because even though we can't deploy Winjin this turn if we don't have one in grip, next turn we can slam down the Winjin. We know what's going to be on top of the deck. It does kind of put us in a weird position this turn with respect to the Rabbit because we can't re-enchant the Rabbit. Okay, I completely lied. We have the Winjin.
The Winjin is in hand, and that means that apparently we have another Winjin incoming next turn to look forward to.
That's going to eat a Gorgons, putting JT to 6. They're going to go down to 4 off of this Rabbit attack, back up to 6 after casting the Quackle next turn. If nothing else, it forces them to develop the Quackle, which could be super advantageous if 15 Ducks has a Gorgon set and is just slow rolling it. We're going to put JT down to 4 here. What are we working with? Big hand. It could have Ambrose in it too.
Very true, and this Rabbit is getting the most value from having 2 spirits
Done like
here.
7.
Yeah, simply just being allowed to swing in because, I mean, do you want to use a shield on a Rabbit? I don't.
Yeah, no. Feels bad. From this position, I think you're fine with it because there's a possibility there's just no more Zaptors in the Spirit deck.
Very true.
All right, we are going for the Quackle once again.
Yep, here
we have
the
a response
return.
this time. Ooh, pulling Gorgons off of the... Oh, we're going to PTA.
Oh,
No,
okay.
we're not pulling off the Rabbit. Says, I am going to pay out this Rabbit.
Yeah, that Rabbit is going to continue to get maximum value here.
It's a position you don't really want to be in because you put your opponent in potentially an advantageous resting on your laurels if you pull off the Rabbit, where they can pick which one they want to get rid of instead of getting rid of the Winjin, which you don't care about because it's already attempted its effect anyway. But it's a rough position for JT. Going Zeus on the Rabbit does nothing because the Quackle's at 0 and 0 attack Elestrals can't hit each other.
Yeah, and we would just be 0-0 and staring at each other, which, is a fun time, but not necessarily helpful for JT Smith here.
All right, 15 Ducks going down to 2. We got to hope there's another Ambro in hand, otherwise it's time to develop that Koffmel. Second Winjin coming down. It's going to be hard not to develop the Winjin with the understanding. Top card of the deck
And it is that Koffmel.
known. Yeah, we are going for the Koffmel here, I think. 2, 3, 4. Putting JT down to 2. 2 is not 0, notably.
No, there is still room to play with 2 spirits. Not a lot, but there are
2
certainly...
and the Zeus. I just can't help but think having 2 spirits here for 15 Ducks by pulling off the Rabbit at some point might have been pretty advantageous because theoretically we're just going to lose the Rabbit here.
Unless that set card is something that you have, specifically Tsunami would do
That was an
it,
expended draw.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's just over, huh?
Yeah.
I don't even know what we're fishing for. Ambro plus Tsunami. All right, there's half of it.
Well, there's the Ambro.
That's a beautiful full art.
It is, and I love seeing our whole setup here. People right across from each other, with the same camera looking at both of them. It's a beautiful thing to behold.
If anyone is at Dallas and has a full art Ambro, hit me up. I just picked up my first one and I have the bug. We're gonna set one here. Go back to 15 Ducks. 15 Ducks in a position where they really don't have to develop more, but getting a turn to theoretically ascend over Koffmel is a big deal because it means you can proc it. We're going to go for a really whack enchanted Lumaru.
Lumaru.
We'll
Okay.
trigger the Koffmel, put it back to 3.
Yep.
Great news because that's pretty much out of range of everything. We're going to try to get in for 5 here. I imagine it won't connect.
Yeah, we might.
just a
There's that
Tsunami.
Tsunami. Yep. And that's buying us at least one more turn.
Yeah.
But it does seem like we're just trying to slow the bleeding at this point.
I mean, it's not a terrible position to be in. Any Elestral with more than 1 attack can contest the Lumaru, which puts you at a 6 spirit differential. The Winjin is functionally DOA already. We've now passed enough turns that the Apollo Foretell isn't going to ensure the next Winjin hits. The Astrabbit is a 2/5, which is horrible, but there is a Zeus on field, which can contest it over the course of a long game where 15 Ducks is not able to find any sort of heal rune. So despite the fact that JT's been down the entire game, they are still in this.
That's true.
It's going to require some really careful play.
And we see a Boom Bat come out.
All right, Boom Bat, a really interesting one here. It means that this turn, it looks like we are going to go for the Eat on the Astrabbit. We can set a card, potentially a shield. Oh, we're going for the Lumaru. Yeah, just wraps this up, and JT scoops him up, says, okay, all right, you got it.
And so that is game 1 of round 1 of the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 Premier event. And we got to see a lot of superstars here. I love seeing Quackle. We didn't get too much information about JT's list.
I think we got enough. These Thunder lists that are still like clinging on to the dying embers of All for One when it comes to Thunder Nexus are really deep in the Thunder Spirit pool. They are considering Elestrals that I wouldn't consider for the bulk bin. Boom Bat, of course, really powerful in previous metagames, really not right now. Individual Elestrals like Quackle, which are great when paired with other like cards like Sluggle in heal control. Here, just in here, because it's like the 5th best Thunder Elestral.
Sure.
Sorlet et al. Making an appearance from the very powerful like Wind Thunder strategies from Daybreak. Potentially still making waves at this point. But when you see it paired up against what I like to call game plan decks, games that have a consistent linear strategy they're hoping to develop, really falls apart quickly. They're these totally reactive, zero pressure strategies that aim to just stop their opponent, and an opponent with a good enough game plan sometimes can't be stopped.
That's true. I personally am holding on to dreams that JT has something up their sleeve that we don't know about, and well, they're not really wearing long sleeves, but who's to say? We could have something in there. Our players are currently siding.
I mean, there's a lot you can do with a sideboard, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've seen people get an entire Aeolus package into 15 cards, figure out a mechanism by which in games 2 and 3 you can board into powerful cards like P-Gust, which do a great job of beating Apollo, maybe staving off that Winjin nonsense. And we saw a lot of cards that I'm sure JT doesn't want to include in their strategy for game 2. The Boom Bats are good against a Resolve Tornadgen, but like once Tornadgen makes it to the field, you've already lost. So maybe not worth playing that reactively. It's definitely true. JT's deck has a lot more room to change. There's a lot of stuff that could be swapped out of the side. Whereas if you're on 15 Duck sides, you got to play the Winjin, you got to play the Tornadgen, you got to play Apollo, you got to play Kaufmel, and as a result, there's not too much you can move.
Yeah, it's pretty established what we're going to be on. Although it seems like 15 Ducks making a few changes. We see some counter runes there, so maybe just a few minor tweaks among the counter rune package. But as you mentioned, the core of the deck, the Elestrals, the Divine, we really need to keep those in order for this deck to work at all.
Really popular when going second to board out of some number of counter runes, you know, to understand that you're not going to be able to play cards like Poison Tipped Arrow as effectively as you would be if you were going first. You know, they're never going to get the turn 1 Rabbit, for instance. But outside of that, sideboarding still largely unexplored in Elestrals. Some of the best players in the game are only now putting real thought into sideboarding patterns. And, you know, JT is a really good player. When it comes to flexing individual skill, I would not be surprised to see the sideboarding matter a lot more from them.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, specifically when we talk about being able to change sort of the identity of the deck just from the sideboard. Sunseed Jess is one of those players who
oh my God,
was
really
one of
pioneered this, yeah.
Yeah, one of the first that I ever saw to do it. Really transforming decks, keeping people on their toes. You never know what to prepare for, and hopefully JT is able to do something similar right now.
The last webcam tournament I played in, I was undefeated going into the last round of Swiss, played against Jess, walloped her in the first game. By the second game, not only has she figured out how to win the matchup, I played her again in Top Cut and got 2-0'd. Some players can just kind of download you. They can figure out what your deck is doing, how you're going to play, what your patterns look like. And if JT's one of those players, I mean, this is a deck that doesn't require much scrutiny to figure out just what they're up to. Look at that grip. It looks like Ambro, resting, seeing some water Elestrals.
There's that
maybe a
Eddy.
potential for an Eddy or a Galaxy, and then 15 Ducks, I think, also expending to draw says, I'll take it, sure.
I mean,
another resting.
it doesn't feel too
resting
bad.
Eddy, Ambro. Wow, we have kind of a mirror match going on here.
Yeah.
It's actually 2 Ambros in the hand of JT Speed. Then comes the Soilet, a pretty good proactive strategy when it comes to just getting the beats on.
I mean, sticking a 5 on the board that 15 Ducks simply has to have something to deal with is a very powerful move.
Ooh, there's an
into
Apollo.
There's
So
an
we
Apollo,
are
and
getting
here's Eddy.
close.
Yep.
Playing a little reactively here, just going Eddy. It's wild that in sets 1, 2, and 3, it felt like so often you were trying to stick a threat and then setting 3. And we have just seen people setting 0 for the last couple of weeks and doing well with it. You don't want to play too hard into Hurricane. You also don't want to give your opponent too much information. And you don't really have to fuss over creature combat if you have something as powerful as a Tornadgen coming down. Eddy on Eddy violence once again.
Yeah, this is one of those things that we see over and over, and you're right. People are finally starting to respect the Hurricane. I'd like to think they're respecting Glimbat a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Why is no one talking about Aviolith? That was my conspiracy theory was that once people started setting 1, as JT Smith is doing, Thunderstorm would get really popular.
And this is probably a reason why 15 Ducks didn't care too much about.
Yeah, it says,
macro,
okay, whatever.
I just have a.
I have 18 removal spells.
Yep. And Lumaru coming out sort of similarly. It always feels good to stick a 5 on the board into an empty field.
Yeah. But with no defensive option at all. I mean, 15 Ducks is so calm playing this, like, you know, back and forth slug fest type gaming, because eventually he knows he's got inevitability. We'll just land the Apollo and find a Winjin. That is a Galaxair, really unsung hero of the Wind Pantheon. Has cropped up a lot as these Aeolus decks have become a little more popular. A mechanism to beat almost any 5 in the game. Pretty powerful for sure. Wouldn't be a Galax without a flip effect.
And this is my time to point out that I actually did pull 3 of those reverse stellar.
Oh, come on.
I did get that from my Shattered Stars, and they are stunning. So, me personally, big fan.
This is the rainbow one?
Yes.
Oh, no. The rainbow one is so beautiful. Coffmail coming down. A little frightening here for 15 Ducks. We are going to try and Zeus in order to contest the Galaxair.
Okay, the little camel that could.
But if you're JT Smith, you're way happy about flipping something like a Shield or a Gorgons even on this. It's really a nothing Elestral until it ascends, and you aim to put them in a position where it will never ascend.
I mean, one of these back row has to be real, surely. And yep, we are seeing the shield
here coming out, yeah.
Yep.
Pretty sexy. I mean, a mechanism by which you can cut your opponent off from what they thought would be a huge spirit swing. You got to get so aggro against these game plan decks, prevent them from getting to anything that resembles an impressive board state. Thumbing through this here. Maybe that was a rip of an Aeolus. It's got to be an Aeolus strategy, I'm noting. Like, so many Wind Elestrals, they feel so toolboxy. Quackle coming down, recovering those Thunder Spirits. When we get the Wind Quackle, it's going to be over for all of you.
I can't wait. I want to see Quackle all over the place.
15 Ducks already down to 9 here.
Yeah, this is actually a very similar position that we were in the first game.
Giving up on the Earthquake Dream.
Yeah.
Show me that top deck.
As ever. It always happens.
Taking 3 here? Huh. Oh, they're thinking.
Yeah. They didn't want to show us that top deck. They're being very secretive about it, but...
Yeah, real quick, they're like, why am I taking 3?
Possibly looking at where that extra damage came
Okay.
from. Yep, and it is...
Shouts out to our on-staff judging. The judges here have been incredible. So many of them have experience in other card games. I know the individual behind the desk right now is an incredible judge for multiple card games, and who is probably sighing relief upon seeing that Hurricane.
Yeah, Hurricane's going to come out and clear the board.
I love this proactive tsunami here. Says, I don't want to take damage. Play a 4.
Or else, really.
Coffmail can't deal with any of these. You got to get something better.
Lumaru.
Lumaru would be crazy. I mean, we are looking at a grip of like 9 cards. Shouts out to, if you're playing the Tornadgen deck, you do have to play the Tornadgen Hurricane from the tournament pack.
Oh, yeah. otherwise.
We're looking at the grip here. I may have misread this. It looks like it might be a Winjin and no Apollo.
Yeah,
I may have
Winjin
thought
is...
that the Zeus was an Apollo here.
And I see that calf mel. I see the Winjin. There's an Ambrosia in there.
Big turn, big turn. Lot of questions here. Well, Winjin's an incredibly powerful card. It doesn't have a high attack stat, so probably, yeah, what we're seeing here is sinking one of these two, likely the Galaxair, firing off an Ambro, trying to recur some of those spirits, maybe going for the Blind Winjin.
Ooh.
Blind Winjin is hard, but not impossible. It's something like a 20% chance. So it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens enough that it's going to feel bad for JT Smith if it does.
I'm just waiting for someone to do the Winjin Lunar Phase, Winjin Morfrost.
No.
Oh,
No,
I think
please,
it would be
no.
incredible. Would it work? Who's to say?
Cryoblasting. The Zeus Cryoblast synergy, strategy that I know all too well. Really fantastic way to just turn that conditional removal spell into a hard removal spell. And we are even
it's
going to
Eddie.
Eddie. The Quackle says, you know what? I can afford to play at least one more turn kind of passively before I start going for my linear game plan. But down to 3 cards in hand. JT's 5, I believe. JT way up on spirits as well.
Yes, and even though we had the board wipe this past turn, as you mentioned, there's a lot more resources on JT Smith's side, so there's a lot more to play with here. We haven't really seen any big changes going into Game 2. I haven't, noticed, maybe except for the Galaxair, that might have been one.
It's possible the Galaxia represents like boarding into Aeolus and a bunch of targets. We won't know that, of course, until we see the Aeolus or the Elechick getting the Aeolus. But for now, yeah, I think you're completely right. Was that an Apollo off the top? Oh, hold. Oh, hold, it totally was.
Oh, it's,
okay, here we go.
time.
This is a dream board state for 15 ducks. Oh, no, he's going blind. What did we call? We did get it. Oh, my God.
We got it.
Was that,
Okay.
did they call Astrabbit?
I think that based on the hand movement there, it's safe to assume. This goes to show Rabbit causing more problems. Yeah, and I was
do have to
wondering
take
because
it,
we
yeah.
didn't grab it.
Oh, wow, that's devastating.
Yep.
Now, not only do you have a play for next turn in the Astrabbit, but in the interim, you can go Tornadin, expend 1, reveal Ambro, Kaufmel, and it's lights out for an opponent who thought they were getting back in. May not be even revealing Ambro. They're getting Kaufmel for sure. I think we see 2 Ambro in deck, so I imagine you have to pick an Ambro here.
I mean, you got to guarantee.
Grabbing the Spoiled Fruit as the third
Okay.
card. So there's only 2 really good heal cards in the game. You do run a risk, but Spoiled Fruit still incredibly powerful.
I mean, your opponent not healing is basically the same as you healing.
Yeah, it looks like we got the Ambro. That's disastrous if you're JT Smith. It's like as bad as it could have been.
Especially because we saw that one in the grip already. So 15 ducks is sitting pretty comfortably.
I think we saw the one in the grip deployed.
Oh, you're right.
So we are just down to the singular Ambro in deck, but still, I mean, you go back up to 7 here by 6 here by casting it off the Zeus. Or actually, he just cast it from your deck. So I'll go to 5.
Good about keeping that Zeus.
JT Smith is going down to 8, or whoa, I'm way off, 10 early in the morning. Going to be put in a position where resting on your laurels isn't effective because the Eddie lived. Ugh, these Tornadin plays are just shocking, and you have to contest a Rabbit next turn too.
And we do have the cutest Tornadin art. I think that this is just the cutest
I
little boy.
really don't like. You know what I actually like? I like the full art you could get from the Shattered Stars.
Okay, with the hand
Yeah.
sort of up front. Yeah, that was a good one. This cutie patootie one is going to be
It
my
is
favorite.
adorable.
Yeah.
I don't like the pack one. Ooh, okay, so Hurricane here just telegraphing a bluff, but a big swing turn. Really important for JT Smith, of course. They can afford to pay out for a card like Hurricane because they're so up in spirits. So say Zeus for 1. It is an Ambro.
Ambro. Okay. I think that the bluff set of the resting is very interesting in this board state. It's going to take a lot for 15 ducks to ever be able to use it. And so that wasn't a huge hit for JT Smith, but
Something you don't have to worry about.
at least there's that. If you happen to be able to deal with the Tornadin and you happen to be able to deal with the Eddie and you happen to be able to deal with all these other things.
There's an argument that these days it's really not worth bluff setting. Just because the blowout is so big. But if you're 15 ducks, you just want to see that Hurricane expended. You're like, I want you to go down by 3. Like, I need to. The only way I lose this game is because of the unbelievable spirit differential, even now. And so anything I can do to equalize that, incentivize you to play a 3-cost Invoke Rune, I'll do. Sorlet coming down, boy, cannot move that Tornadon because it is Wind Enchanted.
Ooh, so looks like we're going to see a little dance of the eddies.
It's like maybe even a 2-turn play. You can go Sorlet over the Eddy, and then next turn maybe you can land a profitable resting, but that that Rabbit's coming down, so you won't be able to. Set one here.
At least we do have back row to keep us possibly protecting this Sorlet.
Same. Really grimacing here as they walk into the Eddy.
Yep.
Swaps that out real quick. There we go. 15 Ducks draws. It looks like we have another Winjin. Oh, man. And I mean, not to belabor the point, but if this Tornadon had not ascended, if the Winjin had whiffed its 20%, then it would be a completely different game. We'd be looking at a Sorlet against a field of nothing. Instead, we are getting another Ambro, another Koffmel said, I'm healing again. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, as you say, once the Tornadon hits the board, it really does.
Coming over a Cryoblast here would also be killer.
Yeah. Removal and heal. That's what the game is about right now.
I think they're thinking maybe it's not even worth getting a Cryoblast.
Oh, an Apollo?
Because the Sorlet's already contested by the field. So getting the Apollo here means you can develop the Apollo and then land the Winjin and then make a second Tornadon if you're playing one. But that'll depend on what gets hit here. I think best case scenario is an Ambro. Koffmel
And it was the Koffmel, which is essentially an Ambro, just with a couple more steps.
Yeah, sort of. This turn you have to make the decision between Rabbit and Koffmel, but you're doing one of them, of course. The hard decision to actually attack here. One of the few cards that can beat a Tornadon is a well-timed Shield of Achilles, and that would be a little frightening. Looks like we are going for the sync on the Sorlet so we can develop the attack position Koffmel. That's a good mechanism by which to hedge against a shield.
And it's going to be water enchanted to play around a possible tsunami, so it seems
Oh, no,
like
wait. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, no. Is our boy math bad?
We might just not have.
This deck is really, it has some tough boy math. You got to play a lot of Solar to facilitate Apollo, a lot of Thunder to facilitate Zeus. You got to play Winds for Winjin, Waters for Eddy. Oh, no. Sometimes you can end up like this. May have gotten Koffmel with no Solar. That would be really rough.
Yeah, hopefully we do have the Solar. This was just a play around a tsunami, but it could be indicative of, as you said,
May not matter seeing that expended draw from JT. That's so killer.
Again, it's like we've been here before in this late game expend from JT. It really tells you that this is a rough position and might be a signal of the end times.
And JT's just playing one of these decks that was so popular in sets 1, 2, and 3. It's like really powerful Elestrals, cards like Aeolus that let you toolbox between them, cards like Alter that let you benefit off of filtering cards like Rabbit multiple turns in a row, and 15 Ducks is saying, I don't care about any of that. Sit there and Dirtle. I will land a Tornadon and add the best card in my deck to my hand every turn of the entire game. JT doesn't have time to develop a board that puts up like 2 or 3 Rabbit interactions over the course of a turn. He's staring down Winjin Tornadon.
Yeah, and we have seen Tornadon hit the board both games.
That's the thing, is you think of Tornadon and you're like, oh, I'll play around it by ensuring it never hits the board. It's like, it kind of is going to. You kind of have to plan for that eventuality. Ambro coming down says, I don't want to get domed for 4 and get blown out by an opportunity to not cast the Ambro at all. Oh, no. 15 Ducks kind of thumbing their back row. It's not spoiled fruit, is it?
Well,
we saw them try and add it.
We know they have it.
Okay, looks like they aren't going to spoiled fruit.
Okay.
I think even if it is spoiled fruit, you probably save it for something a little more meaningful.
I mean, with this board state. Although the set 2 is pretty big, but we saw the expense, so we don't actually get any Elestrals on the board for JT.
Taking 3 here, going down to 4.
Yeah.
Potentially 4 if we want to develop the Koffmel, but with no Solar in the Spirit deck, maybe we don't. I'm trying to look at what they have. It looks like...
I see a Lumaru there.
Solar.
That's probably saved.
Lumaru Lycaris for a... Oh, this is the Tornadon activation. Grabbing spoiled. Says I need to shut the... Grabbing the last Ambro.
Yep.
Giving that another shot. Don't really have
and
it go
another
going for the Koffmel.
Yep.
This is so backbreaking. I guess you hope for spoiled here.
And it is.
All right. You're at least getting good luck on your randoms if you're JT Smith, but like they're still adding a card to their hand. You can't be that thrilled about it. They're still going to develop Kaufmel. They're going to go up to 5 when it goes to the Underworld. You got to figure out a way to win this one.
Yeah, and of course now there is that spoiled fruit, and so JT Smith is just kind of working with the spirits that they have at this point.
Properly enchanted Kaufmel too, really disastrous. Oh, we got something. Shielding the Tornadgen. Like I said, this is one of the very few things that can deal with Tornadgen efficiently, but it's so late. Here we're taking 3, going down to 4, taking 2 off the Kaufmel and the Windjin. We can contest the Windjin with anything, with any sort of attack points. Unfortunately, the Kaufmel translates into 3 more spirits, and 15 Ducks has an Ast Rabbit in hand. If there's any Thunder in that spirit deck, they're going to be able to just continue to play this really long, frustrating game.
Yeah, or worst case scenario, even if not properly enchanted, a rabbit wall is an incredibly effective thing to put up in front of your
You'd think, but the Tornadgen's coming.
Well, not for JT Smith, for 15 Ducks.
Yeah. So here, JT Smith looking for something, anything, but the truth of the matter is I think what we're going to see is a misenchanted Tornadgen over the Kaufmel, bringing 15 Ducks back to 3, and a walk over the rabbit, and a put of JT Smith down to 0 off the Windjin attack. It's just, it feels so lights out if the card they find isn't exactly perfect. And truthfully, I don't know what it could be. It can't be an Amber to get back into the game because we know we added the spoiled fruit. Oh no. All right, passes back. Maybe I'm like a proactive Gorgons on the Kaufmel. No, that puts him at 0.
Yeah,
I can't imagine what it would be. I think it's lights out.
I don't think there are any more lines here, and you're right. Here comes that
the play.
Misenchanted Ascension.
Wow, it was a Thunder too. We could have just pivoted on a rabbit. This boy math was so good.
Listen, we for a second there were doubting the boy math, but actually 15 Ducks, we never should have doubted.
Really fantastic spirit management.
Yes.
And a deck that really has a problem with it. Puts him down to 0, and that is probably going to be lights out.
Yep.
There comes the fist bump. 15 Ducks with a clean 2-0 in a 25-minute match. Tornadgen taking the first round of the Dallas Elestrals 2025 Open Premier event. Honestly, I wouldn't have had it any other way. What an exciting deck.
Yeah, we were just talking about Solar. We were just talking about Tornadgen, and we talk about the Gift of Prophecy. Maybe we might have a little bit of that going on.
Ooh, I like it. Ooh.
Foretold this match, perhaps.
Oh, wow. Really impressive casting from both players. Really exciting deck out of JT Smith as well. I feel like we just didn't get to see too much of it.
No.
Reminds me of those, like, who was it? I want to say Brewlock was experimenting with these maybe 2 formats ago that would play all of the good Thunder Elestrals and then a couple of the good Wind ones with an Aeolus package to pivot between Sorlet and Toxiswarm to close out stalled game states. Powerful cards like Galaxair that eat almost anything. I like the concept, but it requires you to have time, and you just don't have time against these decks with a game plan.
Yeah, at the end of our Daybreak meta, we saw a lot of those good stuff pile lists, and that was a time when it could really flourish and shine. But yeah, now we have a lot of these 2 drops, even 3 drops that have been enabled, and that kind of strategy just it can't really do anything as soon as a big boy hits the field, unfortunately.
I think Tornadgen is the #1 card I was wrongest about. I read it, I was like, oh, this is a gimmick, and we have seen over the course of today, it is not a gimmick. It is an incredibly powerful line. Windjin is really strong, even blind. I mean, we watched the 20% hit. Sometimes it does, and can totally flip the game on its head when it happens.
Yes, and 15 Ducks going into this tournament, starting out with a 2-0 victory. That's got to feel good.
Oh, yeah.
You started the stay off so strong. But even for JT Smith, we are going to see some people who took 2 losses going into Top Cut, so it's not over.
Yeah. No, obviously you want to take your losses late, but if you're going to take 1 loss, you take it early. You play against people who have at least lost their first couple of rounds for the next couple of rounds. Feels a lot less pressure. Not to say lower quality opponent, but individuals who have at least got sacked once. Maybe they're tilting.
Sure.
We call it submarining. It's not a terrible strategy to get back in the Top Cut. Certainly lights are not out for JT Smith.
Yes, so any casters who are listening right now who might have lost their first rounds, do not lose heart. There is still hope for you.
Just hearing the 10-minute warning in the round, so I think we are actually pretty close to the end of it. Honestly, I'm I'm impressed that this has started mostly on time.
No.
We took about 10 minutes in order to get the player meeting prepped, and the individuals who are playing on stage are playing on the same time restrictions as the individuals who are playing in the event, all 200 of them. I'm sure there will be at least a little bit of discrepancy afterwards, but we are closing in rapidly on the end of the first round. I'm interested in knowing how some of the top players did, which I'm sure we will be able to report back to you with come round 2, but for now, who knows.
Yeah, we will be checking back in with a lot of those people and hopefully being able to keep you apprised of the situation. I know I am very invested in it, so I personally, selfishly, would like to know that as well.
Yeah, for sure. Outside of that, I'm really excited to see what decks are being brought. Super excited to see Winjin Tornajin, but I think we really expected that to be a popular pick at this event. I want to see a little BlueStacks. I want to see people get it twisted. Start gambling.
Yes.
You will win. I want to see some individuals bringing bad decks. I want to see those Electronites. I want to see those Schnarks. Unfortunately, we are going to have to watch individuals who won the last round, so it's less likely that we're going to be able to do that.
Yes, and I want to make sure that we address the use of the word bad deck here. Okay, Schnark, he's a good boy.
He has so much potential.
Yes, he just hasn't had his time to shine yet.
They haven't revealed the Firestorm card. That's a lunar in a water, and it says you win the game. But it could be happening in Firestorm, which we were so excited to open earlier. And we will be able to give you a shot at collecting a box of by the means of caster coins. If you're unfamiliar, if you've got an Elestrals Play account, playing in events nets you casters coins, which can be redeemed for plushes or blisters or booster boxes. Each pack of Divine Champions Firestorm is going to include a code card, which gets you some amount of casters coins. So what we're going to do right now is head over to an interview with the winner of this event, come back, give you that code, then we're going to go on a real short break as we prepare for round 2. So we'll real quickly get a word from our winner, who should be prepared for an interview momentarily.
And I am here with Christopher, aka 15 Ducks, the winner of the first round of the Dallas Premier event. How are you feeling?
Great. Yeah, no, it's nerves, didn't think I was going to get selected for first round. It's kind of just dreading it, just like, because I knew as soon as I get on stage, I'm going to forget how to play, forget how every card works. So.
Well, and you did incredible. And Solar is a darling of ours. We've been so excited. And is there anything in preparation for this event that led you to Solar?
Well, Solar was my first deck. I started in Daybreak.
Okay.
So I started with the Fair Guy starter deck. I built it, with Solar, went Luster Gone, did all that. And then kind of when I picked the game more up, I started switching to different colors. But with Moonrise and with, the new Wind Djinn, Solar Djinn, I wanted to fit Drake Array. I didn't think it was going to be great in the event just because, I played against a heal stall variant. And I felt like Spoiled Fruits is going to be very prevalent.
Yes, we did see that in your list.
And I didn't end up using it, but I definitely added it to hand.
It's a good threat, for sure.
Especially when I added it, we have such a spirit differential where I didn't want him, that was the reason I added it, because I didn't want the spirit differential to keep going up.
Yeah.
Where, I'm not doing much on my end.
I mean, the entire time that we were watching, we were amazed with your spirit management, with the math, being able to end with that, specifically in that second game, the Thunder Spirit. Was there a lot of play testing that went into getting used to this, being able to know the deck enough to get the spirit math?
I'm used to just decks that just play a lot of just wild spirit counts. Of just like, I was play testing Lunar Aggro initially with Moonrise, and, that deck plays 6 different spirits. And but it just kind of, the spirit math is always interesting of knowing which to expend. There's plenty of times I'm sure that I should have expended a a Lycurus instead of a Lunar Ape, or Soul Ape, whatever. No, I mean, there's also just a lot of actual play with the different spirits. Like in game 2, when I water enchanted the Little Djinn, it was specifically because he had one set, and it's like, okay, well, plays around. If he has shield, he can't get rid of both guys. If he's got Tsunami, it plays around that. I wanted to make sure my Zeus activation wasn't going to get wasted by some counter rune, so I made sure to play around everything possible. Yeah,
it was beautifully played and great game. Is there anything in particular today that you are excited about? Is it just being here? Is it the potential of winning? I mean, you have a good start.
It'd be great. Hopefully I can keep it up.
Yeah.
It's just nice hanging out. It's nice just to be here, be at the first, big event. And just kind of hang out with people. It's just great to see everyone. It's great to see people that I'm aware of, I've talked to. It's just neat to see everything, really.
Well, I think that's beautiful, and it has been absolutely incredible. And thank you so much for sitting here with me. And congrats again, being the winner of, the first round of the first ever in-person tournament. So thank you so much for being here with me. And we're going to go ahead and cut to a break.
All right. All right.
And welcome back to the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 Premier event. My name is Joseph Rothschild. You may know me better as MBT, and I'm joined once again by my wonderful co-caster, Kay Cray. How are you doing today?
Oh, I am great. We are off to an incredible start.
We just watched some unbelievable Elestrals casting, including one individual who was playing Tornagin and called it correctly with absolutely no way of knowing what was on top of their deck.
Yes, the gift of prophecy.
It bestows itself to Apollo's finest. This next round, we are going to be watching two individuals who were able to win their first round quite handily, one of which you may know from the larger community. We've got Brewlock. I am so happy to say is playing a deck that I really like. They're on Posthumous. And if you've seen Brewlock in these tournaments, you know that they are on Posthumous for game 1. But in games 2 and 3, provided their opponent isn't playing a lunar strategy, they will board into one of my favorite decks in the format. I think is largely unexplored, the Toxiri Night Venom Suppression Control strategy.
Ooh.
We were able to cast a Necrolith from this player just a couple of weeks back. I hope we get to run it back again.
I would love to see a dense fog at some point today.
Yeah. Their opponent, Big Bach, is on... I would really call it the stuff. It is a wind tempo pile that includes copies of Cryosaur. How familiar are you with the pig in the sky?
So I am a big fan of Cryosaur. One of the few Elestrals who can attack the Spirit deck directly. If you do, then you heal back 2 Wind Spirits, which to me, that's one of those cards that I read and I say, that sounds crazy. Why aren't more people playing it?
Well, I'm excited to see if he can make it work. I think this deck is one of the coolest in the room, and I hope that it is also one of the most powerful, because that's what it's going to take here at the Dallas Open. We have 8 rounds of Swiss today. We are just entering round 2 with almost 200 players. They capped it at 128, and then that cap was exceeded almost immediately, so they figured they would let in exactly 200. But be forewarned, there are many more than 200 people here today who've purchased the Spectator Pass than the Player Pass, which enables them to get really valuable side events online that I think we're very miffed about missing. Hopping into the games now, and it looks like we are ready to see Big Bach take on Brewlock. Turn 1. Oh, we're actually developing something. Spectaris.
Okay, a turn 1 Spectaris, which, set 1, all right. Very interesting. There are a lot of things that, for example, now, we see a Fawnlet coming out. And Big Bach saying, what does that card do again?
So if you're unfamiliar with Fawnlet, it can search exactly Artemis. Think of it as an Elechick with only one target. Now, the upside to playing a narrower Elechick is both that its defensive stat increases based on the number of spirits that are enchanting Artemis, but also you can search a Theraheart if you have an Artemis already. Kind of a more flexible card, more search targets, except it's wholly devoted to one Divine Pantheon.
And we did mention that Posthumous is lurking, so I think we may see a Theraheart at some point. Who's to say?
I think when we watched Brewlock previously, they were playing one Theraheart out of the board.
Okay.
The strength of this deck isn't necessarily that it has the ability to search Theraheart and toolbox through stuff, but rather that it has the capacity to set up an Artemis, then activate Comalis's effect, nexusing from the Artemis in order to potentially get a card like Pharaohgeist or Posthumous online really quickly. Here, just taking the one from the double Spectaris's Big Bach on the stuff.
Yeah, we have our army of Spectaris starting out here over on Big Bach's side.
Hey, who said Comalis? There he is.
Ooh, someone very smart and forward-thinking.
Wow, is that the Apollo? We're going to go for the 3 enchanted Artemis here. We're going to go for the effect, the Comalis. That's going to be a Nexus. Looks like Big Bach is given the thumbs up. And then the linked effect to search for, I believe, it's like an ethereal Elestral?
I think it's the spectral kind?
Elestral.
Yes, and
now,
so
there's a number of really powerful spectral Elestrals. Not Spectaris. That's a bug.
Although we did get Spectaris.
The frustrating part about this card is it is both a bug and a spectral Elestral. Like the 2 most advantageous typings in the game.
It is A Drive. Of course he's going to make the bugs strong.
Every single time the man sits down to write new Elestrals cards, he finds a way to make insects even better.
Yeah, he said, what if the swarm took over the world? And I really admire the gumption, frankly.
All right, looks like we are dueling Spectaris here. You wouldn't be putting onto the Comalis if you didn't expect, of course, that you had something to do here. The Spectaris on attack will get up to 5 because it applies a suppression to the Elestral that it is performing combat with, and the Spectaris gains 1 attack for each suppressed Elestral on the field.
And we do see an expend from Big Buck, expending a
Doesn't want to
thunder.
overextend, I think.
Yeah.
Thumbing over what appears to be, a resting, and shockingly, we are on resting. That's 4 total. 2 on the Artemis, 2 on the Comalis, to the 2 on the Spectrises. That's a devastating blow to Brulok, who I think was hoping for some sort of blowout here, courtesy of a card like Shield or a card like Tsunami. Shielding the 1 Spectris makes it a little more close.
Yeah,
and
you can manage this.
Yeah, you can activate the Artemis to suppress the Spectris, put your Spectris up to 5 immediately without even having to resolve its effect, but it's still a hard call to make. Big Bok thinking here, if we have something like a poison-tipped arrow, things could get really bad really quick. We are going to go for the Artemis. That Spectris is going to be suppressed until the next turn. We're going to go for our Spectris, now a 5. We'll pump to 6, walk over the Spectris, and we're just doing creature combat. It's so funny, Brulok's deck is the synergistic pile with the ability to go really big on a Posthumous or a copy of Pharaohgeist. Sometimes it just does this.
Yeah, and Big Bok being able to prevent any kind of ascension, as you said, those 3 drops are really great with Comalis, and Big Bok played around that wonderfully. So now it's a bit more manageable for them, being able to simply just, as you say, have these creature battles, and Spectaris is unfortunately pretty difficult to match, especially with the ability to use that Artemis that's still on board with 1. So even a Spectaris of Big Bok's own, which we've already seen the 2, although 1 was shielded back, so that could come out, but it would be a crash over anything.
Yeah, really difficult here. Brulok, of course, is playing what we would lovingly describe as a game plan deck. You know, it has something that it is trying to do, and it looks like Big Bok is really in on this tempo play. Going for an Ambro here, it seems super early for Ambro, but what Brulok may not have figured out by this point is that the deck is not a lunar deck. It is like a thunder deck. It's a wind deck that just happens to be playing some Owloons to facilitate Spectarises. So by shielding that Spectaris back, if you want it back online, you're going to have to Ambro to get those spirits back in your spirit deck. Unfortunately, this probably means we won't see the Toxiri stuff, because Brulok may get the wrong impression that this is a lunar deck. I don't know.
It is still pretty early. Big Bok has not revealed a lot to Brulok,
Right.
and we did see the 2 Lunar come back. So I think you're right that we are setting up at least for a few more rounds of Spectaris gaming. We see the Zeus come out, hit the field, and that is one way for your Spectaris to be able to deal with another Spectaris, is to simply Zeus down the opposing Spectaris.
Kind of rough for Brulok. Depends on what they want to do here. Looks like we're going to go for the Gorgons. That, I believe, is on attack declaration, which will prevent the Spectaris from actually getting the attack in. Gorgons does so much. Prevents an Elestral from ascending, from attacking, from receiving spirits in a Nexus, from being enchanted by an artifact, I believe, and, of course, negates its existing effects. Wow.
And
Big
that is a
hurricane.
valuable hurricane.
Big hurricane.
Knocking out 3 back row, one of which is a Gorgon's Gaze, the other one maybe a PTA?
So we can reset if we're Brulok. We're so far down. Doubling up on the Spectaris, we're probably going to go for the Artemis here in order to bring down the other Spectaris. And provided that back row keeps the Spectaris on field, we no longer have to fear the resting on your laurels. Maybe setting up for either a Posthumous or a Pharaohgeist says, if I can't go wide like your tempo deck is able to do, I will go tall. And you're not going to be able to defeat a resolved Pharaohgeist. Might be correct. I don't think we talked about it earlier. I don't think we've seen Pharaohgeist lose a game ever.
Yeah, if it hits the field, which is a big if. Although Big Bok, even though they had all 3 of those set
Down to
runes,
1 card in hand.
Yeah, we do have Zeus though, and where there is a Zeus, there is a way.
It's got to be a guy that can contest whatever the back row is. Big ask for sure. Probably can't be a Spectris because we've seen so many.
Yeah, I believe we've seen 2.
Sorlet? Oh, Sorlet would be killer. P-Gust.
Okay.
P-Gust very powerful, but does not resolve the outstanding problem, which is that there is a Spectress that's about to turn into something really problematic.
Yes, getting rid of that
All right, let's
Gorgon's
see it, baby.
Gaze is huge.
Pull out that solar.
But
No.
oh, simply
Playing
going
off
to
the top of his
set-
deck here.
yeah.
Looking at the Spirit deck, do we have a solar remaining? We searched something off the Comalis, right?
Yes, that was the Spectaris.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Here comes the Sorlet as expected. Look, Brulock is just kind of grinning to himself. He's like, no, not the Sorlet. Going for the Sorlet effect to move
Yep.
that Spectress to defense and force out
A
the
Gorgon's
We're
Gaze.
down to 3. Oh, that is killer.
That does not leave a lot of room for the tall strategy that you mentioned Brulock needing to go for here. And with that
Playing
5.
off the top of his deck.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
what are we
5
doing?
stat on Sorlet. Unfortunately, this would...
Here it is. I see it. That is a Posthumous.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, it's sort of. Oh, and the Ember. Okay, wait, we're totally in it.
Okay, maybe
That was
I would love
a
to
little
see
too early.
Artemis be enchanted here. Posthumous is a card that if Artemis is on field and enchanted, it can't be. You can't use on any counter runes, which is of course very fun. And if you have a suppressed card, then you can pop one. I believe is what that is. And we have a. Possibly, we have a wind and a water.
that. I think was the expending for the damage.
Yeah.
Big Buck at 8 has to find an out to the Posthumous. Can't use resting on your laurels because we've seen it already. It's got to be kind of earthquake or bust. Not a lot gets over the body on this, even with a Zeus. You know, something like a Blizzstrix, you can Zeus down and then Eddy to get over it. This is a 13-11. Not too much in the game that beats it, but it is totally unprotected at present. Like you said, really good when Artemis is on field, really mid when it's not.
Yeah, I was hoping with that Ambrosia, with the Lunar coming back, that was possibly signaling Artemis coming out as they are best friends. But for now, we simply have Big Bok casting a Spectaris in defense. Okay,
Yeah.
stopping the big hit coming out at least. And
Or is it actually?
it simply is not.
That is a beautiful Edward, by the way. What a
Yes.
lovely little man.
The crowd favorite, Eddie, and we might be nearing game here because we are going to get rid of Spectaris and swing for 3, which puts Big Buck on 1.
Brulock is the only person who I feel can make this strategy work. We see it a lot, but he's willing to just go down to like 4 and make a very large man. Say, if you out this large man, I will die immediately. And their opponents just can't seem to out the large man.
And here, well, okay, I thought that we were on 1, but we are in fact on 4. But we are still entering the late stages of the game. And as you said, it's either earthquake or bust. There is not much that Big Buck can do here. And we've seen the 1 resting. Even if there was more than 1 resting, Eddie is protecting it. Brulock is in an excellent position here. And
Big Box scoops him up,
Yep.
it looks like. That's unbelievable. We thought that Brulock was totally out of this game the entire time, just for him to spike the Miser's Posthumous off the top of the deck onto a board state that he had prepared for playing off the top deck. Oh, wow. That's an amount of faith in my strategy that I just don't have.
some people can simply just pull the cards.
Yeah,
is
that actually
what
is
I've come
true.
to learn in TCGs. I'm not personally one of those, but Brulock absolutely is, and that is game 1 to Brulock.
So this is a big question for Brulock. Brulock's sideboard, as we've mentioned, is usually really transformative in these. If they sniff out that their opponent is not on many lunar Elestrals, they're frequently willing to board out of a significant amount of their game plan. You know, they don't necessarily have to be in on the Posthumous. Instead, they board into Dense Fogs, Toxeres, Night Venoms, Necroliths as this really powerful suppression control package that unfortunately has a miserable matchup versus anyone playing Lunar. We know, by virtue of having scouted the decks, that Big Box deck is not Lunar-oriented. It is a Thunder Nexus deck. It's playing a significant amount of Wind Elestrals, like Cryosaur. They just happened to find the 2 Lunar Elestrals in the deck and cast them over and over again.
Which, yeah, I think that would tell Brulock, at least from this first game, maybe don't want to side into that stuff. But as you said, the reality of the list is that
It would be very helped by those cards. The
You
ability
really
to
could
press
do
like
that.
a P-Gust prior to an Altar of Stars would be huge. The ability to potentially make a Sorlet a lot less impactful would be super important. But instead, I think it's likely that Brulok goes, I saw those Spectres, says, what are the chances? And just boards into maybe a couple of cards for going second.
well, and the benefit of winning the first game, of course, is that this game two, you don't have to make the big call. You have a third game later that if it comes to it, then you can say, all right.
If
I'm
you're
gonna
really
completely
wrong,
change
you
it.
can correct in game.
Yes, exactly. And it looks like we are at least finished sighting here, going to be getting into game two. Brulok and Big Bok, which I love the rhyming. I have to
yeah.
think that they must have done that on purpose.
I like the Stellar shirt.
Yeah.
You know what I've always wanted is, do you remember the Elestriad thumbs where we were wearing like shirts with our Pantheon on them?
Oh,
I always
do I
wanted-
remember?
I always wanted like the big yellow hoodie with the Thundercaster, like an element on it, and there never was one.
Yeah, I loved the little outfit that they gave me with the green.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is us taking this opportunity and the power that we've been given to serve our own interests and
I was going to say,
please, please,
folks,
please.
bother A-Drive Online. Say, give them the K-Cray cosplay set.
Ooh, absolutely. And who knows, maybe one of these days when we're casting, we could have a cute little uniform, maybe.
Well, for those of you who are excited about the Elestriad, get more excited because I think Season 4 is forthcoming. You'll hear more about that in the coming weeks. For now, let's check out this game. Looks like both players have decided to keep Big Bok looking over he's got the classic posture where you're like, this hand sucks, but I can't afford to ship it back. Like, I'm a tempo deck. I can't start at 18. All right, he's going for it. And, you know, that posture is always accompanied by the same turn one play, which is
Set
expend and
to
draw, baby.
expend. Yep. And you know what? It has worked for many a caster.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I think that's maybe better than expend and draw turn one is Rabbit, but there's a lot of positions where that puts you really, really down to powerful reactive Elestrals like Eddie. Down comes Fawnlet again. I think Big Bok is thinking about
A Gorgons, yeah, that would be. But decides to instead let Brulok go and get that Artemis.
Personally, I think the Gorgons would be correct here, but it's a really hard call to make just because you don't see Artemis played like at all. You're thinking to yourself, there's no way I'm stopping that. Like, I'm meant to be stopping the powerful guys in this deck, the Postamooses, but they are being got, like, you get to the Postamoose normally. You just ascend over a guy you have spent 3 turns on. You know, there's no real option in terms of valuable Gorgons outside of this.
And as we saw that turn 2 Comalis last time,
It
that's a
commanded so
Nexus
much.
Bank. And Brulok was simply allowed to go and grab the Nexus Bank. So even if this is very similar to the last game, we see Eddie be able to take out Fawnlet.
I like this this Eddie activation here. Play around like Argo a little bit. You saw the Comalis. There's not a 0% chance they're on like the Artifact suite. Going for the Cryoblast, pretty valuable Cryoblast. This is like the #1 Cryoblast target, but I think both players at the table are happy about it. Like, oh, my Eddie got to actually get its value, and I got to Cryoblast. Big Bok is going to feel real good about saving that Gorgons here, by the way.
Yeah, because here comes that Comalis again.
And we were waxing poetic about how important it was to stop the Artemis, but stopping the Comalis, equally important. Big Bok, I think, thinking about doing it on cast. This might be a PTA. Might be trying to telegraph a PTA here.
Okay.
One thing that I love high-level players do is like telegraph one card and then not go for it. Because a PTA here would be something you think about, but definitely not something you go for. Going for the proactive Gorgons here says, you know what, actually, I'm not even going to let you get the spirits on the Comalis. Telegraphing instead of wanting the Nexus to happen and then negating the linked effect, that he doesn't have a good out to the Comalis in hand. So even if it just gets the spirits on it, it might be a liability if they just walk over with something like a Pharaohgeist. The exact same play as last game, by the way.
Yes, and we
Literal
see
exact
that Resting come out, which makes me think that was a
They should have
top
let
deck
it. Yeah, because
of Arresting.
otherwise you would always negate the linked effect.
Right.
And what's that last card? The Pro Set Heavy? No? All right, we're just expending to draw once
Okay.
again. This hand, I understand why Big Bok was apprehensive about it. It's so reactive. The Eddie, the Resting, it has nothing to do. Here comes the second Comalis. My God, it looked Big Back kind of giggling to himself.
Yep.
Brulog also
Gonna have
laughing.
to. Oh, and there's that
miserable PTA
that
here.
you mentioned. Yep,
Yeah.
and not one that.
Brulog says, I'll take an additional Spirit of Damage off moving from the Artemis. You
Yep.
got it. Let me
Go
go
and
get my
get-
Pharaoh Geist. Probably a Spectrus here just for a linear play. No, another
Another-
No way Comalis is in the
another
Comalis
Comalis.
pool. Oh, no.
Brulog is going to get that 3-drop no matter what.
That's so miserable. If I'm Big Back, I'm like, there's no way you can do that.
I mean, that's
They're just laughing to themselves. I love that they're having a good time.
that's 3 turns in a row that you are having to prevent what is going to be a cataclysmic play if you do not answer it.
I wonder if you even pay out the PTA. I mean, you certainly do, because if you don't, then the back row can test your normal cast, and then you can just make Pharaohgeist or something. But like, it is funny to think I really took 4 off that. I really want to.
Yeah, this has been, as you mentioned, a very reactive game from Big Buck without being able to set up anything that he has wanted to do on his own. But we do see 2 set, which hopefully one of those does deal with this incoming Comalis that it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And another expend
not like
to
this,
draw.
buddy.
Oh, that
Yeah, you have to
feels-
imagine the hand has like some number of Ambro in it, but even so, like these games versus Brulog's deck, they're not going to come down to spirit management. They're not going to come down to I could have been a little more effective and efficient in terms of managing my spirits. I could have been at 9 instead of 8. They're going to come down to how do I out this Pharaohgeist. They're going to come down to what do I have that beats Posthumous, and the answer, unfortunately, is very little at this point.
Yeah, instead you have to, as Big Buck has been doing, desperately try and stop it from happening at
There's
all.
the Moose. Oh, and with 2 spirits on that Artemis, it's going to be killer if it comes down.
As we mentioned before, when Artemis is enchanted, Posthumous becomes a lot better.
Yeah. When you activate the effect of Artemis, it is a removal spell. Even without activating its effect, as long as it's enchanted, it can't be targeted by counter runes.
So it's a bit Voltempesty.
Yeah, it is.
But with a
If
little
like Voltempest
more.
was good.
Yeah. Imagine.
Going for that. Did we go for the PTA again? Wait, what was that? That was a shield.
Yeah, we saw a shield come out, and of course, that is not really dealing with it. That is delaying it.
Need some action here, Big Bach. Okay, Sorlet is action.
Uh-huh.
That's a card that at least beats Comalis. So we can go for the Sorlet, set another couple of back row runes, hope to Ambro our way out of this game.
Yes, and maybe be able to start building up that wide board that this deck likes to play. Unfortunately, it has been either just expending or simply playing guys that have to deal with one specific thing on one specific turn, and that's it.
Says, I'm not even playing your little game. Let's Ambro now. I don't want to get hit by a... Ambroing against this deck early is so important too, because like if they land the Pharaoh guys, suddenly your Ambro cost 2. It's so miserable.
So I think that this was a good call. It
Yeah.
does seem like
He's
the
playing
Posthumous-
fine. It's just the top of the deck is these tempo decks. They are so reliant on their draws. Like sometimes they rip like this, and you spend 3 turns expending, and you feel like an idiot. And sometimes you have the exact right answer at the exact right time 5 games in a row.
Well, and both of these players, of course, won their first rounds. So Big Buck probably coming off of a game that went a little bit more his way in terms of the top decks. Although I don't know, being able to top deck Arresting is
That'd be nice, yeah.
that was pretty good. But we are possibly,
Could be anything.
yeah, it's a mystery what that could be preparing for in the future. And that might be a reason why we saw the Ambrosia activated when we did.
Says, go for it. Please commit to a Comalis again. Brulog has like 9 cards in hand. They're all Comalis searches.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
set
going
some
for the
stuff.
bunny now. Okay,
Well,
this
search more
card
stuff.
at least requires a response from the Sorlet.
Sorlet being able to, of course, deal with the rabbit, but as you mentioned, going to have to pay for it.
Costs you want, is that
Yes.
something, right? You can, if you want, go for the Artemis here to turn off the Sorlet for a turn if you want to complicate things. It's a tough call.
Yeah, I feel like Artemis is one of those that we don't see actually using its ability so much as its presence on the board, its ability to be a Nexus bank. But this is a situation where you could absolutely use use that ability and could be a really interesting play. Although it seems like we are going back to Big Buck, who is really looking at this hand, really
They found like
contemplating.
2 Elestrals this game. It's miserable. Oh, P-Gust is insane here.
This is a great P-Gust.
So in positions like this, you do want to go for the back row so that you can guarantee the get on the Astrabbit. But you can't really pass up the Spirit differential from something like hitting the Artemis and just getting 2 for free. It's really frustrating that P-Gust is not super played anymore. This is one of my favorite Elestrals of all time, and back in set 1 was probably the only reactive play to Astrabbit. You know, there was no Eddy. There were very few ways to get rid of it out of Earthquake. So if your opponent went for an Astrabbit in set 2 and you go for a P-Gust, your P-Gust races the Astrabbit. Every turn they search a defensive card to prevent you from getting over the Astrabbit. Every turn you pop it with P-Gust. Love this card. I think it is one that will become powerful again, but we'll need the right shell. We'll see
and
if
of
Big
course,
Box is.
the line is getting a lot of love with the most recent tournament, seeing Fowlicane, who has been one of my favorite Elestrals from the beginning.
Fowlicane's the P-Gust Ascension?
I think so.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't have to be.
That's a baby.
Oh my goodness! And Fowliferos is the P-Gleam one?
Yes.
Okay, I've now mastered the P-Gust line. For me, P-Gust is enough. I don't need more.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's beautiful.
Whoa, going way down on this. Going for a Zeus here says, either I'm out of wind, or I don't want to mess with whatever your back row is. You know what? Actually, that's strange because the P-Gust wouldn't have gotten over. No, it would have. No, because it would have been a 2 defense. So I
wouldn't have
guess
been
we
able to
are
hit
learning
over.
that the back row isn't relevant. Going for the resting here on the Sorlet. That means theoretically we can use the Comalis to eat the P-Gust. Put Big Bok in a position where they have to be not only Comalis, but the threat of a Posthumous.
And now 2 back row.
Have we searched the Spectrus yet? I don't know if we have. It might be because we have it already. Going for the Artemis.
Yeah, I think that only one of those Comalis actually got to use its ability.
Yo, I was about to say we're probably out of Lunars, not if we play
Divine Healing.
Oh my goodness.
I love this card.
This is like the only deck in the game that can play this card. Wow. It's almost Ambrosia.
Almost.
And Artemis all the way back to 4 already. Theoretically, we can Artemis to check the P-Gust if we think that maybe there's something that it will accomplish next turn. Is that the Galaxy coming down says, in a world where we expect kind of a tempo 5s gameplay, this card's incredible. We are going for the Artemis on the Zeus here. Oh, killer. Fun fact, does not have to target an Elestral.
That's really interesting.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's a crazy card.
Oh, I love that.
When Firestorm comes out, Artemis is going to be unbelievable. Like, Artemis your Hestia, Artemis your Hermes is going to be a really powerful play.
That is, and you know what? Brewlock showing what I think is going to be a big play moving forward. This is something that I hadn't even thought about, and I'm really excited about that.
Yeah. The man is quite good at this deck. I think Brewlock has been one-tricking this for like about a month, and seems to be the only person who can win with it. But they've topped like multiple events. They have like Poison Nectar finishes too. Big Buck looking at the grip. I think we could see a Galaxy in their hand as well. So, but for the Artemis would have been able to contest it using the Zeus. This is tough.
It would be very interesting. A Spectaris would do it, which we know they were running at least last game.
Looks like they have left some Owloons there. Oh, we're paying. Oh, wow.
Okay. And that
Big hurricane.
that mystery, who knew that was coming?
Big hit, too. That was a shield and an altar. All right, Big Bok is going to lose the PTA, and I think a Specters here would do a lot of good.
Yep,
Yep,
that is
makes
exactly what's
sense.
going to happen.
Says, listen, you're on 4. I'm just going to need you to figure out a way to out this Spectress. Unfortunately, the Artemis means that the Comalis or the Spectress would crash, putting Big Back on 1. God, the Comalis could actually kill him here, right? Comalis, Nexus to 2. Artemis, shut down. Wait, this is totally the end of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Does he see it? Yeah. Oh, no. Use the Comalis effect. Brewlock, you could have done 2 right there. No.
It seems like we are not going to do that.
You see the judge like, huh?
Just sitting.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Yep.
Brewlock says, I got it. Oh, had the spect anyway.
Oh, okay.
And a blazing fast 2-0 from Brewlock.
Yeah, that was beautiful. We got to see a posthumous hit the board.
Oh, this deck is horrifying.
We got to see Artemis take down Zeus, which, I mean, he's been up on
big.
his mountain for too long and needed a little bit of.
It was limited. They had to limit him.
And Micro Demeter. I think that was unfair. I think that Zeus deserved it way more.
Oh, I played against enough Thunder Earth Nexus.
And our two casters, as you mentioned, they're both still just smiling. That was an incredibly fun game. And unfortunately for Big Buck, sometimes you see the cards and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have to expend for half of the turns.
Yeah, I can't really be too mad about losing to a deck like that goes so tall. If you're playing a deck like Lunar Aggro, a deck like Fives, you understand that like an opponent who's going to be able to land a powerful Elestral like that is going to make very quick work of you. They're going to eat your lunch, and Brewlock did so.
Yes.
Rough stuff for Big Buck though. The draws were not with them. That was that was embarrassing.
No, and sometimes it's just like that. And as we mentioned though, no need to lose heart. We do have O2s who will be able to make it.
That is true. And for what it's worth, Brewlock is a great guy to lose to. An individual who is, storied, has a ton of top finishes under his belt. When it comes to tiebreakers, you want it to be someone like that.
Yes, to keep your record up, because that does and has mattered in the past. And we could see, hopefully.
Ask us how we know.
Bubbled at ninth. Hello.
Well, regardless, I had a lot of fun casting that one. If you thought that match was cool, and you would like to use some of the cards that Brewlock did, utilizing the strategies found in Moonrise, you can do so without spending any money. Did you know that playing in Elestrals events gets you caster coins through your Play Elestrals account, which can be redeemed for everything from blisters to boxes? We're going to give you one right now.
Yep.
Okay,
and also
so
notably some beautiful exclusive cards that you can get for the caster coins as well.
now this is a code card. These are going to be available in every pack of Firestorm moving forward. This is the new Elestral set. Redeeming this through your Play Elestrals account will get you anywhere from 1 to 100 caster coins, and we're going to show it, and you better be quick with your phone for a QR code or just reading. You have to be able to read well.
These are card players. We know that's not the case.
You get that clipping ready. You can see this, right? You probably can see this.
Yeah.
There it is, yeah. All right. Best of luck to the person who redeems that. In the meantime, we are going to prepare for a winner's interview. We'll get Brewlock in here. We'll see what Brewlock has to say about their win, about the strategy they've brought. And I don't know about you, I am kind of itching to ask if they're playing the Toxicity Night Venom out of the.
You've got to ask. That might be something that they might not want to reveal this early on in the tournament.
Oh, I don't care. We'll use caster's privilege. We'll be like, hey, you.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to tell us.
All right, we got Brewlock in. We're going to do a winner's interview momentarily. We are here with our winner of round 2, Brewlock. First off, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you, thank you.
I have to ask, are you still playing the Night Venoms?
No Night Venoms. They're actually net. If you're thinking Toxiri.
You are still in the Talk series, though?
Toxiri still, it's there. But obviously not in a matchup like that where it's purely lunar.
We were mentioning that during the sideboard process. We were like, there's no way Brewlock is going to board into the Dense Fogs and the Necroliths, despite the fact that I think those were the only 2 lunar Elestrals in the deck. Just kept finding them twice.
No, in his deck?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's just bad luck then.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's what it is.
It's all I saw, so I wasn't gonna go into it. But,
Of course.
Yeah.
So you're playing the deck that you are at this point probably known for.
Yeah.
This Posthumous strategy, Fawnlet, Search Artemis, use Artemis. I gotta say, we were totally impressed by the way you actually just straight up used Artemis.
Yeah.
For the on-field effect, shutting off the Zeus. I have to ask, what is the coolest stuff you have accomplished with Artemis? What's the greatest card you have suppressed for the turn thus far?
I mean that's hard, right? The best way it's utilized for the most part is swinging over an opposing Spectress, right? Like that is the big money item right there. Of I put my spec out, I don't want to crash. I'm going to suppress you and then swing over. That's great. Things like Cryoling are great to suppress as well, or just to get out something like a Necrolith. Let's not talk about it.
Yeah. We'll see. We got the animation locked and loaded, folks. We are going to watch it if you make top 16. So you're 2-0 now. How are you feeling?
Hey, pretty good. I get the shaky hands while I'm out there, but it's okay. We feel good. We feel good.
How'd your first round go?
It was good. BlueStacks round 1.
Oh no.
So I beat the gamble. It was great. But I'm sure I'll face a lot more of that today.
So I gotta ask, we saw the Posthumous. It's so funny watching a game that it feels like you are completely out of, come down to, oh God, can my opponent out the Posthumous? I do have to ask, are you playing the Pharaohgeist?
No Pharaoh. No, that was like early iteration of Moonrise, trying to do both. And like, as scary as Pharaoh can be hitting the board, it's just seemingly never as good, and in my opinion, even though I hate it.
It has no protection, it is big though.
Yeah, it is
Big boy. Is there any deck that you are afraid of hitting today? Anything you don't want to be matched up against?
Nothing in particular. Like, I think I have outs for everything that is going to be running around today for the most part. Obviously, luck is a skill, and that's what I need. Like Blizz, hey, if you hit it, you hit it. But I'm excited for it. It's a really fun day. It's fun to meet everybody in person and really, get to see people you've been playing with for like a year and a half now.
It is cool to be able to put faces to names.
Yeah.
I appreciate meeting you for the first time in person and being like, yep, this is the guy who just can't stop casting Posthumous.
Hey, Moose, good card.
Yeah, apparently. Well, best of luck with the rest of the day. I hope that you are able to resolve Comalis once. 3 games, and it's like, it's going to get through. You got to just let
did its thing.
It fiended out like 4 back row.
Exactly.
The first time we saw Comalis for Comalis, I was like, oh, I get it. This deck's incredible.
Yeah. People are learning. Stop watching, everybody. Don't look at
That's enough. You don't need to. All you need to know is the Posthumous. Well, I hope you are able to continue the run. I hope you're able to face non-lunar opponents so you can go into the greatest deck of all time.
Yeah, right.
I hope we're able to use the Necrolith animation.
Yeah,
and
I hope so too.
Yeah, I hope to see you in top 16.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
All right.
Hello, everybody, and we are back with the third round of the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 Premier event. I'm Joseph Rothschild. You may know me better as MBT, and this is my co-caster, K-Cray.
Hello.
We have just watched some really incredible Elestrals. Brulok and Big Bach had a fantastic game, and by that I mean Brulok made Posthumous and got us very excited.
Yes.
It was very cool.
It was an incredible moment, and it was a very quick and handy victory, I would say.
Yeah. No, more than anything else, I think it showcased that while occasionally Elestrals is a game of tempo where you're trying to control one or two individual guys on field, occasionally it's also protect the castle. It's a raid boss named Posthumous that you have to destroy by any means necessary. And unfortunately, Big Bach wasn't able to do that. Brulok going to 2-0 with a significant amount of our community's finest. I've been poking around. I've found that Bean Soldier is currently undefeated. We have got an undefeated player on heel control that I'm trying to lobby for a feature match,
Yes.
which means I'm not going to reveal their name as of yet. Swolax is a 2-0. Distant Coder's match was just finishing. I believe he was one of the last people still remaining, so no idea about that one. And the one, the only Danny Guadalupe is also 2-0. Shouts out to the boy, making a name for himself pretty early. A lot of really fantastic players doing a lot of really fantastic casting. I'm excited to see what we get for our next round. What are you looking for?
So I did a little bit of talking
Sleuthing.
around, trying to see what people were on. And we talked about this water reanimator.
Ooh.
And, I hear that it could be doing okay today, at least with one or two of our casters. So that could be really fun to see.
I would love to see a little water reanimator, see a little Oisterus, see a little Capergall. Maybe none of that. Maybe Schnark, perhaps. Who knows?
Yes, Joblin.
The Jobber. But unfortunately, I think that's a little less likely. It's just not Joblin's day. There are bigger fish to fry. I've seen across the tables a ton of the Winjin deck, which we saw in round one. Super popular as that deck kind of circles the drain on an optimal build. I've seen a lot of Blizzstrix, and while I value the opinions of Blizzstrix players, calling them players is a little bit of an affront to my sensibilities. I will say, personally, I would not stake my tournament results on a scratch-off ticket, but you do you. And we've seen, of course, a lot of Lunar aggro. Probably the three most popular decks in the room at present. And the three I think we expect to see the most when it comes to both Swiss and Top Cut.
And interestingly, the solar variants that we have seen have been less of the Draco Ray additions and more sort of true solar with Apollo getting the guaranteed, or, even then you have the option to, as we saw in game one, simply predict the top of the deck. But it's been really cool because I feel like solar did not get its moment even in Daybreak, and yet here it is.
Yeah, no, it's incredible to see a series of Elestrals saved by an Elestral from a completely different element in Winjin. I actually was able to speak to our round one feature match winner between rounds, and they confided that they're not playing Draco Ray specifically because they're scared of spoiled fruit, because it's such an unbelievable blowout. They already have so many ways to get their life total back where they want, thanks to cards like Kothmel, and of course the Tornadgen effect, being able to search an Ambrosia under certain circumstances as well. Super excited to see how our players continue to do. Super excited to see what rogue decks might make an appearance as well. I think there are a ton of unexplored strategies that could theoretically breach into Top Cut. If you just heard in the background, round 3 has just started, so we are grabbing our two casters momentarily. We'll be heading over to them as soon as we can. We will be casting, I hope, an exciting round.
Yeah, and these early rounds are really the rounds to watch because, as you said, this is the time when we get to see the rogue decks really shine. This is the time when they're still establishing themselves, when they're still in it, if they're, possibly not going to be later. But we can also dream for them. We like I said, I might have scoped a water reanimator. There's some unconventional things that are currently undefeated, and we're in for, I think, a really, really interesting day.
Well, regardless of what the individuals are playing, I'm sure they will do a wonderful job. Both of these people have won both of their rounds already, so we're starting to get the cream of the crop in terms of caster. It looks like the two that we're going to be checking out for this round are Carl and Akshra, though we don't yet have the deck names. They're going to be sent up momentarily, shuffle up, and will be prepared to go. We are sharing this space with another card convention. I don't know if you've seen. So what's going on is we are in an event space with a baseball trading kind of thing.
Yeah.
So people keep coming up and saying, "Are you here for the card convention?" It's like, yes, but maybe not. We intend to play with ours. All right, we're getting our individuals sat down right now. Super excited to see what they are going to bring. It looks like Carl is wearing a shirt that says, "Warning, may spontaneously talk about bugs." I'm excited to hear what that's about.
Yeah, and it also makes me think that A Drive is really specifically targeted.
Is it an attempt to curry favor?
Yeah, it's either that. It's one way or another, right? Either this person is trying to curry favor with A Drive, say, "Hey, you like bugs?" Or A Drive is simply unleashed an untapped market, which is bug enjoyers who also play trading card games.
Entomologists unite.
Yeah.
They're coming and they are casting Viscera Spectrus. The precursor to actually entering with the End Titan deck is you have to beat A Drive in a 1v1 to get the A Drive rune, which searches insectoid cards. I'm very excited to see if he was able to do so.
Yes, we could also see, who knows, Ignector.
Ooh, we're not seeing that.
Yeah. Immediate dream crush there, but yeah.
For individuals who are interested in picking up the A Drive Divine Rune, they actually have an opportunity to at this event. He's playing side events where, provided you fulfill a set of certain conditions, you can 1v1 the man to try and win the equivalent of his god card, the inventor of the game bequeathing unto you an unbelievable prize. These side events are running all day, along with drafts, with 8-person Winamats, 8-person win a stellar, you're grabbing it right now, a stellar Voldusk,
That's
or a
my
set
baby.
of premium spirits.
Yeah.
And honestly, we were saying we're trying to figure out a way that we can enter them. Like a round goes long, maybe we keep the headset on. We're like, yeah. Werepup's okay. Oh, and what a crazy play that I'm trying to see from my chair.
I assume they're probably, casting Eddie right now, probably.
Good guess. Good guess. I mean, probably.
I mean, a 25% chance, I think, at least.
But, of course, everyone here is very excited to play Elestrals in any capacity, be it in the main event or in the Win-a-Sheets, which are happening, I think, momentarily after this round. They're going to start the 32-person Win-a-Sheet for Saturday, followed by the 64-person Win-a-Sheet for Sunday around this time as well.
Yes, and of course, we also have the draft format, which I'm really excited to hear about that. Kind of envious that I don't get to enter it, but I think that that's going to be really fun.
I got to agree, as a limited enjoyer. We are just about ready to head into the match. We're going to throw you over there, and then we are going to get casting for round 3.
I do love that this may spontaneously talk about bugs, that is just here on the screen. We all know, we've been warned. And I imagine that that's probably the conversation that's being had at the table right now. Hey, you like bugs? Oh.
I think it's got to be spontaneous. You must be prompted to speak about bugs. Akshar's like, okay, talk to me about bugs.
I've been sitting and waiting for this guy to talk about bugs all day. And it looks like we are getting our deck shuffled, getting set up here.
And there's the announcement of the beginning of the round.
So the timer has started, and we are having our casters cut the others' decks, and we are now ready to rock. So that's a 16 and an 11. So Carl likely going to be going first here.
It's actually crazy that the individuals in these seats are on the same timer as the players. We're finishing our round, and everyone else is finishing at the same time. And oh my god, I think Akshar is on. BlueStacks.
Ooh.
I'm seeing a Moralith, if nothing else.
Yeah, well.
All right, we're going to begin with a Toxeon out of Carl.
Okay, just an immediate burn. And I see, speaking of those spirits, it looks like Akshar is playing with a few of those beautiful white marble spirits.
Yeah, these premier spirits were available to people who entered this event, and you can get another set of them by winning an 8-person pod. I'm trying to get out of here with all of them, with like 5, 5, 5, 5. Carl so far just displaying that they're kind of on some sort of Thunder Nexus build. You know, Toxion, maybe the third or fourth most powerful Thunder Elestral, usually finds a slot in these strategies. Astrabbit revealing a little. Didn't get to see what they added there.
No, but we do at least see the 2 Frost over on Akshar's side, so, you know.
Probably gives it away.
Yeah, the BlueStacks allegations have not yet been beaten. And there we go.
There goes the Thunder. Wow, that's beautiful. All right, so it looks like we just drew a Catarant. The thing with this BlueStacks deck is it can really take some time to like figure out if it wants to. We're going to go for the Gorgon's Gaze here. I think Carl correctly understanding that like you are not actually going to get a lot of opportunities to interact with this deck meaningfully. These powerful runes that sit in your rune row are really good against decks that are trying to tempo you out. But against BlizzStrix, you are going to have to rely on hard removal with a capital H. Oh, going for a big turn here. Hurricaning 1 card. Akshar says, I am going to cast it, actually, targeting the Toxion. Says you could theoretically re-enchant the Toxion. If you have a way to Nexus, theoretically, you could do like 2 or 3 and maybe get the Astrabbit going. This is going to really constrain your ability to do that. Down comes Nabi. Yeah, you would expect seeing a 1-for-1 Hurricane, that it's going to be followed up with the Doppelganger push that this Lunar deck has become so known for. And here it comes. Nabi sinking the attack of that Catarant by 2 here to take it down to a 1, walking over and then triggering its effect in order to ascend into a Doppelganger from deck, hitting for 2 and daring anything to walk into it. Unfortunately for Carl, this is one of the decks that theoretically can walk into it with a huge BlizzStrix push, but we have to get there first and we're running out of spirits.
Unfortunately, Carl is setting up quickly, which is what you have to do against Blizz.
Oh yeah.
Before you have the chance to go gambling and hit those big targets, but with this Doppelganger already on the field, as you said, you just
Moralith.
have to deal with it. Okay.
Okay, so here's the deal. A significant amount of this deck only turns on once you have lost one of your Elestrals, once one has been put into the bin. Here, the Catarant has finally made it into the Underworld. Unfortunately, because Carl has ascended over the Nabi into a Doppelganger, Akshar is not in a position to cast a Moralith. They're tied at 1.
I did see a Snowlid in there, though.
Yeah. Oh, no. They're going to have to look. No, I'm sorry. It's the same number. 1-to-1.
Yep.
Terrible position you can get in. You obviously want to be a little behind with this BlizzStrix deck, so you can use the Moralith push. But if you get so behind that your opponent puts critters in the Underworld just to ascend, you can really find yourself up the creek. I'm seeing 2 Moralith in that grip.
I also saw Cedarsaur in there, so that is bad news.
All right, trying for the Snowlet. Here we go.
Okay.
Blizz is big. There's a Cedarsaur.
There's a Cedar. Okay.
We'll take that.
That is a hit, for sure.
It's not fantastic because it doesn't contest the Doppelganger. Theoretically, the Snowlet can crash with the Toxion, but you're really kind of against the wall here.
I mean, fortunately, if we do have the Cedarsaur here as kind of a wall, and it does give Akshar a little bit more time to hopefully get some more of these big hits, to get more Elestrals into their graveyard. But at the same time, Carl is still keeping pace. Going to be sending out Zeus, which it was just enchanted with
single sync. Yeah, trying to keep as high as possible here to not lose to a BlizzStrix push. Doppelganger decreases the attack of each Lestral on field that is not Lunar Enchanted, but not the defense. So the Cedarsaur is still a 6 to the Doppelganger's 5. Just doing a little bit of math here. Going down to a 3, the Spectre is coming down, remaining at a 4. Getting the Astrabbit to attack says, I got to put you low real quick. Down goes the Cedarsaur, take an additional 3. Akshar at 7. Still not out of it because of the way this this mirror works.
It's never over for Blizz until...
Ooh, this is frustrating. A little misplay here. Switching the Astrabbit to attack for an additional point of damage that can't connect because the Doppelganger's effect is reciprocal. Bring the Astrabbit down to 0. Akshar looking at the Spirit deck here. Theoretically, this is the time to cast a Moralith, but even if we had something crazy, it's unlikely it'd be able to be used. So we're going to go for an Astrabbit instead. I think searching for a mechanism to get back into this game. Oh, and a Rise might be it. Do we have enough to facilitate that? We've got 7 spirits.
Yeah.
3 will go into the Rise. 3 will go into the BlizzStrix. We'll target. I don't think we have 3 Elestrals in the yard, though. So it'll just have to be a Blizz that attacks.
which, you know, with the stat line is not the end of the world. And
No, for
Akshar really needs to start getting momentum. And Infrix
Going a
or
little.
Infrostix.
Yeah, going for a little bit of a different line here. Infrostrix here for 2. I think thinking about trying to special cast a Catarant. There's a scenario in which you can special cast the Catarant, get over the Astrabbit after a successful BlueStacks, but says, no, too much would have to go right. I'm too low to be able to do both halves of the thing I want. Let's scoop them up. Let's go next.
Okay, so that is game 1.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Yeah.
This BlueStacks deck has the capacity for unbelievable violence. It has the capacity to get very big very quick, to attack for upwards of 7 or 8 spirits in one singular combat step. It also has the ability to do that, where you stare at your opponent. They refuse to commit enough to put enough critters in the underworld to enable you to get a huge Moralith push, and then just dome you with like a Nobby.
And Carl really showed one of the ways that you can contest this BlueStacks, which is to just play fast and be faster than Blizz. And of course, that was an incredibly fast game, and Akshar knowing when to call it, I suppose.
One of my favorite pieces of card game theory that I'm constantly referencing is a series by a Magic the Gathering article writer called Who's the Beatdown, about assessing your role in any individual game. It's applicable to all card games, but the gist of it is, in any scenario like this, one player is going to benefit from the game going long, and one player is going to benefit from the game ending quickly. And it is your job to assign your role correctly. Doing so should impact your pace of play, the mechanism by which you cast and push for damage. And I think Carl made the 100% correct assumption that says, if I give my opponent time to set up, if I let them find like Catarant loops, if I let them theoretically get 2 big rise pushes, I will lose. If I let Moralith get onto the board, I will lose. I need to be hitting fast, hitting often. Cards like Toxiri, Toxic Swarm, Toxic Venom are going to enable him to do that. Taking a mulligan here as well, I think this is a matchup in which you need to be willing to really aggressively mulligan. You know, a game against BlueStacks is never going to be won or lost in a game of inches. You know, it's not going to be, oh, I'm at 18, not 20. It's going to be, I have removal for BlueStacks versus I don't.
Yes, and like you said, it's important to be able to assess that and know that. And Carl, clearly going into this, I mean, from the beginning we saw those frost spirits, and it's like, okay, I imagine Carl said, I think I know what I'm working with, and adjusted accordingly.
Horrid position to be in from Carl, though. Akshar has drawn very well here playing this Morfrost line. If you're unfamiliar with this line, Morfrost Lichen Form is a searchable card off of Narpoon that can be sent from the hand to the underworld alongside a Frost Spirit in order to search 2 Morfrosts from your deck. You're getting Scorpion and Bat.
Yep.
Scorpion can discard a Morfrost in order to change an Elestral's defense to 0 for the turn and pay out like a PTA to destroy it at end phase. And Bat, if sent to the underworld, can reanimate a Morfrost. None of this matters. The importance of these cards is now, for the rest of the game, those Moralists that were clogging up his hand in Game 1 are on. And it is very likely we are going to see next turn 2 Frost Spirits come down, followed by an absolutely unbelievable push. Viscera is a good answer to the Narpoon. It's a mechanism by which Carl can play very fast. Going to be met with a shield. All right. This is the pivotal turn.
BlueStacks is one of those decks that if you see removal, then it feels incredible.
Yeah.
And Akshar, that one shield, that could be the thing that changes this for him and gets his tempo going. As you mentioned, being able to thin out the deck a little bit, going for Catarant.
Okay, this is great news for Carl. The number one thing you were fearing here is a Moralith, which would functionally end the game, you know, absent an act of God on the top 5 cards of the deck. Here, instead, Akshar is playing a little more passively, gets to recur some of the spirits, get in for 2. Moralith will still be on, but I think you can get a read that it is not yet in the hand. The Morfrost Scorpion form, the Morfrost Bat form, that's a little more reactive. It can be played against something like an Astrabbit that we see in Carl's grip.
Yep.
You want Akshar focused on a more defensive role where their deck might not shine as effectively as you. Go for the Viscerous push. We're trying it again. The same thing's going to happen.
And it's going to be the second shield coming out here.
Look at Carl just kind of giggling like, all right, I'm trying it again next turn too. All right, Akshar has a great opportunity for a Moralith here. A wonderful opportunity to ascend into an Asprowl.
Or simply play an Astrabbit.
Aggro Bunny's horrifying here. It's going to hit for 1 and also potentially find one of those huge blowout cards.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw Snap pick there. I have to imagine that's Morlith. It's so funny to think of Morlith, famous for appearing in a series of Frostfall boxes where the rares were like errored. So you could open a box that had 14 Morliths.
Oh, yeah.
An unplayable card for so long. Now it's like $30.
Now, I think that there were people who showed up with exclusively a bunch of Morlith to trade or sell, and they were gone before even day one.
There's a couple vendors here, and the ones I saw just like had a big stack of Morliths and Amphrostics. They were like, if you need.
Here we go. Run it back a third time. Surely that's not the third shield.
Okay, that is just as bad.
Yeah.
In fact, much worse.
Effectively the same. And going to be all but
Get a BlueStacks. We're just playing Frost Tempo here.
Yeah, we got to move all but Narpoon to defense here. There we go.
Yeah, shortcutting a little bit, but it's important. Looks like another Tsunami. That's so funny. All right, we only have 4 slots for Elestrals, so the next one has to matter. There's an argument you could go for the Scorpion form here and just not pitch the bat.
And at this point, I mean, Akshar it's kind of interesting to see what is a BlueStacks deck almost being played like a normal good stuff, like almost a 5s but not 5s list, even though...
Now it's time to start playing.
Yeah, we're going to go gambling.
All right, 3 off the top here, or 4 rather. What do we got? Rise, Morlith. That is 3. That's not great.
Those are 3 you don't want to mill, that is for sure. And again, that is part of the risk of playing BlueStacks and why a lot of players, I imagine, opted not to go for the Blizz, but we will see here. Oh, and
Mountains of Boreas too. I think understanding that the deck that Carl's playing has the capacity to do Thunder Nexus stuff, and as a result is likely on Mount Olympus. This lets you win a little bit of the Stadium War, but here we're just winning the actual war. You know, get in for 3. We maybe even have a Rise in hand that would be online, but for the 4 Elestrals on the field.
Yeah, this is sort of a suffering from success issue here, where it's like I've established...
I'm happy about it.
Yeah, I've established so many guys that I can't actually do what my deck wants to do here. And I'm a big fan of sighting into the stadium.
Okay, we've just seen a very critical card in Carl's deck. We thought it was some sort of thundery Nexus deck. There is Nexusing occurring, trying to Nexus onto an Ardbud.
It is bugs.
It is bugs.
You know what? We never should have doubted Carl.
Bugs. Oh wow, this is this is an incredibly hard Ask Rabbit. I don't know about all 3, but I think that's Earthquake Resting.
Earthquake.
They took the Resting here.
Okay.
Wow, that's a really hard call to make.
Yeah, I mean, obviously more value from the Resting, but with the Earthquake being able to target any of them, but being more expensive.
You can see there's a lot of really good stuff in that hand. Divine Blessing, of course, really strong, very powerful during this format. We're going for the Snowlet here.
Hey, get him out of here.
Honestly, maybe even, I don't want to advocate that line, but at the same time, you have to clean up this board state.
Yeah, I almost would have maybe targeted the Catarant. Who's to say it's...
It's like you don't want it in the yard for Amphrostrix, but you don't want anything in the yard.
No, you do not.
All right, so the Ambro coming down, putting Carl back at 7, but the game is slipping away from him. Like we said, the longer the game goes, the more Akshar is favored, and I just feel like we're maybe 1 Asprowl draw, 1 Avalanche mill away from just walking away from this game. Although at present, there's no pressure for him to do anything.
No, I mean, but in Carl's defense, the Swarm is coming.
The Swarm is coming. I have heard that, actually.
And I'm excited to see... Hopefully that pop off a little bit, although as you mentioned,
we are doing the Ascension here.
It is a hard ascend.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Oh, we are sending into Scorp.
Okay.
That's sexy.
I assumed it was going to be the Morlith, and I was wrong.
Scorp's a really nice way to deal with Astrabbit here.
Yeah, with
switching
being able
its
to
defense to 0.
Yes.
Even if you get Tsunami'd, you can pay out an end step if you're ahead in Spirits, which we are. Going to bring back the Lycan form. The thing about this deck is playing the Singleton Lycan form means that you are not super able to deal with threats because it's just a 2/3, but you'll just take a wide board here. We're getting in for 4. For 2, for 1, put Carl at, 3?
And it is also putting Carl in a position where you have to be able to deal with specifically the Scorpion, because I have a feeling that Akshar either might have Blizz in hand, the ability to simply hard ascend, which is something that I have seen Blizz players doing specifically with this Morfrost package happening a lot. And we see the Toxion coming back from that game 1, and a little bit of burn, gonna be able to, if not for that tsunami, coulda, woulda, shoulda been able to maybe put a stop to this.
That's good.
Yeah.
You know what's strange here is we saw the Snowlet. We didn't see a ton of Blitzstrix pieces. I wonder if Akshar is on like an expansive Morfrost line out of the board. I think probably not. But it would be funny to be like, yeah, in games 2 and 3, I just go wide after assuming that game 1 I'm going to Blitzstrix them out once.
Well, and this is, I think, part of where the BlueStacks community has been discussing the merits of adding Catarant or not. And it makes me wonder if that is part of what's stopping the consistency being a word that we're using loosely here, of being able to get into the BlueStacks package. But clearly it's worked. It also has not worked. And we are going to be, for the first time on stream here today, going into a game 3, which I love.
With 33 minutes left on the clock.
Well,
Just
these have been
things.
very fast games.
I will say I do really appreciate the pace of play from both players. The good thing about Blitzstrix is your games are over fast. You get to go eat. So if we're expecting the Carls on bugs, which we haven't seen yet, we know that there is an Ardbud in the list. We can expect the Toxions are part of an expansive package of searches. Those would be facilitated by like nexusing onto the Ardbud. So we're likely seeing like a Demeter, an Elichick, mechanism by which to nexus at quick speed, something like, let's say, a Altar of Stars, maybe a Bloom. This deck is around. It's not a homebrew. It's a known viable strategy with a couple of tops to its name. I hope it gets to pop off instead of Carl just being like, I got to draw the burn bugs and get in before Blitzstrix happens.
Well, and unfortunately, we just haven't really gotten to see any of those pieces that you just mentioned, other than the brief glimpse of an Ardbud in hand. But it also makes sense at that point in the game for Carl to sort of hold it back, because, again, Akshar has not had these things revealed, because we have not seen any real, other than Viserys, who, bless his heart, tried.
He tried 3 times.
Yeah, into 2 shields and a tsunami, and he couldn't quite do it.
That's a 3 for 1. How did we not win? So Carl here deciding to keep the hand, but Akshar taking a mulligan. Again, these Blitzstrix games, they're not decided by inches. They're decided by miles. I think we fucking mulled this one too. I think that was Cedar Sword, double shield. Looks like we kept... Oh, it's a Narpoon in hand. Okay, that explains it.
That's a good start.
Developing the Spectre is turn 1. Love that. A mechanism by which you can kind of hedge against some of the stuff in Akshar's deck. Really exciting animation there, by the way. Oh, he's coming at us.
I was enthralled with that. Oh, my goodness.
All right, Narpoon coming down and a wonderful Gorgons. Carl says, I understand where this is going. I am going to have to put a stop to it momentarily.
Yep.
Does put you in a weird position here. Do you want to attack the Narpoon, put it into the Underworld, and turn on the Morolith? Or do you want to develop your board a little more? Maybe get 2 Spirits on your side of the field so you can keep something like a Bloom active. Shield coming down on the Viserys. The Viserys is never connecting.
No.
And we are going to go for the Narpoon here. The Spectaris attack, suppressing it and raising its own attack to 5 after that's successful. Narpoon goes down, and here's the worst case scenario. Down comes Morolith Gorgons.
As was
Thank
foretold.
goodness. Okay, all right. So Carl said there was a reason I did that. I do have the Gorgons in the back row. So we're going to do that. And here comes the backup plan. Against these decks that just aim to play Elestrals, like fair Elestrals, Mountains of Boreas plus Morolith is an 8/6, I believe. Unbeatable by any 1-drop Elestral in the game. Bringing down a Toxion, which is fine, but certainly not the end of the world if you're Akshar.
Yeah, at least you're doing some damage, but as has been mentioned, these Blizz games are not won by inches. And
second Morolith.
Oh, my goodness.
Thinking about it.
And we are going for Snowlet, so we are going to
Top
be
3, baby. What are we working on?
Let's see.
Catarant, Mountains, Snowlet. We've not got a good mill yet.
Nope.
Frostics in hand would do a lot of work. I think doing a little math here, we're going to go Snowlet into the Toxion, and Morfrost into the Spectrus, and just these guys might be big enough. Shield the Morfrost feels so bad. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is an expensive shield, and he can be brought back next turn.
Yeah, I think the play with the shield was you can shield the Morlith in a position where you're both going to have one Elestral in the Underworld.
Right.
The Snowlet has completely complicated that, of course. Down comes Viserys again. We're trying.
But I see that back row. We know in BlueStacks that back row is going to be live. Very seldom do we...
It's the exact same sequence.
Yes, yeah. So
I was just thinking like, oh, can this Viserys please resolve?
do you want to take bets now if we're going to see Tsunami next turn, or...
Okay, here's the deal.
Yep.
Chat, if the Viserys connects, I will reveal 2 caster coin codes.
Ooh.
Does not connect, I will reveal 1.
Okay.
If this Morlith hits, I will be unsurprised.
In the spirit of BlueStacks, we're going gambling a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, we're counting up on Morlith real quick because we have 2 here, the Spectrus and the Toxion. 2 Oshkars, I believe 3, 2 Snowlets, and a Catarant. Yeah, the Narpoon too. We're way ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's close.
That Snowlet really simplified things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, whiff again.
Oh, wow.
I don't know who Akshar has been messing with, but they do not have it out for him.
It's interesting because even with every
still
single
2.
one of these mills being a whiff, yeah, clearly Akshar has practiced with this list.
Okay, hold up. Zeus draw pretty big.
Okay.
Okay, so there is nothing to prevent the Viserys from resolving here, right? This could become a 5. Oh wow, it's still
Yeah, but even then, that would just
huge.
crash. Yeah, with the mountains.
All right, we are going to go for the Zeus. Casting out the Vis.
Trying again. No back row,
Zeusing it
but
down.
again,
Says, I'll do it. Fine.
I guess we're gonna crash and.
Show me Feloy Forest.
But at least we'll be able to get the second Viserys out.
Mm-hmm.
And.
All right, 2 it is.
Yep.
But we're taking a damage off that. We're going to 3 off the cast of the Viserys. Like, if you're Akshar, you are so happy about the situation. You're a Morfrost away from taking this game. Forget a Blizzstrix.
No. And again, it's like Akshar has clearly practiced with this list, has been putting in the time, because even with the
This
lack
is the
of
worst
luck,
mills we've seen all day.
Yeah, this has
They're
been pretty
walking into a 2-1.
pretty bad, and yet here we are, possibly going to be able to wrap this game
Cedar
up.
Sore in the grip. That's so painful. Cedar Sore
Nice.
Catarant.
I did see
Catarant
that.
does resolve kind of the outstanding problem. But there are some other issues that they may want to worry about. Checking the grave real quick for numbers. Unfortunately, like, getting it twisted here is so alluring because there's so many hits left in such a small deck.
Mm-hmm.
We have like an avalanche. I imagine they're considering just spiking it and trying to go for a Cedar Sore lethal. We are just going to go Catarant. We'll play it safe for now.
Okay. Which is fair, going to be healing up. I wonder if they've got any kind of back row here to back it up, although, of course, thank you, Vis, being limited to 2. It's the third one that gets you. Catarant simply just going to be able to get rid of
We
that
know the
Viserys.
Spectrus already, which can bump up to 5 to eat the Catarant's 4. Carl's still at 3. What do we got, Akshar? Another Cedar Sore. Show me runner Cedar Sore off the top. I'm thinking here, we do have a little bit of breathing room. Ooh, is that a Rise? That's a miserable Rise because we don't really have a good target here. Narpoon's killer. Narpoon, enchanted with Frost to crash with the Spectrus here. Oh, doesn't even crash.
Nope. Or
I think it does, right? Because the Spectrus will trigger. It'll be a 5 versus a 5.
Yep. I think that we both go into the graveyard, which is an exchange that Akshar still feels good about.
Yeah, I mean, Carl is only going to be able to cast 2 more Elestrals maximum, absent an Ambrosia. So any scenario you can wield your huge spirit count is ridiculous.
And once again, shout out to the judges who have just been making sure this day has been running smoothly, and we love our judges here.
It looks like they are going to both go.
Yep, we got that crash.
Oh,
well,
hold up. Are we appealing?
We're running it back, it seems, sort of reversing the board state having the conversation, seeing what's going on here. And our judge is deliberating to figure out.
Yeah, it's going to take a second to explain. It may have been a question of if Carl declared the effect of Spectrus to perform the suppression. Because if you don't declare that effect, it is kind of a rough position to be put in. Your guy will stay at 4. Obviously, in this scenario, you would always want to declare the effect, so I imagine that's what's going to be decided, yeah. Just conjecture. I have no idea what the actual discussion was.
I think that's a likely situation. And again, Akshar's still not feeling too bad, but Nabi coming out.
It's just a Nabi. With the Mountains of Boreas, Akshar is so happy to play this like 1-for-1-for-1 style of gameplay. The Narpoon wasn't properly enchanted, which means we don't have theoretically anything to do here. Going for a defense position Lichen form.
And that is going to be Frost Enchanted, putting it at a 4 defense stat, which would that mean that Nabi can get over?
No, they tie.
Okay.
Okay.
and Toxion. Okay, we're gonna keep burning. Which
I believe that is a.
Oh, it's not proper. It's an Owloon. Yes,
Yeah.
not properly enchanted. So no burning happening here today. Simply just bodies on the field. And Carl with 0 spirits. That means no more allowance for any counter runes.
And here it comes. The slow Cedar Soar is making its way to the field.
Yep.
It ain't
Hey,
much, but it gets the job done.
There he is. And with 1 Frost Spirit, that does put him at a 5.
It'll be
So
a
there we
handshake out of
go.
Carl, and a 2-1 for Akshar on a Blizzstrix deck that never found Blizzstrix.
That was kind of amazing to see. And you know what? Hey, maybe to those of you who said, I don't want to put my faith in Blizzstrix because what if I whiff? Clearly, it doesn't have to matter.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have to. Sometimes drawing Cedar Soar is good. It means that you get to, over the course of 2 turns, establish a 4/6 for 2. You know, who would say no to that?
And as I was, as we mentioned, we were watching the people practicing in the lobby as we've taken over this entire event. There were people who were hard ascending even Blizzstrix a lot. And so there are outs, and I'm glad that we got to see a Blizzstrix. It was inevitable, I feel.
A lot of the time, Elestrals is a big, flashy combo explosion. There's also times where neither player gets off to the races. We didn't see any of the Titan. We didn't see any of the Blizzstrix, and they are trying to finagle a game plan together with what they are given. It is the good players who are able to do that relative to the bad players who get frustrated with their deck for bricking. A Cedar Soar hits just as hard as an Asprowl sometimes.
If you believe.
Yeah.
Or if you have a Mountains of Boreas, I suppose.
That also helps.
Yeah.
That also helps. That was Moralith 8-6 Gaming more than anything else. Huge congratulations to our Blizzstrix pilot. We're going to try and get them in a couple minutes for a winner's interview. In the meantime, I have a debt to repay.
Yes.
I told you all that if the Viserys connected, I would reveal 2 of these code cards, then the Viserys connected. So if you're unfamiliar with what these are, in select packs, you will be able to redeem a la code card Caster's coins through your Play Elestrals account. Now, these Caster coins can be redeemed for blister packs, for plushies, and for boxes. This is going to be super instrumental as Firestorm comes out, the newest set. So if you don't have a Play Elestrals account, get one now, and then enter in this code for up to 100 Caster's coins. But you got to be fast because these only work once. So here is the first code. It's going to take a sec to focus.
Oh, yeah,
there we go.
Perfect.
Ooh, and my nails are on there too.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. Ooh, let's do the other hand. And now the second.
Who says the
Clippers
house
way out.
always wins, you know?
Yeah, those are worse. All right. 2 down. We've got a lot more to give out.
Yeah, we have a whole pile here for you, so be sure to stay tuned. Keep watching, because every now and then we will be dropping 1, maybe even 2, if we need to make any more future bets.
Yeah. Just as many players are gambaing with Blizzstrix, I'm more than happy to gamba with house money. I will say I am super excited to see Blizzstrix players doing well. While I personally would not be bringing the deck to a tournament because it's a little too RNG heavy for me,
Yeah.
at the same time, I do hope that it makes its way into Top Cut. super important that a deck that powerful is represented. We've got the person here, so I think we are going to head out for just a second, and Kay is going to give them a winner's interview.
Yes. And we are here for our winner's interview. I am with Akshar. Hello. How are you feeling?
Pretty surprised I won, to be honest. It wasn't looking very good for me, game one.
Yeah, I have to say, those have to be some of the worst mills that I've ever seen in a BlueStacks list that still resulted in a win.
Yeah, honestly, I was flabbergasted I won. I think sometimes you just, like, I played this deck in testing, and sometimes you just win for no reason, and I was like, all right, I'll just give it a try, see if I do well.
But I have to know, of course, this is a lot of RNG. This is a gambling deck. How have the hits been in your other games? Is this sort of an
No,
outlier?
they've been pretty awful. I mean, I haven't hit
Really?
very much. Yeah. I haven't hit very much today, which is good to see that I'm still like 2-1. I'm still in it. So
Yeah, in the face of adversity and in the face of bad RNG, you've been able to overcome that, and that's amazing.
exactly, yeah. I mean, can't ask for more than that. Hopefully, I run good for the next 5 rounds, and then yeah, we'll see.
So in practice, I imagine that you had sort of a gambit of good luck versus bad luck and figuring out how to deal with this bad RNG and play to your outs even with not necessarily getting the hits that you need. Is there any specific, like, for example, being able to harness in the Cedar Sword that you don't want in hand, but you did? Are there any other lines that you've found through practice with it?
Yeah, so I think the tough thing is when to mulligan, because you don't want to mulligan because you don't play any Ambrosias and you don't really play any comeback mechanics. But like sometimes when you see, like, I think I did the math and it's like about 3 bricks, you can't play with more than 3 bricks. So you have to kind of change the deck at that point, and you have to change your hand, sorry. But yeah, I mean, apart from that, you kind of need to hope that you hit something at some point, but you don't need to hit much to win. You just need to hit something, or even nothing in this case. But yeah. That's basically it.
That was very well navigated, and again, it was inspiring to me as someone who maybe doubted BlueStacks a little bit, doubted the ability to make it back, but I mean, we were talking about the speed of those games. Is that how you have experienced BlueStacks being these fast, quick-paced games?
Yeah, they're very fast. I mean, I just didn't want to play time, and I thought, what's gonna like get me quickly, like win quickly, you know? Like I'm a man of very little patience, so I thought I'll just play this deck, and if it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't go well, then I'll be going home. So yeah, so just fast pace. I think I won in like 20, 30 minutes or something, and that's just going to be my day, I think.
Well, you are still very much in a position to be able to. We're rooting for BlueStacks to be in at least top cut. So, so you're carrying the torch.
I'm trying my best. Hopefully, I run good.
Yeah. Absolutely, and great games, and hey, maybe we'll see Akshar back in a later game, maybe in Top Cut.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for being here with us.
Elestrals players, did you correctly answer which rune allows you to change the position of an Elestral? If you didn't, you must turn off the chat now. We're 4 rounds in, and as you can see, things have gone a little off the rails. We're very excited to be here at the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025, the very first premier event for this incredible game. We've seen 6 different decks in 3 rounds. From the incredible Winjin Solar deck that has taken the metagame by storm, quite literally. Brulok, a known player playing Posthumus to incredible effect. And we just watched a BlueStacks player never make Asprowl or BlueStacks and win anyway. A lot of really cool stuff going on, and a lot of really cool stuff yet to be found. If you're in the chat and you'd like to see a specific deck or archetype for this upcoming round, do let us know. We do have a little bit of sway over the production team. Something like Fire Nexus, maybe? Water Reanimator? What are you looking to see?
Well, you just took the big one that I'm looking for, which is Water Reanimator. In between rounds, I've noticed us both kind of going around like, hey, how are you doing? What are you doing? How's it going? And just seeing what kind of spice we're working with out here. And there's a lot. There is some surprising decks, some surprising cards, in fact, that are being played to great effect.
Let's not say too much, but let's just say one of the most known members of the community is playing a Thunder base set Elestral that I thought was unplayable.
And yet
they're undefeated. All I got to say is, if you see Stellar Kristoff on a future round, all you have to know is they've got to win so that my collection of these cards can go way up. We've been having a great time here, both preparing you for the release of Divine Champions Firestorm, the set that debuts very shortly. We've had an incredible time talking with the individuals in the community. The air here is just electric. Everyone is so excited to play, so happy to be doing so. Even in the rounds where we've seen someone take a bad beat, they've been laughing, yucking it up. And I'm so excited to be casting as well. I haven't introduced myself for this round. My name's Joseph Rothschild. You may know me as MBT, and this is K-Cray.
Hello. And it's been honestly a pleasure to be here with you today, Joseph.
It has. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of really, really cool strategies so far, and I look forward to seeing some more. Round 3 ended just about 15 minutes ago. We are setting up for round 4 at present. It's probably going to be another 2 or 3 minutes until we start. They are grabbing a round for us, grabbing some decks, and hopefully we will be able to deliver you something interesting.
Yes, the big booming voice from above will inevitably, in any time now, announcing the beginning of round 4.
I do have some updates about some of our top players.
Ooh.
If you're familiar with the one, the only Josh Bean Soldier TV, he's currently 3-0.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm shocked.
Yeah, never dropped a game also.
That's unbelievable. No way. No, it's actually quite believable. Distant Coder, Kevin, is 2-1 at present and was very vocal about his loss. Unfortunately, Trishula, I don't know if you caught up with him.
I did hear that. But you know what?
1-2.
Could still do it.
Could still do it. I have total faith. And Danny is currently 3-0 as well, though I'll confide in you, dear viewer, he has not played a game of Elestrals yet. He's played against BlueStacks 3 times, and 3 times they bricked. So
what an incredible run, though.
I hope that he plays against it 6 times and just comes away with the understanding that it's the worst deck in the game that everyone appears to be playing. Can we get him 2 finals without having ever played a card? Who knows?
Yeah, speaking of divine blessing, that is exactly what that would be.
Round 4 has just gone up, so we are just going to grab 2 individuals and put them in their seats. They're starting at 2:10 p.m., which is about 2 or 3 minutes from now, I believe. And we are going to grab a couple of individuals, one of which I think is a known caster to us, but we'll see. Either way, I'm super excited to see what we are about to lay our eyes upon, and I hope you all have been enjoying the stream as well. Not only have we been delivering you this totally professional, incredible commentary, we've also been giving away great stuff. As Elestrals transforms with every set, one of the new additions to Elestrals has been the inclusion of code cards. These cards are connected to your Play Elestrals account and enable you to get caster coins just for opening product or playing events. These coins can be turned into plushies or pack blisters, or even entire boxes. So at the end of this round, we will be giving one of those away. You got to be fast on your feet to snap it up before anybody else does.
Not only that, but we have heard whispers that there may be one available on Elestrals socials somewhere at some time. So be sure to keep an eye out there as well. We can't say more than that, but
I think, can we say more?
I have no idea. You know what?
Follow Elestrals.
I just made that up.
It's a huge, well-kept secret everywhere but twitter.com. Regardless, we have had a really fantastic morning already. We got to see Winjin spike a Winjin that was completely unknown. We got to see Brewlock go extremely tall, extremely quickly. The number one most exciting thing, however, for me, though, was during the player meeting when A-Drive announced that the new set, Firestorm, that was not yet available, every entrant would be getting a pack to open. And it was so cool seeing everyone open packs and enjoy themselves. At the same time, that said, there was no Stellar.
I'm just upset that you got a holo and I didn't. I haven't forgotten about that.
Yeah, that's fair. I got the new Zeus.
Yeah, hey, I've got a microphone. I'm going to say maybe if at some point we could open another 2 packs for some kind of redemption.
It would be so funny if I got a second holo
I would
and she
cry.
didn't.
I would cry
be
live on
so
stream.
very funny. After this round, I think we will probably be shifting out casters just a little bit. We're going to try and get Dan in here to do maybe round 5 and 6. Right now, he is participating in these side events. If you are at this event and you weren't able to get a player badge, which is a lot of people as they went out in seconds, you probably are enjoying the incredible side events. They've got win a Stellar Voldusk, win a set of premium rarity spirits, these beautiful marble foiling on them, and the Clash mat, which is only available through Clash kickstarting or through these events. A-Drive has been participating in Gunslinger, a mechanism by which you can 1v1 him in a game of Elestrals with an incredible prize on the line, the custom A-Drive Divine Rune. I know a lot of people have been fiending for that, and a lot of them have got it.
And we are starting round 4 right now, actually.
Yeah, you may begin, and we have our 2 individuals for this round. Super excited to see these 2. One of them sporting the beautiful Stellar merch. I like these shirts. I wish they came in other things.
Yes.
Like, let me get a Stellar like tank top. Let me get a Stellar like mesh crop top.
Okay, yeah.
I might be shooting for a clientele of 1 at this point.
Listen, you're fitted out for the gym.
Exactly.
Trying to go on the Zeus diet. And
Yeah.
Plan.
I'm trying to get like you, Poseidon. I don't know what to say. Our players are just shuffling up now, already in seats. Super excited to see what these 2 are bringing. There's a lot left on the table in terms of playable decks. I'm seeing what appears to be a Cryoblast, which gives us absolutely no information about what anyone is playing.
Really, any list.
Yeah, it could be literally anything.
Many people are saying that is the best card in the format currently.
I think that's probably close.
Yeah.
All right, we've got River and Paramol. And it looks like we have already performed the die roll. We kind of missed what it was.
And we haven't yet started our timer, so we are simply looking, deciding if we are going to be
mulliganing or not.
Mulliganing, yeah. But it seems like we are getting started. Paramol going first, going to be setting 1, expending to draw and passing.
Incredibly powerful open. We've seen this start from pretty much everyone today. It's kind of replaced the rabbit pass of yesteryear. All right, a lot of stuff going on in River's hand here. Let's see if we can identify any of this. Well,
that was maybe a shield.
1, and beginning with the bunny.
Yep.
Speaking of Astrabbit.
So far, other than the fact that I see a water spirit from Paramol, which could simply just be for tsunamis and eddies, and maybe a galaxy.
Speaking of tsunami, tuck that one back real quick.
Yeah. Otherwise, not much information do we have here at this point. Okay. Gonna be maybe, nope, no sets, just a pass back over to Paramol.
It's so scary even when your opponent has 2 set runes playing into a potential hurricane. We've seen so much today, the pro set heavy that was so popular, and is that a foamy?
It's a foamy. Okay, It seems like the water was more than just a Tsunami Eddy situation.
I'm loving the foamies. So foamy, an incredibly powerful card that's largely fallen off just because of the prevalence of cards like Spectrus, which eat it for breakfast. Unbelievably good counter to that card, but not absolute, of course. There are a lot of cards that can, speaking of, that can defeat the Spectrus. We'll see if Parmal has one of them. A shield okay, but unfortunately doesn't deal with the Spectrus.
It just puts it off for a turn, and unfortunately with it being the perfect answer, which, good shout by the way, is probably going to be coming back out unless Paramal has a very specific idea for this next turn, possibly ascending over the foamy, who knows?
There's a lot that can happen with foamy. I really love this card in a couple of decks. A Water Reanimator, of course, is probably its native home, but I also really like it in Schnark. I think that Schnark is kind of a Eddie here fantastic. A misnomer for the strategy because it's a largely foamy control, a mechanism by which you attempt to resolve the foamy into a Schnark so it can't be productively negated, and a fantastic way to leave bodies on board for a potential Draking or Joblin Ascension. Trying to walk in the foamy here in order to get value off of it in a position where otherwise it would just fall to the Spectrus. Love this play from Paramount. And we're going to get a little bit of insight into what they're playing right here. Checking right here for the Spirit.
Rapid fire.
Yeah. They're not bleeding information, which you would expect of players of this caliber, but really frustrates us as people who have an eye of God.
Yeah, be a little worse, please.
Seen a Galaxy.
Oh, I saw a Schnark.
Oh my God, it is. Let's go.
It's Schnarkin' time.
I can't believe I'm seeing this. These players undefeated after 3 rounds. Schnark, incredibly powerful. The pool for this card is so wide. From Tsunami High Tide to Draking to Joblin. There's just so much to do with this. Rock and Hard Plays. We have an Eddie developed on board. Despite the fact that we have the Eddie, we're not getting Rock and Hard Place, which leads me to believe Parmal already has it in grip. And if that's the case, then whatever River plays is just going to be fodder for the Rock.
I have been dreaming of saying Schnark on stream since the beginning of this format, and it's come true. And Paramal, thank you so much for making this happen for us.
This is good. The Cryoblast here, very valuable. The Schnark unfortunately falls to the Spectrus as well. The most important part about playing against this deck is you have to be able to consistently contest every Elestral that hits the board, because if you ever permit them to perform an Ascension, a Joblin, even into something like a Gorgon's Gaze, is such a threat. That 8 attack plus the ability to draw upwards of 8 cards a turn if everything goes right. Ooh, that's a Water Enchanted Spectrus as well. Understands that we don't need the extra point to get over the Schnark. Just want to play around Tsunami as well. I'm shocked even between rounds 1 and 3, watching the caliber of play so drastically change between top players. We are going to go for the Gorgons here. Pretty weak Gorgons, just a mechanism to fade a combat step, but might be enough with a Draking in hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, it makes me wonder if this is a hint at a hard Ascension.
Got a couple of options here as well. Firing an Eddie and then a Rock and a Hard Place would be killer. A Hard Ascension loses to maybe a Shield.
But that has been set this entire time. It was blending in for a little bit, but I do see that set card over there now. You can't hide forever, which, by the way, all of the Dallas Open merch is gorgeous, and I love to see the mats being played here. I have been.
We are going for the Draking.
Over the moon.
Ascending over the Schnark here.
Here we go.
Oh, this is a tough one. Do you do this attack? It's so weak to specifically shield, but it beats everything else into the sun.
Gonna be risking it, and
This one's crazy too, because it was properly enchanted. This Draking is going to be able to steal the Spectrus, and because we're in Lunar, we can properly enchant it.
Ooh.
Draking, of course, can only use Lunar or Water Spirits to enchant the Elestrals that it reincarnates, but here, turning the Spectrus on is just so devastating, and the swing does like 4 points of damage.
Yeah, this is amazing. And you know, we've been talking so much because of the new set about the carry-on, carry-off stuff.
Yeah.
But here we get to see it a little bit of a different flavor.
It's similar.
The snatching of cards. And that
Another
is a
Cryoblast, but like, how happy are you about that? Cryoblast your own Elestral that I took? Absolutely. Find it out to my Draking.
for free.
It's resting or bust here.
And Ambrosia.
Okay.
All right.
Good start. Dracking is so frustrating to be on the receiving end of for a number of reasons, but the most frustrating is its natural immunity to resting on your laurels. As long as you're developing your board, they will probably have a 1-drop Elestral on their side of the field at all times, which is really hard to deal with. We can see that River has a Zeus in hand, which is a mechanism for a 5-attack Elestral to get over the Dracking, but not into 2 back row, probably. All right, we are going for, is this another
Maybe
Cryoblast?
an Eddy coming out?
Here's what we're doing. The second Cryoblast plus the Zeus will get this Dracking gone. If you're unfamiliar with the text on Cryoblast, doesn't have to be on cast. If at any point during the turn that Elestral's defense drops below 0, down to the underworld it goes. This is a good play.
An expensive play, though.
It is very expensive. We're resolving this real quick. Zeus plus Cryoblast, such an incredible combination of cards, mostly because they are both independently good. And down comes Werepup. Last card in hand says, you know what, actually, I've got a really great one for you.
And look at that animation. That, howling at the moon. Absolutely gorgeous. And I actually didn't know that about the order of operations with the Cryoblast.
Yeah.
That it stays sort of
so
active
many fun
for the
things
rest
you can do with that
of the
card.
turn.
It's such an incredibly well-designed card. Here we are going for the Gorgons on the Werepup. I love this. It's a little frustrating because you'd really like to Gorgons in response to the Full Moon, but Full Moon has a lot of utility outside of Werepup in Lunar Aggro, so you kind of just don't want them to access it at all. If you're Parmal, you are now in the driver's seat. A Foamy here contests the Werepup in a really frustrating way. Zeus isn't sufficient to out like a Joblin. You just got to get this last guy off the field.
Although with the amount of time this set card has been there, it makes me wonder if that could be the full moon.
Could see it.
And that was a bluff, in which case River feeling really good about getting a whole Gorgons out of the way.
Is that a Leica Void rip? Oh no. I love Lunar Aggro so much, but the thing I don't love is that you can really easily accidentally draw Doppelgator or Leica Void and just hate yourself. It appears to be a second Zeus as well.
Okay.
Might be the hard drawn full moon. Could go Werepup in, do 1. Paramal not really under any pressure here unless there is, ooh, you were right. The full moon here. Do we have the follow-up Gorgons?
You gotta have it, yep.
This is disastrous here because Gorgons not only prevents the Ascension here, it's also going to prevent the Nexusing onto the Werepup. You can be kind of cute with the Gorgons and decide when you want to activate it. It's possible he wants to let River perform the Nexus, let River enchant and then Gorgons, so that the spirits leave the spirit deck. That is what they're doing here. They say, listen, I have a way to out a 3-attack guy, obviously. I don't want it becoming a Leica Void because I can't beat that. But I will gladly Eddy away your 3-drop Werepup. That's something I'm super prepared for.
Yep.
Thumbing through a grip here, trying to decide what to do. God, really any Elestral in the deck does it outside of Foamy, maybe?
With that one set card having been that full moon the entire time, now looking at, as like you said, as long as you can do it, which most things can, this Werepup is free. And we see a Lunar Water and one more thing that I didn't see in the middle there.
I think it's very possible that Paramal just doesn't have action. Like, no little dudes. Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, that was the turn to do it. Yeah.
Electing not to ascend or to expend a draw here because a played Elestral puts them on a 2-turn clock, which becomes a 3. Oh, the Doppelgator in hand too. Look at that. That is miserable. Is that Doppelgator Leica Void? That's unbelievable.
I mean, Hard Ascension could happen, although with those
Doppelgator
2 set
cards.
It looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. And it is that Doppelgator. Oh, the gorgeous Stellar, too.
Looks great. It's tournament pack, right? So this is a really valuable shield. I imagine we will be taking that.
Yep. And that is what you worry about whenever you swing into 2 back row.
It's scary for sure. You can see this is why Paramal wasn't giving off any like non-verbals about like looking concerned or anything. Because despite the fact that we have no action, like defensive runes against this part of the Lunar Aggro deck are just so absolutely valuable. Looks like we have drawn another piece of back row. Paramal just needs any guy to get this going and now says, well, I feel comfortable.
Yeah, dealt with the big threat. Now I can expend.
Yeah. I think we did find a play there, but may wait a turn on it.
Oh, going to Ambrosia. I believe that is the second one activated for Paramal. So
You got to be so careful against this Lunar aggro deck. They can really kill you from nowhere. For instance, the Werepup that we saw could have theoretically done like 6 in that board state, depending on how excitable you are with respect to Lunar phase. See what we grab off the top for River. It looks like a resting? Oh no, it's definitely a shield.
yeah, it was a shield.
Yeah. Back to Paramal. Paramal says, "I've got an Eddie now. We're gonna play."
Yeah, grab back all 3 waters from that Ambrosia. So we are definitely, maybe not reanimating, but certainly watering.
Yeah. It's really frustrating. I mean, it's shocking Paramals in this game at all, despite having found, I believe, 2 total Elestrals the entire time.
Yeah.
The Foamy and the Edward.
Well, we did see the Schnark Draking stuff.
Schnark off of the Foamy and Draking off of the Schnark.
Yep.
That's kind of the sell of this deck, is you get to play an incredibly low Elestral count because so much of it is searchable. The downside of this deck is you play an incredibly low Elestral count because so much of it is searchable.
Hey, but you know what? We make do. We're still in this game.
Looks like an Eddie and a Dratagua. Dratagua, a really strange decision for this deck. Most of these strategies are on Sluggle in this slot, just because it's 1 extra. Down comes the Edward. Are going to hit for 1. River goes to, I believe, 2. But now has a great opportunity to develop a Nobby, which we can see is in the hand. We probably can't get to the Doppelganger because that is in hand.
A little, also a little too expensive.
Everything to get it onto the field.
And with 2 back row again, I mean, Paramal could afford to shield it.
We're gonna try the Water Nobby here.
Ooh,
We're gonna sink the Eddie by way of the Zeus. Try in. Oh, this is so rough. A shield just wins the game. Yeah.
Had to know that was the shield.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where like you know what you lose to. You know they probably have it, but you also can't really do anything about it. Here you're at 1. There's no individual rune that's going to protect your spirit deck from this onslaught. Down comes a Dratagua. Paramal locks it up, says, "I'm going back to 3. You were never in this game in any sort of meaningful way." Get hit for 2, and Schnark is 1 game away from 4-0.
Schnark.
I love
this is the best day of all time. I really am. I said, I believe it was 2 whole casts ago, I said, if I don't get to say Schnark on stream legitimately at some point, then I've got a word for our community. And you know what? Paramal, thank you for delivering on this.
I'm so happy to see this. I have played against a significant amount of Schnark exclusively at locals. At like webcam events, at casual events, people are kind of unwilling to bring this deck. But at my local, there is an individual who has brought Schnark a couple of times, and every time I play against it, I think, this is unbeatable. There's just nothing you can do against this without the sideboard. The sideboard is a real problem for this deck in a way that it isn't for almost anything else. Cards like Dense Fog that people kind of put in the sideboard as an afterthought are killers into a deck that lives or dies based on the resolution of its foamies. So I think we're pretty obviously going to see that. If you're Paramal, you're a little upset that your opponent is on Lunar aggro and therefore will have main deck Spectruses, as we saw in Game 1, to check against the foamies. But outside of that, there's actually not too much you're frightened of. Schnark itself is pretty easy to resolve. Anything your opponent leaves on field can translate into a Joblin. It turns out Like a Void is actually really bad against Joblin, which can just switch it to defense position and attack. A lot's going to depend on how much Paramal can find, how quickly, and if they're under any kind of pressure. But if they're not, they could easily walk with this.
I mean, the way that they expertly handled whenever we did have, like you said, Foamy's #1 enemy, Spect, which...
Oh, that heads-up play where they switch the Astraba to attack and then crash it, because they'll never be able to resolve the Foamy otherwise.
Beautiful.
Oh. And I mean, not to get excited about this, but it is really interesting. In Elestral's a game that often just revolves around creature combat. It's not as simple as like war. You're not counting numbers, right? Frequently, these sorts of outplays, these sorts of cute little tech decisions, and these sorts of synergistic lines come up. They're important, and the good players will find them and do them. And I really appreciate, especially as the rounds get later, watching players who are not only playing a good deck, but are really good at their good deck.
Yeah. That is... since I started Elestrals, the impression has always been easy to learn, hard to master. There is a lot of skill expression to be seen, and as we get further into the tournament, we're going to be seeing more and more plays like this. And I always feel like I learn things just from watching these casters.
All right, throwing the sideboard back in. Looks like actually our Schnark pilot boarded a lot of cards there.
I saw some cryoblasts, which I don't know if that's going in for the Leica Void.
Pretty fantastic against both Werepup and Leica Void. Looks like River started playing and Paramount was like, oh, don't get too ahead of yourself. We're mulliganing this. One bad part about Schnark is with such a low Elestral count, with such a need to find and protect a foamy, it is a little bricky. It's rough. You get to play a whole bunch of cards that increase the chance of finding your game plan, but you got to find those cards that find the game plan. I remember the individual who was waxing me with Shark was actually on triple Nectar of the Gods, with the understanding that, like, it was a big deck. It wasn't going to be a matter of inches, so they needed to draw their combo pieces. But it always felt terrible to look at a hand with, like, a Nectar in it that's otherwise unplayable and be like, could this be the hand? Like, should I keep it? One of the most difficult mulliganing decisions of all time. Not hard to mulligan when you see an Astrabbit in your Lunar Nexus deck.
Yeah, no wonder River was so excited to get started. He said, I'm going to Rabbit set 2. And one of the most incredible feeling opening hands, I would say.
We've talked a lot about how play patterns warped in the wake of Hurricane becoming printed. The set 2 is kind of the hedge against the huge Hurricane. Still devastating to have to face down, but it also leaves the door open for Gloompad and Aviolith. So, Paramount, let's do it.
In your experience with the Schnark list, do they tend to run Hurricane?
What a great question. I think they play Hurricane based on play patterns. And it's so hard to get that read from a game one where your opponent doesn't see back row. Elichik here, disastrous. Show me the Gorgon's Gaze.
I think that would have been a quicker reach if that's what we had there.
Let me deliberate on the most gazeable card of all time.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to have to deal with the Zeus in this case.
Likely Tsunami.
Not too big of a deal because this deck is never expecting to win combat in the traditional sense. You know, it always wants its foamies dead. But always frustrating to know that an opponent now has the capacity to contest a Joblin, like a Zeus activation, like a guy that goes to 5 or something like that. Getting the aggro bunny here. No respect for Arcolith at all? Come on. He's limited. He must be good.
There's only one of them, surely. I mean, with this, as you said, only, what, a few guys in this deck? One of them could be Arcolith. Could be in that side deck.
Okay, we are going for the rabbit here. This is a fortuitous draw. I have to imagine that was the rip off the expended draw. Is that a... Yeah, okay, there we go.
If you squint, a rabbit is kind of an Arcolith.
Oh, we've got some interesting stuff in this 3. Looks like a Cryoblast.
It looks like Cryoblast, yeah. And the other two...
And we're taking the
Well,
Cryoblast.
yep, that's what it was.
A decent way to check the Elichik. I understand why it's happening, but it's making that Zeus look really good. Imagine we'll see that deployed almost immediately.
I think that was it moving to the front, and so you are likely right here.
You know, there is an argument not to. Like, you want to save it for the Werepup Leica Void stuff. You don't really care about the Elichik going off, but I think just, like, requiring your opponent to develop a little bit more to get rid of the Astrabbit because the existing Astrabbit doesn't contest this one is just a little too valuable.
And the Ambrosia, which was a bluff set.
Yeah. I think the best case scenario here for Parimal is that they have a Hurricane on the way. That they set one card in order to lure their opponent into a false sense of security around Hurricane, and now they're going to deploy it for a big hit. It's also possible that they wait an additional turn on it. No reason to get in now. Okay, the Astrabbit with no protection says, listen, any guy with 4 is going to deal with this.
Yeah, especially with that Zeus.
Yeah. Just a question of if it has to come out or not. Here it is. Going for 2. This Lunar deck, the spirits aren't fantastic. It's in like 6 colors, which means that your elemental boy math is not wonderful. Ooh, and this is as bad as it gets. Nobby here is going to be able to get over the Astrabbit, turn into a Doppelgator. Kind of a weird nombo here because the Astrabbit doesn't do damage. And that's Doppelgator in the hand 2 games in a row. Lunar aggro, baby.
Yikes. And, I mean, we did see it hit the board last time, and Parimal was able to deal with it handily, so
Parimal, don't take 3. That Astrabbit ain't got no attack.
Oh,
up to the players to maintain a correct game state.
yeah.
Easy to miss.
Especially with the Nobby being sort of an optional effect. It's like, you know. It's one of those that.
We do have the Earthquake for the Doppelganger. That's good that we don't have to worry about that for the rest of the turn. It's
Okay.
a great time to deploy a Foamy, walk into the Astrabbit. We'll see if we have it. We haven't found an Elestral yet. I think that's a Sluggle in grip. This deck does play Sluggle.
Sluggle could be good. I mean,
It's so funny that in so many ways it is very similar to Water Reanimator. Ooh, is that a Werepup?
okay.
It's a killer rip. It's like a Werepup, an Astrabbit, and a Resting in the grip here. Werepup coming down. Not too much to do about that, unfortunately.
nope, not
And
gonna
though we may have an
organs.
answer to the Leica Void eventually in like a Cryoblast, so rough to just take 6 in the interim.
It's just, and this is what Lunar Aggro likes to do when it actually gets going is, okay, deal with this threat. Okay, deal with this threat. And like
And
you
nothing
said,
deals with everything.
no, especially when you can't play any Elestrals. That makes it certainly harder.
You know what I didn't think about? It's possible that he took 3 because the Doppelganger was incorrectly enchanted. We were just trying to get in some damage with the understanding that the sync doesn't actually matter.
Yeah.
It's better to conserve Lunar Spirits for something like a Leica Void push later in the game.
I did not see the second spirit, unfortunately.
Yeah. We
But
may be being outplayed by the Lunar Aggro player.
This is a distinct possibility.
The thing about high-level games in any respect is sometimes you lose not to any individual player, but to the casters.
Hey, you know the glare. The glare.
It's the glare. Yeah, you know, actually, it's the glare. Looks like we are sitting on that second Cryoblast. Oh, beautiful.
And it was.
Beautiful pro set heavy here.
Yep.
God, we love the pro set heavy. And declining to go for the full moon here. I love that decision. Didn't even set it. Said, I figure that this back row is going to happen anyway. And fans it out. He's like, you didn't set the full moon?
That would make it
You
way
animal?
too
Oh my
tasty.
goodness.
This was an excellent play from both casters. It's
Yeah,
really
no.
cool to see the mind games of, maybe I said it, maybe I didn't, maybe you're going to hit it, maybe you won't. And Paramal finally getting a guy. We got
This is a really rough one to find. Dratagua doesn't contest anything on the board, gets eaten immediately by the Zeus. The really rough thing is I can see the Cryoblast. There's a wonderful target in terms of the Werepup now that you know that the full moon is in rotation. Do we have the spirit for it? He's got to check real quick. We have used it already. Okay, we
It
don't.
seems like, yep. We
Down
do
on the
have
Werepup.
Cryoblast.
Really decreases the utility of that full moon. The Rabbit could theoretically get over the Dratagua if you're willing to go in on the Zeus. See if Paramal wants to start setting back row. Looks like no. Down to 5 to the 13 on Riverside,
Yeah.
though. The thing about the Schnark deck is you have to recognize that it doesn't play on a normal axis.
Sure.
And for that reason, Eddie here's so backbreaking. It's not really at 5. We'll go down to 4 here, but like a Sluggle puts us up to 7. And, you know, the ability to continuously loop the heal cards is important. Finding Ambrose is so much easier when you establish a Joblin. That doesn't mean that we aren't in a rough state. Resetting 2 after the Hurricane is as bad as it gets if you're Paramal.
Yeah, and again, it's like River knew when to hold on to those cards, knew when to set them. And I imagine one of those is the full moon.
Yeah, it would have to be. Everything's accounted
lead-
for now.
Yeah, to some.
Okay. So we're going for Atlantis here. Do we have? We do. Rise from the Depths.
Okay.
We'll cast that Dratagua and go back up to 2.
Which refunds this turn just about.
This is a reasonable Gorgons with Paramal at 3, I believe. Put him at 1. This is a fun play. It's like cool. It doesn't actually do much because all it does is fiend a spirit off the Zeus.
Well, and with Eddie, all you have to do is Zeus, or even if you have an extra water spirit, put that under there, and you're able to deal with this Dratagua right here, right now.
I wonder if you do the heads-up play of like casting the Ambro off the Atlantis. We're gonna set 1. I think that's a Rise in hand. Rise from the Ashes. We're gonna pass here.
Okay.
All right, River playing off the top of their deck here. Not a bad position to be in with an Eddie and an Astrabbit. They're thinking about this. There's a world in which the set card is Shield. If that's the case, and you shield the Eddie, you can put them in a position where they can't easily get rid of the Dratagua. you can go all in on the Dratagua, but it looks like we're just going to fall victim to Zeus Cryoblast. Miserable sequencing here. Dratagua down to 2 defense, down to 0. Hit for 2, go to 1.
It seems like
Ambro
this
or
is
bust?
probably going to be all she wrote. I mean, yeah, like you said, could be Ambro if we see it.
All right. And you're going to go for the Battle Step Full Moon. Says,
Yep.
no, the game's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, dominating performance from River after a dominating performance in Game 1 for Paramal. I mean, these decks are so swingy. I feel like Paramal had everything they needed at their disposal with the exception of any Elestral at all.
Not even one except for Dratagua. Thank you, Dratagua.
In 2 games, they've seen 3 total Elestrals off the top of their deck. I have to imagine that second mulligan felt pretty bad, and they were considering just doing it anyway, going to 16, trying to find some action. This deck is really action light, though. It's usually playing Astrabbits, it's usually playing Foamies, some number of Sluggle, some number of maybe 1 Galaxy, and then like 2 Schnark, a Joblin, a Draking, and targets. And like those are all good cards, all very powerful. You have to imagine some of them will be eaten by removal spells. You have to find more than one of them. And we haven't yet.
And going into this game 3, I mean, those Cryoblasts, siding those in, I imagine getting a lot of value from those. But I don't know what other sort of identity
That was the best
changing-
possible sequence of Cryoblasts you could get. You got to Earthquake the Doppelganger, which you never get to do. You got to Cryoblast the target for the Lyca Void, which you never get to do. And then you lost. You got to Hurricane for 3, perfect Earthquake and Cryoblast, lose the game.
And it just goes to show that even if you see all of the things, even the one of Earthquake.
You got to do something yourself. You're not permitted to dirtle against this Lunar aggro deck. It's so fast. It can kill you out of nowhere with those full moons. And it's incredible watching these heads-up plays like refuse to set the full moon because the only scenario in which we're ever losing is on the back of a Hurricane.
So it all comes down to game 3.
Oh, and I think they both took a mulligan.
Okay. I mean, hey, if your opponent mulligans, it doesn't feel too bad to mulligan yourself.
Yeah. Again, this Schnark deck mulligan's like nobody's business. It's really cool, but really, really bricky. You think of the like 2 or 3 targets you have to be playing in order to facilitate it, and ugh. All right, what are we looking at? So the one thing the Schnark deck can do in Game 3 that it didn't have a chance to yet is go turn 1 Schnark. Which is what we're doing.
Here he comes.
Elechick, it's one of those cards that just eats Gorgon's Gazes for breakfast. And the ability to get it early, resolve it before your opponent can interact with you, really powerful. Draking, again, has a little bit of faith in their back row. Super excited to see where this goes.
I got, I think, a glimpse at their back row. It was very quick.
Just one here.
Yep. It looked like
see the
maybe a tsunami.
Looks like Nabi, Shield, Tsunami. Set 2.
Immediately.
Going for Rabbit turn 1. Do we have a PTA? Probably not. PTA, one of those cards that has really been disappearing from lists. As soon as I got my full art playset, they're like, now it's time.
You're
We
telling
don't need
me.
this anymore. Yeah.
Although I have been hearing people deliberating over, yes, there are some things that it's not great into, like Galaxy, like many other cards that are being played right now. But there's still a lot of juicy PTA targets that if you happen to get a good one, then it's great. A lot of these decks that are preferring to run, for example, Alter over PTA, a lot of people have been asking, well, in this moment, would I rather have seen...
This is the perfect sequence here. Eddie on the Rabbit, and then afterwards, do we have Rock and Hard Place? That would make me very happy.
That would be...
Okay, no.
No.
Rock and Hard Place is funny because, like, yes, it can ascend the Eddie and occasionally does. The other thing is that it's just independently really good. I was not sold on the card until I saw it in action. This is the Nabi turn for sure, right?
And
wow, we drew Werepup too. We have so many good things to develop in this grip.
And I also, I mean, are we even running the Kuribus at this point? I feel like I see a lot of waterless opting out of Kuribus because of Cryoblast and just because of some of these other easy answers to it.
Depends on your board plan, I think. Here we are going for the Doppelganger. Is that from the hand for the 3rd time? No, thinking about what exactly they want to enchant it with. It could be Misenchanted here to play around Sue. Looks like we are going to
That's
do that.
exactly what that is. Yep.
Checking Nobby to make sure you can misenchant it.
It's important to read your cards.
Yeah. Looks like that's a yes.
Mm-hmm.
Go for Gator. This is not a terrible position to be in if you're Paramal. The Schnark already traded for a card. The Eddie already traded for a card. Admit it, you're probably wanting the Doppelganger to come out so you can hit it with a removal spell. Either Earthquake or Resting would do it at this point. And then you just don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game. If you can slow the game down to a snail's pace, you can walk with it pretty easily.
Or even a slug's pace. Although,
If you have to expend a draw, it's not going to work.
yeah, I mean, what are the chances that we see the one of Earthquake twice in these games?
We got to be drawing something. We aren't drawing guys. Going for the Foamy here.
Oh, okay.
And as PTA has been removed from lists, Foamy has become a lot better. Deploying Foamy at a time, I love this, when it cannot be resting on your laurels. It's like, you got to have Earthquake. You got to have, like, Zeus Cryoblast. That's really the only thing that's going to deal with this.
Yeah,
Spectress?
even the Spect, yep.
That's good, but has to contest 2 back row.
Which, they seem to both be live. Oh,
Oh, no.
okay.
Oh, no.
Just-
Nothing to contest the Spect.
That's interesting.
Oh, that's disastrous.
It's like, is one of them rocking a hard place? Did that actually happen?
Oh, no.
Although we did see Paramal bluff set.
All right, a Cryoblast to deal with the Spect,
Blast.
followed by a follow-up Foamy. Let's see it. That's the only scenario in which I feel comfortable.
Although, yep, here we go.
Okay, step 1 completed.
It was a bluff set. We had the Cryoblast right there. Spect is taken care of. Now we just need...
Sluggle.
There is Sluggle.
There's the boy. All right.
We have
So-
to see him eventually.
You may be looking at this card and thinking, oh, it's a cynical time card. Not at all. Sluggle's so important in this deck as something that you can use to get off of Foamy, to stay in the game. You take so much damage so early casting these 2 drops. The only thing that's really gumming up the wheels here is the existence of Doppelganger. Everything else is peachy. Gonna go for the Werepup here. River says, you're gonna have to be my linear play, dog. I am in the driver's seat. I am the beatdown.
You're really putting the aggro in the lunar aggro right now.
Exactly.
And here comes that full moon, the full moon out right now.
And despite the fact that Paramal's at 13, Full Moon can change that really quickly. Get a couple of points in with the right Elestral. Maybe Nexus onto the Doppelganger rather than the Werepup. Perform the Werepup Ascension. Get in for like 6. Horrid stuff. Just going combat here, it looks like. Not willing to commit to the Full Moon. Still a little afraid of the Hurricane.
Yeah, we didn't see it set. That shows us maybe one of those is already the full moon. Maybe, like you said, just playing around the Hurricane. But we see an Eddie.
Edward here pretty good. Will be able to trade with the Werepup. Yep.
Moving that Doppelganger to defense just because he can. And he's
Shield.
going to be shielded back.
I was going to say, this Eddie actually puts us in a really interesting position because if that unknown is Full Moon, you can Full Moon onto the Doppelganger here to turn its effect online, which will cause the Eddie to lose to the Werepup in combat as it
Ooh.
becomes like -3/-3. And here we are re-enchanting the Doppelganger, so it's now online.
Okay.
With the knowledge that that back row is probably not Shield of Achilles, we can get in for 4 here. Still unwilling to set anything past these 2. I love the careful, considered play around Hurricane. Paramal drawing here, and now the Eddie is just completely boned, does not
That
do
is
anything.
a Cryoblast that we saw off the top, so that at least takes care of the Werepup.
Provided they didn't expend their Frost Spirit. Again, this entire game is completely resolved from Paramal's perspective if the Doppelganger would just get off the field. The entire match has been dedicated to trying to resolve this miserable card. Eddie coming down, will activate the effect. See if we can fish out a Gorgon's Gaze. We are going for the Doppelganger once again.
I wonder if we're going to Cryoblast sink it and try and take care of the Doppelganger that way. Or...
Still doesn't work. The Eddie's a 1-0 right now.
Oh, yep. I'd have to turn off the effect.
The Ambro.
Ambrosia. These
that
bluff
turns the
sets.
yeah. That turns the Cryoblast back on. If we so desire. We'd probably have to use it on the Werepup.
Yeah.
Oh,
order
and
for it to matter at
responding
all.
with a full moon.
Which is interesting.
Why are we doing that?
Gonna be ascending into Lake Void, which I don't know.
I see.
To
Understanding
beautiful.
that the Ambro is being cast so that we can get the necessary spirits back to cast a Cryoblast, asking on targets, hearing Frost, and going, if you're putting Frost back, I'm full mooning now. We'll be Frost enchanting this Like a Void so that it's no longer a target for Cryoblast.
A beautiful play.
God, I love this deck so much. And of
Yep.
course the Like a Void's in the hand, as it always is.
Of course. But hey, that Doppelganger was in the deck.
That's
so
true. That's our first one we've gotten from the deck.
Take our wins where we can get them.
All right, well, now Eddie is staring down two big boys. We are Cryoblasting. You have to target the Doppelganger here.
Yeah, but even then, as you mentioned,
Oh, no. I think that was a total mistake. I think they targeted the Like a Void. And I believe it doesn't say you can't target it. I believe it says it gets -2 unless it is Frost enchanted,
So
which means
that
it
would-
is a valid target but won't do anything.
yep.
Oh, they're walking it back. They're walking it back.
Okay.
I could be wrong about the wording on that card for sure. Regardless, River, of course, has played for this eventuality. Says pass here, and oh boy, this is going to be a rough turn.
Yeah, we are about to see some big damage.
So one downside to the Doppelganger being at 2 spirits here is that there's a bunch of cards in River's deck that now are not going to have attack. You can't get in with the aggro rabbit. I think maybe considering developing an Eddy just to do it. It would be a 2-attack Eddy, but that's still probably enough. No, we're re-enchanting the Like a Void. Says, you know what, actually, your guy's an attack. Why don't I just try and do 6 while playing around everything? Again, only blowout for River is Shield of Achilles, and he's given Paramal like 5 good shields. Hasn't taken it.
Yeah.
That's a
And
scoop,
that's a
and it
scoop.
looks like Lunar Aggro is walking with this one.
Ooh. I think that's the first Lunar Aggro win that we've seen on cast today.
It is not surprising for a deck this powerful, but surprising after seeing how dominant that first game from Schnark looked. I was totally ready for them to walk with it.
Yeah.
But honestly, just like careful, measured, predictive play from River is enough to get it going. Really, really impressed, both by River and Paramal when it comes to their pace of play, the interactions that they were prepared for, and ultimately the outcome of the game. I like seeing good players play games good.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that beautiful play with the full moon, enchanting the Frost, being able to say, I know what you're about to do and I'm going to play around it. I think that is 100% what sealed the game, even though we were probably there.
Yeah.
That was sort of the last nail in the coffin for
I mean,
sure.
that's the thing with Lunar Aggro is, yes, a Doppelganger is a miserable card to draw. Yes, it sucks to see a Like a Void in your opening hand. Yes, there are natural counters in terms of Cryoblast and Earthquake, but they can't have them all the time. And if any of those cards sticks for at least a turn, you're so down in spirits that it almost doesn't matter anymore.
That's exactly what we saw.
You know, we just saw continuous re-enchants on the 2 largest bodies in the deck, forcing a win. And we're going to see a lot more of that over the course of the day. We haven't looked at Lunar Aggro really yet, but I don't think anyone will be surprised to hear it is probably the favorite to win this event.
Yeah, I mean, that really showing, hey, by the way, it's still very good and still very prominent, despite the nice collection of different things that we've gotten to see today. I am just happy that Schnark got to shine a little bit. I thought that was beautiful.
Yeah.
And even being able to open up Schnark turn 1 obviously didn't from there go too well, but...
Well, the downside to Schnark is that Schnark's worst matchups are the decks playing Spectress. And Lunar Aggro is probably the best deck in the room, and boy, does it ever play Spectress.
it is around.
Yeah.
For sure.
But congratulations to both players. Going X1 in this position into round 4. I mean, we've got 3 or 4 more rounds today, and they are still well positioned. You know, being 3-1 is nothing to shake a stick at. The Lunar Aggro player also well positioned as well, obviously, 4-0. And we will have a chance to talk with them momentarily as we let those 2 individuals pack up the remainder of their things.
I think you're going to be talking with them a little bit. I'm very curious. I'm going to be watching to see the different thought processes there. We're starting to get later in the day. These plays are getting better and better, and players getting better and better. And I can't wait to hear from them.
Yeah. We will take a really, really short break, under 30 seconds, get them in the chair, see if we can't get you a winner's interview. We are here with the winner of round 4. First off, I want to congratulate you on your victory.
Thank you so much.
Were you expecting to play against Schnark when you entered the tournament?
Absolutely not, no. I have not seen a lot of people on Draking recently. So.
No, certainly. So you're here with Lunar Aggro.
Yes.
And I got to be honest, we were totally taken aback by your play. You were doing really well over the course of the game. Was there anything in particular that you were trying to play around or compensate for?
Yeah, so especially that last round, or that last turn with the Leica Void, for some reason something was telling me that I should Frost Enchant it, and so I went ahead and put the Frost Spirit on it and completely avoided the Cryoblast for a game.
Yeah, that was incredible, incredible heads-up play. A mix of intuition, and I'm sure this isn't the first time you've had to stare down a Cryoblast.
Yeah.
We also got to see that you opened Doppelgater and Leica Void like nobody's business in those 3 games. Does that happen often to you?
Absolutely not. I was just really lucky there.
Yeah, all right. My number 1 complaint about Lunar Aggro, the deck is so good. The Elestrals are so powerful. They all just want to show up in the grip. But apparently, occasionally, it doesn't matter. When it comes to preparation for this event, what have you been doing to kind of hone your skills?
So really, I've been playtesting against a lot of different decks. I will say Schnark was not one of them.
Well.
However, yeah, I just played a bunch of games, a bunch of different types of decks, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on your victory. Obviously, you're representing an incredible deck.
Oh, yeah.
And already you've started with an incredible record. You looking at top 16?
I'm hoping so.
Well, good luck on it. I have total faith in you based on the play that we just saw.
Thank you.
Keep crushing it.
All right. Thank you so much.
And we are back with round 5 of the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025, the first premier event for this incredible card game. I'm Joseph Rothschild. You may know me as MBT, and I've got Kay Cray here as ever. Kay, you look different.
I look very different. What's up, everybody? It's Dan, or A-Drive, the creator and CEO of Elestrals, here to hop on the mic like old times. Do you remember the old days where I was commentating solo on the streams?
Yeah, you just fire up the stream and go for it.
We didn't have a team then, so I thought it'd be fun to kind of bring it back, and I'm going to be joining you guys for the next 2 rounds. I'll be sitting in for Kay this round, and then round 6, I'll be filling in for him and joined by Kay, so we'll have some fun there.
I'm super excited. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to watch, but we have cast some of the most electric games of Elestrals I think I've ever seen. In 4 rounds, we've seen 8 different decks, everything from the Winjin deck that's been taking the format by storm, literally, to we just watched Schnark almost get there and then fail at the last second. I'm excited to see some not only incredible strategies, but some incredible play from top players, and I don't know, I think we may be in for a treat this round as well.
Yeah, I saw some really spicy stuff kind of on the potential docket, and I think you captured something really important there. Looking at the deck list going into this event, once we had all the submissions, there was a very diverse field of decks, right? We're talking everything from your BlizzTricks to your kind of water reanimators to like control variants, lunar, just a lot of different options for builders to kind of come to the table with, and I'm excited to see what we got. I know there's some spicy stuff as we head into round 5. A couple really kind of notable players still sitting at 4-0, and some really spicy decks in that 4-0 pool. So we'll see what we end up plucking here for this next round, but we're going to have fun either way.
Yeah, a lot of people expected to see what we gleaned from winners' interviews, a lot of Winjin, a lot of the Lunar Aggro deck, a lot of BlizzTricks, these pillars of the format. But what we've seen is none of these pillars are unshakable. The right pilot with the right day, with the right amount of luck, can totally take down anything. My friend Danny, who has played in the Elestriad before, came today with a deck that he had not prepared with at all. He's currently undefeated. So we may get to look in on him depending on how his breakers end up. But anyone really could be the next great Elestrals caster, and could be so with a deck that they like themselves.
I love that, and that's something that I aim for in set design in general, is trying to create a metagame that allows for players to bring something that is fun but creative, and there's a wide range of possibilities that can be brought and be successful. I will say it's a tough balance to get it right, but I'm happy to say that it seems like we've fallen into a really good place here in the Moonrise metagame, and I know a lot of people are very excited heading into Firestorm.
Absolutely. The Moonrise metagame, hilariously, week 1, I remember reading how
the doom on BlizzTricks.
BlizzTricks was going to absolutely ruin everything. The best BlizzTricks player we've seen so far ascended a Cedar Sword to win a game that he'd never cast a BlizzTricks in. I will say, there has been a natural evolution to the metagame, but there's also a lot still unexplored. A lot of individuals who are very good at the game have been playing a deck that we have yet to see. They've kept under wraps for over a month to debut at this event. At least one of them is still undefeated, so we'll see how much longer they can hide it before our watchful eyes land upon it. I'm really excited to see what these developments can do.
I did hear about some of the secret tech, and I think it's really cool when you start to blend some of the different ideas, and that's really what the spirit mechanic is meant to do, right? Yeah. It's not all about, I'm going to run 20 lunar spirits to make a lunar aggro deck. I'm going to tech in various cards. I'm going to explore how these different elements can work together to ultimately create a cohesive strategy, and that's been really exciting to watch as we've seen kind of the metagame develop. When you were talking about kind of players finding different ways to answer things, I could tell you that I've been taking challenges all day, and I had back-to-back games where I got Divine Intervention, Divine Blessing on my runes, and I was very thrown back on that one.
Divine Blessing, it's been big today. We've seen it a couple of times. I will say, for the people who are here, there are of course about 200 people in the main event, capped, and then the cap was raised and then capped again in a matter of minutes. But I'm so excited that so many people were able to play the main event. But one of the fantastic parts about this event are the side events. Incredible prizing, incredible events from everyone who wants to play Constructed and everyone who wants to play Limited as well. And you've been doing Gunslinger all day, right?
Yeah, I've been, probably the last 3 hours, I've been taking challenges, which has been great, right? It's an opportunity for me to meet people and thank them for being a part of the game and get them excited, give them a good challenge. I don't take those lightly. I really, kind of put my best energy out there to try to win, and I did pretty well. I
walked in here, he said, I lost my first 2 games, and then I won the next 18.
I went on a nice little tear there at the end, that's for sure. I brought a stack of like 200 A-Drive cards thinking I was going to lose a bunch, and I don't think I'm going to need those. I think maybe only a few more. We'll see.
I've got mine.
Yeah.
Well, we are just about ready to hop into round 5, and we've got 2 fantastic casters for you today. Hopefully they'll be bringing something especially spicy. The round is just about ready to start. We've got the incredible staff here ready to make the announcement and the players ready to take their seats. We're halfway through the day, still 4 more rounds of Swiss plus Top Cut tomorrow. Remember that the top 16 will be playing off for some unbelievable prizing, but the top 32 will be going home with stuff.
And talking about that prizing, there's some crazy prizes. That's something I'm really excited about this event. When we kind of set the table for creating our first in-person Premier event, I wanted to make sure that our prizing was something special, something that really rewarded our players, not just for participating, but for showing up and putting in the grind all day, because it is a grind, right? So we're really stoked about a lot of the different things we have. We've got special cards for top 16, the Stellar Pantera, and then once you work your way into the kind of higher rankings, you've got Stellar Astrava, and then we've got a gorgeous trophy that I was kind of taunting around with it earlier. We'll have that on display tomorrow, which is going to be really fun. But you highlighted some of the nice side events, and that's what we're firing off now. We've got some artist signings going on. A couple of our artists are actually meeting with people right now. We've got big side events firing all day, from everything from draft format to we've got a big 32-man side event going on, I think pretty soon, actually.
Yeah, this is the win a sheet, right?
Yeah, so uncut sheets up for prizing. So a lot of really exciting stuff. And, you know, I'm just really proud, right? When we look at kind of all the things that the team has done and seeing the community come together, what a special day today really is. I feel like this is the kind of culmination of 3 years of Elestrals kind of building towards this, and I think that's just truly amazing. Little Turretlas here, I'll move you back.
Yeah, that Turretlas has a mind of its own. I will say it's, of course, fantastic how quickly this seems to have come together. Not only Elestrals evolving from like a Word document to a national phenomenon, but also the community cropping up around it as well. One thing that Kay and I remarked on through all the games is even the individuals who are getting blown out, who are on the receiving end of a bad full moon, or who got blind windjined upon, all of them seemed to be having a good time, laughing when things didn't go their way, enjoying playing against their opponents. People are taking it seriously, especially in these later rounds, but they're not forgetting to still have fun, and I really appreciate that for a community like this.
I think that's you hit the nail right on the head, and that's something that I'm like so proud of when I look at the scope of everything that we've done is our community, right? And just how welcoming and uplifting everyone is. That was kind of the sentiment when I'm talking to people and I'm getting people's I'm gauging everyone's event and how everyone's doing, and everyone is in such a great mood regardless of the results. Everyone's just happy to be here and be a part of this. Everyone is so welcoming to teach the next player how to play, get them involved, show them the steps of how they get to the next kind of level of gameplay, and that's something that I think is just really special and something that I'm really proud of the Elestrals community. I think that we stand for a lot of great things, and being kind to each other, being respectful to each other, and just enjoying the passion that is card games is something really special. So thank you to everyone who's here and everyone who's watching at home for helping us kind of push that mission forward of being a welcoming card game that any player can get involved in and can have fun doing so.
I will say you did miss out on the insect deck.
Yeah, well, I played a handful of them.
Really?
Oh my gosh, I feel like everyone's on the bug snacks, bug box.
What's happening?
I think everyone's still trying to figure out that list and kind of get it perfected. One of the games I got thrashed earlier, the guy was searching out his Toxeons, and he kept burning me down. I'm like, oh my gosh.
That's what we had. I was talking to them afterwards, and they were like, there is not a non-insect in this deck.
Yeah.
The lineup was like Toxeon, Ardbud, Spectrus, Viscerus. And I said, what about Astrabbit? He went, well, Astrabbit doesn't count.
Yeah, well, it's
basically an insect.
It's kind of a bug, yeah. It's kind of a bug. Well, for those who don't know, my roots take me back. I have quite a fond, liking towards insects and bugs from my days in the past, and I like to bring that to, Elestrals. I feel like a lot of games don't put a lot of love on the bugs. They're just little pests, and here in Elestrals, they are a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Yeah, and including a significant amount of new insect Elestrals coming out in Divine Champions Firestorm.
That's right, and that's what I've been playing most of today. I've been playing Spiders, actually, which has been a lot of fun. That deck is probably, like I said, I think between
he shows up with unreleased cards. He's like, play around this.
That's the only way I'm going to win. I got to cheat. So the two decks that I'm most excited about coming out of Firestorm is really the Spiders, because I think it's really fun, and Nixamera, which we revealed today. What's your take on Nixamera, actually?
You said an incredible sentence upon reveal, which is, this card is going to be so fun to play with, which I think is true. do not think it's going to be very fun to play against.
It is going to be very, very difficult for players to deal with. The fact that Nixamera, if you missed the reveal, this is a card that can come to the field with very powerful attack stat 7/4. It can pop back row with its effect, and then in the end phase, it shifts forms from the Risen form to the Fallen form from your Underworld and becomes a 4/7. But can't be targeted by invokes. So now you've got a card on the field that basically stops your opponent's removal on their turn, and then it switches back to the Risen form on your turn, so you can go back on the offensive. So I think Edward's got another format ahead of him.
Yeah, it's aggressive when you need it, and it is defensive when you need it, and both times it's going to be incredibly frustrating. You do have to continue paying for it, though, right?
Yes, it gets very expensive. That's probably the biggest challenge with that deck, is the fact that every turn you have to add another spirit to continue to ascend to each form, and you'll end up with 5, 6, 7 spirits on it, and you'll run out of spirits. So
I definitely am already brewing a bunch of decks that do not aim to ever perform combat with that card. I'm super excited. In case you just heard over the PA, we have just announced pairings for round 5, so individuals are getting to their seats now. One of the cool things about this event is the individuals who are playing in the feature match are starting at the same time as the individuals who are playing in the actual physical event. And so as a result, we'll be able to get them to you momentarily, I'm sure.
I love that, and we're going to jump into some great action. I'm super excited. I haven't done this in a while. I'm a little rusty. I'm not nearly as dressed as you and Kay. I wasn't prepared for that. This is all I have in my closet, if I'm being honest.
I was going to say, it helps that you, I assume, have hundreds of this shirt, exactly.
At least. At least. My whole closet is just black Elestrals t-shirts with various caster icons on them for the different elements, and that's my whole wardrobe. So, but I came to play and to be comfortable, but I appreciate your attire and your professionalism.
I appreciate your appreciation. After this round, we'll see how professional I remain. Of course, I'll be taking a quick break after this round as Kay hops on with Dan. I will say I'm going to try and spike a side event. We'll see if I can do it in 45 minutes.
I like it. I love that.
I may be dropping during round 2, but I just want to play. The number one thing that everyone here has been saying is, do you feel like by casting you are missing out on an opportunity to play? And honestly, anytime I'm around Elestrals players, I just want to play Elestrals. The vibe in here is unbelievable. The air is electric. Everyone here was so excited to sit down across from somebody and enjoy this game, and I want to be a part of that.
Yeah, man. Super cool. Sorry to pull you away from that.
But, I mean, this has been fantastic as well. We've got to see some really good games.
Well, if you're in the Texas area, tonight we are going to be headed to Lone Star Pack Breaks, a local TCG shop, and we're going to be bringing a lot of people there. I think we're probably going to have over 100 Elestrals players going there for trade night, which I'm super excited about. Our team went in there last night. We handed out, I think, 60, 80 starter decks to non-Elestrals players in the shop, got them hooked up, and that's going to be a mecca for Elestrals in Texas now. It's going to be really cool, and we're going to roll up there tonight with some giveaways, some fun stuff. I'm going to get some Gunslinger in, and if you join, then you'll get some games in too.
I will absolutely be doing that. We'll see how alive I am after round 8. We still have 4 of these to go. The individuals who are playing out today are playing for a spot in Top Cut. We're not doing any Swiss rounds tomorrow, but that means that the individuals today will probably have to go 6-2 or better. They'll have to lose their rounds very late if they want to remain in contention for those coveted Top Cut slots. Already, I know a lot of really powerful players who seem already out of contention. Anything can happen at these events, good or bad, and so never count your chickens before they're hatched, I guess I would say.
Very true. And one of the things to talk about, and you have a lot of experience with this, is kind of the fatigue that sets in, right?
Yeah.
We talk about kind of being tired after casting, but these players, this is a very mentally draining situation. By the time you start to get to the second half of the tournament, those players that can stay locked in, that can stay focused, that can stay away from any sort of being tilted, are the ones that are often going to find the most success, especially in a game right now where we do have some interesting decks that can kind of enable some of that. BlueStacks being the primary one, where if you're piloting it, maybe it's okay if you're a little tired, but on the other end, if you're facing BlueStacks, it could very much so send you in a downward spiral.
I say this all the time to competitive players. It's like one of the most important things of deck selection is knowing your own limits. If you're a person who you think will get fatigued by round 6 or 7, it behooves you to play a deck that doesn't require you to make a lot of game determinative choices. Maybe something like BlueStacks would be more up your alley. We watched in the most recent match a Schnark player play against a Lunar Aggro player. Lunar Aggro player has been playing 4 rounds out of their mind, but was making a ream of decisions that I mean, playing at that pace, at that capacity, and at that level for 8 rounds, it would knock me out. I know that certainly I would not be able to have the wherewithal to accurately read Cryoblasts in my opponent's hand to determine if I wanted to Frost Enchant or not 7 rounds deep into a tournament, and those rounds are all must-wins. So for a lot of individuals, it is a really tough time.
Ooh, we got a stellar matchup here. I am very excited for this.
Oh my goodness.
We've got my man Stellar Christoph facing up against Q, also known as Bo. These two casters are very known in the scene. Bo has been piloting this incredible deck that features some really cool cards. It's kind of an artifact toolbox with Luster God. I'm very curious if that's what he's bringing today. And Stellar Christoph, we've seen in a handful of events, kind of piloting a bunch of different stuff. So this is going to be a really epic matchup.
I consider Stellar Christoph a jank enthusiast. They're absolutely dedicated to playing decks that are only okay. I actually got to speak with them just a little bit in between rounds, and they revealed to me what they're playing, including a card that I cannot believe. This is not only this card's first appearance on camera, it is probably the best record this card has ever had since print.
I'm very excited. This is going to be one heck of a matchup. These two casters are both sitting at 4-0 going into round 5, and this is really the kind of turning point of the tournament. If you can get through this round and go 5-0, you're really just one away. In a lot of situations, you got to get 1 out of 3, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see, but these two casters are going to get things rocking. And Bo is starting with a nice Lumaroo Frost Enchanted to get this one kicked off with a back row.
Playing around a Cryoblast as early as possible makes sense. Lumaroo we've seen correctly enchanted a significant amount of the time in previous matches, which is shocking because for a long time it was an honorary water Elestral.
Jolton hits the field for Christoph here.
Is that the Stellar? Oh,
it is
beautiful.
That reverse Stellar Jolton for
Living
Christoph.
up to his name.
Going to give him the opportunity to search his deck for a Stadium, and he's going to, of course, grab the full art Mount Olympus, immediately turning that Jolton into a 5 attacker. Let's see if he goes for the crash here.
I think you probably do. The Lumaroo being misenchanted means there's no risk of you losing your powerful one-ofs. It would be funny to see like a race to the top here. Pretty low value race, but maybe worth going for. If you get a beat on what Bo is doing, it might be worth it. Yeah, you can chase out a Tsunami here, but
if you're Chris, I feel like that's great. Like, you just earned his Tsunami.
You're
no big deal
excited
there,
about
but,
it?
oh boy. Do we have an Ascension already? We do. Lustragon hits the field here on Bo's second turn. This Lustragon is an absolute menace if it can start to get that Nexus.
Oh,
and
it's
a
so over.
Golden Fleece.
With that organized play stamp, let's go.
Oh my gosh, Joseph, a Golden Fleece, which is going to buff the defense of the Lustragon by 2, but more importantly, make it protected from removal. Except for shield. That's going to be the big one.
That is true. So if you're a Stellar Christoph and you're familiar with Bo, and I assume you are.
Oh, that's big. That's going to clear that Golden Fleece, so that's really big. The rest of
one down
here.
There we go. If you know what Bo's up to, you are trying to make every bad attack you can in an effort to keep them off of the hard ascended Lustragon, which explains that Jolten attack earlier. Here, just trying to develop it a little more. The Lustragon's currently off. It is misenchanted, which means that it isn't going to be able to perform its powerful Nexus ability. But next turn, Bo has the option of just sticking another Solar underneath it and Lumarooing their way to removal.
That's the thing that you got to be scared of if you're Christoph here, because you've established 2 Joltons, you've done some deck theming, but there is the Zeus, and that's exactly what he needs, because Zeus is going to be able to put it in range of one of these Joltons to clear. Bo has 2 back row, though. I've got to imagine one of those is going to be live.
Well, a second Tsunami would be devastating.
And there it is. He does have the second Tsunami. That's going to shift all of these Elestrals to defense position, and that is going to enable Bo the opportunity to enchant that Lustragon with a Solar Spirit now, and then start using that Nexus effect. But he's going to go Elechik instead.
The last thing we needed was a bank here. It's probably going to be Apollo. I imagine that you've got to be loaded
Demeter.
up. Whoa.
So that tells me he's probably running Scythe, Argo, kind of toolbox artifact style. Very interesting. We guessed wrong twice. Zeus, Apollo. No, it's Demeter, actually.
Bo's deck has already been frustrating me. We are going for the enchant now with a Lumaroo underneath it, the misenchanted Demeter. Too funny.
With the Altar of Stars.
In main. Too good.
Wow.
Thinking about just spending here rather than pulling off of something, we are going to do it. A Tyratlas to Nexus, that second copy of Lumaroo onto the Lustragon, turning it on and also getting the benefit of Altar. Going to trigger the effect here and crack that Zeus? No way.
Wow, that's huge. That Zeus is gone now, and now Kristoff's primary way of hitting over this Lustragon is removed, and we see Bo able to go on the offensive, take out the defense position Jolton, and then opt to not attack with his Lustragon, fearing Shield of Achilles, knowing he's going to have some opportunities for rune pops here in the upcoming turns, but there's a Sonic Core!
Okay, Kristoff is playing a number of cards I cannot believe are finding homes in any deck, let alone a deck that's currently at 4-owned, but one is Sonicore.
That is huge.
Speaking of cards that shut down individual options, Sonicore has this unbelievable mechanism by which it is largely immune to removal. Importantly, it's also got 7 attack. With that Mount Olympus, that's going to be enough to get over the 3 Lustragon, and Bo's just expending to draw here in the face of this card that is really difficult to get over.
And one of the big things here is that Mount Olympus is enabling the Sonicore to play around Cryoblast, which is huge because that's his primary weakness. When you look at Tornadin and Sonicore, wow, he is establishing a very powerful board here. Toxion hits the field. That's going to force an expend after Bo was forced to expend a draw on the previous turn, and now he's going on the offensive, and Bo is backed into a corner already.
Down to 7. I can't believe, if you're Bo, you're thinking, I'm the one who's supposed to be playing nonsense in this matchup. How am I losing to Sonicore Toxion Beatdown?
Stellar Kristoff came to play today. Let me tell you, that is impressive. Sonicore, a very powerful Elestral that really hasn't seen a ton of play in the last couple metagames, but in this very counter-rune heavy situation, this thing comes to the field, and it is going to shut down any counter-rune play on Bo's end, and Bo's got to figure out how to get over it because Eddie's not saving him right now.
No, Eddie can't do it. Lumaru.
He's going to go a 6 attacker Lumaru, taking advantage of the Mount Olympus, and then he's going to scythe it up to 8?
That's still...
But he's a 9.
Enough. Do we have...
Does he have
no
2
way
sides?
we're going. No way we're doing
This
that.
is his only out then if he has another one. No? Maybe he's going to Argo?
The set card Argo?
He can't.
That doesn't work because of Sonicore.
He's going to go into the Toxion. He'll clear the Toxion, so that's pretty solid there. He's going to also be able to heal a spirit from the Scythe of Demeter, giving him that extra Earth Spirit back. But Sonicore, Kristoff and the Sonicore still very much in the driver's seat here.
It's still totally checked here, yeah. Kristoff is just one drop away from playing around everything.
A 3rd Jolton.
How many Joltons? This is the Artist Collection one, right?
Yeah, and
my Jolton of choice.
He does not need another Olympus, only running 2, doesn't even bother to search. He's going to be able to go Sonicore into Lumaru, take it down, get rid of the Scythe, and then be able to poke for that Jolton hit there. Bo in a very precarious situation here.
And 3.
Kristoff in a very powerful spot.
And a quick scoop out of Bo. That's unbelievable.
Wow. And mind you, Bo is one of the top players at Elestrals, consistently has proven to be a very, very top-level player. And then coming in here, and Kristoff drops a Sonicore on him, countering the Lustragon. What a way we've come. It wasn't too long ago that 2-drops weren't even considered in the first place.
Sonicore is one of those strange cards that's always had like a little bit of utility in some problem matchups, especially when Thunder Nexus was really big. But recently, it's been played absolutely nowhere. And of course, Stellar Kristoff showing that actually there is still a home for this 2-drop Elestral. I gotta say, if you had asked me to put money on this game, I would have gone all in on Bo. I love Kristoff, but he's largely known for playing decks that are fun but largely inoffensive. This one looks unbelievable.
Wow. The consistency that he generated there early game by getting the Jolton and establishing the board and then dropping that Sonicore to deal with the Lustragon was absolutely nuts. And now these players have an opportunity to dive into their side decks, right? So both players have a 15-card side deck. They can customize their main deck now to kind of tailor it to what they just saw. If you're Bo, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Bo did not prepare for Sonicore for this one.
Yeah, I would imagine not too much to board out. I think we just saw Kristoff board 0 cards.
He might just be rolling with this strategy. He's feeling good. I mean,
he's like, it's a perfect series of cards. Why would I ever put anything else in it?
Yeah, going 4-0 to start this one off, and then in the tournament, and then picking up that win in a dominant fashion. If you're Kristoff, you're feeling really good right now. We didn't even see a bunny.
The position that Bo has put in as a result of this game is really frustrating for them, for sure. You expect that Lustragon's unbelievable stat line is going to protect you from a significant amount of cards that would otherwise give it pause. You know, you're never fearing combat with this card. What are they going to do? Eddie over it? It's got 6 defense.
I think it's 8.
But here's the one guy who is playing a deck full of Elestrals that could theoretically walk over a Lustragon. A Sonicore with a Mount Olympus up just gets over it. And so you suddenly have a weakness in your strategy that you didn't expect to ever encounter. How are you going to account for that weakness? I guess we'll find out in Game 2.
One of the ways he may be able to do so is by utilizing stadiums of his own. We know a lot of players opt to put their stadiums in the side deck, and that's where they can start to look at those to bring them in for a game 2 to counter strategies like this. But with Bo running so many elements, I'm not even sure which stadium he would want to bring. Maybe Temple of the Sun, but I'm not quite sure. So we're going to start it off with a nice little Last Rabbit here. That's going to generate some advantage. I'm sure he's happy with that.
We can actually see a little bit of Bo's hand, and it's a who's who of frustrating Elestrals to play against. The Viseruses, the Astrabbits. I think that's a Heliolith? Oh my goodness.
That would be very interesting. I thought I might have seen a Demeter there, so we'll have to see what is going on here with Christoph. Going to go for the Eddy right now, the perfect counter to the Astrabbit. Going to immediately force it into attack position and put Bo on the defensive. He's going to have to respond with some sort of a counter in play or lose his Rabbit here. The question is, will Christoph have back row to protect his Eddy? He's got 2 of them with his fancy Stellar Christoph sleeves, and he will clear the Astrabbit there.
Such a flex to do well in an event with your own merch. Bo, of course, is in a position where every turn they're just trying to land something. It doesn't necessarily have to be the best card in their deck, but keeping an Elestral on board makes that Lustragon possible. Christoph here thinking about contesting this, and we are going to go for the shield, returning that Lumaru to the hand, and potentially telegraphing the other set as a Tsunami that was played around by misenchanting the Lumaru. Let's see what we get for this next turn.
That was a big shield. That's going to give Christoph an opportunity to really start to establish a board. He's going to go Galaxy here, which frustratingly makes your Eddy a 1 attacker, but we'll have to see. Bo probably is only running a handful of Water Spirits, and I'm sure he's going to want to try to save some of those for Tsunami, so he's going to have some tough choices here. He's not going to want to just misenchant out these Elestrals every single turn to play around Tsunami, but he might do it one more time. Let's see. Looks like he will.
See, but this is what I like about this specific play is we've misenchanted the Lumaru in order to play around Tsunami, but now the Lumaru is a 2/5. So doesn't contest the Galaxy. You're in a position where you feel pretty good about allowing this Eddy that has already gotten value to go, unless you want to go for the Gorgon's Gaze here. Wow.
Very interesting. Christoph really going kind of all in on this play, saving his Eddy here.
Protecting the Eddy. I'm so interested.
Yeah, that's I kind of get it, right? Because you're putting yourself in a position where now you can go, that's kind of tough, because if your Galaxy gets bounced here, then the stats are flipping back, and then your Eddy's kind of getting wrecked. But he's going to just go for that expend to draw with that beautiful new Dallas Zaptor Spirit. I love those.
I love them. They're so nice. I would just be grinding the side event here.
Ooh, the Gorgon's Gaze, that is going to shut down the effect of the Galaxy, cause it to crash, and ultimately get destroyed. And now Christoph's in a bad spot because that Eddy cannot contest the Lumaru. And Bo is going to be able to go in the driver's seat here. Let's see if he has that ascent. It's going to be a Viserys, so he's going to
put the Viserys is in this deck?
Well, we saw the Scythe earlier, so.
We did, yeah. There's at least a little bit of an Earth Splash. We've seen a lot of Viserys today. A card that upon semi-limit, I think a lot of individuals decided, I'm done playing with this card. Turns out still very powerful.
And he is going to Gorgon's Gaze. I'm curious if that's going to be a crash on the Gorgon's Gaze to suppress the Viserys. But prevent that effect. Yeah, that's I think that's a smart play. Just get rid of it. You'll take the 1 from the Lumaru here, but that's a much better situation to be in because you really don't want him to get 2 Viserys onto the field, especially knowing that he's okay with ascending a misenchanted card. You got to be really weary of that. But there's an Elechick, and that's going to be really big here.
I feel like I'm saying this with all of Christoph's deck, but really, really dedication to the bit in terms of Stellar Christoph. We've seen so many incredible Elestrals here. This Elechick looks great. The Zeus looks great. One of the mechanisms by which we can defeat an Elestral with 5 attack, get ourselves back in the driver's seat, and stave off the impending Lustragon. I gotta say, I get Bo's strategy. It's taken about a game and a half, but I'm like, yep, every single card theoretically threatens to stick around. If it does so, you can do some amazing stuff with it.
And that's just, he's working with those big stat lines, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you're working with, not just on the offensive side, but on the defensive side, too. We saw the Rabbit, we saw the Lumaru, and Ambrosia's going to look nice here for Christoph. Generate some spirit advantage back, prepping himself to load this Zeus up here. And this back row for Bo is going to be really important. If he is able to stop this attack, Bo could actually really put himself in a great spot. Christoph does set another back row. I'm sure we'll see the disenchant on the Zeus, lowering the attack of Lumaru, and Elechick going to bound forward, but met with an Argo. That is huge.
So happy we got to see this. Oh my goodness. Argo here on Attack Declaration going to cost an arm and a leg for Bo, but it's worth it. We'll attach an artifact from our deck, and I mean, what do we saw the Scythe. I imagine that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, it's going to be the Scythe. That's going to give him the opportunity to get that +2 attack buff, which will clear after the Zeus and give him... Oh, he goes Necklace, actually.
Necklace it is.
I stand corrected. But that might just mean he might be setting up for something bigger. Necklace of Harmonia giving 5 attack to that Lumaru. That's very difficult to take down. That puts him at, I believe, 7 after the Zeus. So it makes sense that he went that route, because if he didn't, I think he would have crashed with the Elechic.
Me personally, I think that this telegraphs like an Equilinx in Grip. This is a really fantastic opportunity to deploy that card, use it to put the spirits onto the Equilinx, pop the Zeus. You can be in a really great position here. Ooh, or aggro Rabbit, sure.
That works too. I thought you were about to foretell the future there, but Rabbit is going to be big. Doesn't have to reveal this. This is not a foretell. This is the only look in the game, and Bo is going to generate some significant advantage here at this stage. The curious point now is, does he do something to try to get rid of that Necklace? Because he's going to have to burn 2 spirits at the end phase of every turn if he keeps that on the field. So looks like he's just going to go offensive. 2 spirits burned from Kristoff, and then Bo will be forced to expend 2 here in the end phase.
Honestly, if you're Kristoff, you're completely fine with this.
That's not a bad trade, really.
Yeah, it's 2 for 2. Bo's board is unprotected, save for a single back row. All you got to do is get over the Ast Rabbit, and then you're trading individual spirits while Bo is taking 2 a turn. A couple of Tsunamis can accidentally burn him out of the game.
And there's a Toxion. Speaking of
burning him out of the game.
There you go, right on cue there. That's going to force Bo 1 more spirit down, limiting the turns that he can actually use that Necklace of Harmonia. And without an Ambrosia, he's going to be in a tough spot. But there's the play we were waiting for. The Altar of Stars, using the spirit, very cool play here, using the spirit from Necklace to play the Altar, and then Nexusing the remaining kind of hanging in there spirit onto the Rabbit, activating, not activating the effect, but ultimately shifting the Toxion to defense to allow him to deal with it a little bit better and not take that burn damage from the Necklace.
Cool heads-up play. Still very weak to a significant amount of the back row runes of the game. The Ambrosia helps a lot, bringing from 3 to 6. Suddenly the game state is really equalized, but if we're reading Bo's Grip correctly, it sure looks like they have a lot of really powerful Elestrals that hit hard and almost no protection for them.
Yeah, well, I think when he found that Rabbit look, he probably grabbed the Ambrosia. I would think so at this point of the game, recognizing that he's going to need to get as much longevity as he can. No, he's got a great board state here, but as you mentioned, Tsunami could be very, very bad for him. The Lumaru, I believe, is still water enchanted, that first one, so he's got that going for him. But let's see what's going to happen here. This Lumaru is going to go attack forward. There is the Tsunami, so he's not going to be forced to mill, but the other Lumaru will still be able to clear the Toxion here, or a shield. It is a shield. That's big, because now you can continue to pressure with Toxion, and you might even be able to go into that Sonic Core now, and that might just seal the deal.
Sonic Core would be disastrous here. The Zeus already threatens the Ast Rabbit, so it's not much of a defense at all. I'm looking at it. Another Toxion. Wow, this was something that was so common back when Thunder Nexus was so popular and so powerful. These stalled out board states, courtesy of Ast Rabbit, can really get you into hot water because these Toxions can really simplify them very quickly. Bo already down to 5. It's going to cost 1 more spirit to deploy anything and even more to contest these Toxions. You're facing down a functional removal spell in Zeus. Scythe is okay. Heliolith!
Wow, he goes Scythe onto Kristoff's Toxion so he can normal his Heliolith and then drops an Earthquake on his face. Clear that board right now. Heliolith is going to take this one. Kristoff with no back row. What a crazy play from Bo. I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, and Bo did that like it was the most obvious play in the universe. Just immediately fired it off like, oh yeah, and here's how we end games, of course. You Scythe your opponent's Elestral, and then you call Heliolith, and then you Earthquake off the Scythe spirits. It's like, oh yeah, didn't you see that line? No,
that
I
was
didn't.
insane. And I tell you what, Bo's got his mojo back. Anything that happened in game 1 is now behind him. He is cooking. And Kristoff is like, wait a minute, do I need this side deck now?
That was an unlosable game from Kristoff, though. This is one of the most important parts of any competitive card game, is your ability to bounce back, to eat a beat like that and go, okay, well, time to turn the other cheek. We're still favored in this matchup. We're still playing a lot of good cards, whereas Bo's deck is playing a lot of jank in order to access the Argo line, in order to enable a Heliolith. That doesn't mean it didn't feel bad.
That was amazing.
Oh,
I love that play pattern of being able to utilize Argo to get your artifacts onto the field, and then having the flexibility of going Heliolith. That bounce can be the difference of a game, as we just saw there, but just so creative use of the spirits, being able to use those spirits on the Scythe to play the Earthquake. And it was funny, I was doing a little matchup, a gunslinger against a player who had just had a starter deck. That was their first experience, but they were a veteran player in another game. And you know, that's the kind of stuff that I just love to showcase to new players, the really cool depth that can exist in the game.
We are hopping into game 3 here, and I'm still reeling. Scythe, target your Elestral, turning on Heliolith, bounce your Elestral, Earthquake your remaining Elestral, hit for 2 into a 1 spirit deck. Wow.
He was ready for that. He was so ready. He'd had that
10 seconds to execute.
He had that mapped out 3 turns prior. Like, no doubt about it. Absolutely nuts there from Bo. We see Christoph drop a Elichick, search out that Zeus, presumably. Q comes in here, or Bo rather, with the Eddy to swap the
very
Elichick
blue Eddy. I love those.
That's the deep sea Eddy.
Yeah. Christoph, with this turn 1 Elichick play, it doesn't feel as good as like developing a rabbit, but frequently Elichick just eats a Gorgon's Gaze. So any opportunity when you go first to fire it off is great. Speaking of firing it off, an Argo and a Tsunami here. What's our set? An Ambro.
Interesting.
Rough to lose.
I'm surprised. I guess there's not really a point in playing it, but nonetheless, he'll kick his Ambro there, so that bluff proves to be kind of a poor one, but we'll see the Galaxy come out that will swap that Eddy to a 1 attacker, and now he can immediately pressure it. I do find it interesting that he Hurricane there, but I think clearing the Argo ultimately is going to be worth it.
Yeah, I think correctly understanding that a large portion of this game is going to be determined by the ability to get to cards like Argo, get to artifacts, enable powerful Nexuses and Heliolith plays. Here we are just walking back a play here, electing to cast a Tsunami off of the Galaxy in response to the Earthquake so that the Lumaru can't hit for 1.
I'm not sure about that one, but we've got the Toxion here.
Yeah, I value the Tsunami a little more than that.
Yeah, I would have just kept the Tsunami there, but Toxion hits the field. Going to burn a Spirit on Bo there on the cast, and then he's going to take 2 more from that shield. So not a bad exchange from Christoph, but now you've got no board presence, and Bo has the opportunity to really start to set up his board. So
Bo's way up in cards, been playing very methodically. Not to get too much into player psychology, but has an opportunity here to just expend to draw. It really does feel like Christoph feels like Bo kind of maybe got one over on him last round, and now is maybe playing a little tilted as a result. It's important to kind of take a second, like debrief, realign yourself, and make sure you're playing to the best of your ability instead of trying to like outplay an opponent.
It's a tough position to be in. You're in game 3 here. You had a great game 1.
Yeah.
Game 2 flipped on you in a very tough spot, and now you're sitting on the stage with hundreds of people in the room.
Yeah.
Hundreds of people watching at home. And it's all down to this, right? Your tournament hopes, not totally on the line in this one. Both casters 4-0.
Oh, no, certainly they're still in a great position.
But you want to win this one, that's for sure. So Toxion, Zeus, trades, gets rid of the Lumaru. Here comes an Elichick on Bo's side. That's going to give him that search. We'll see if it's Demeter.
Demeter again. Wow, beautiful card.
Demeter's going to obviously give the opportunity to buff up that Elichick to a 7, which means it does clear the Toxion here. I'd be very curious if Christoph's running Altar. I think this would be a really good opportunity for an Altar of Stars play here.
We've seen so many elements that were popular in Thunder Nexus. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Altar. I would be surprised that we haven't seen it yet. Going for a big Demeter here, going for 2, and then we will go ahead and buff that Elichick all the way up to 7 into a Shield of Achilles. Feels pretty good. You have to imagine that Bo isn't playing too many targets for that Elichick, so it coming down again isn't too big of an issue.
Yeah, that was a good exchange there for Christoph. There's the Ambrosia. That's huge. After blowing up that first one with the Hurricane, nice to see him find another one here to get back into this. And that's going to actually give him a pretty good spirit differential here, especially considering an empty board on Bo's side. He's guaranteed to hit for at least 1, maybe 2. He could re-enchant that Toxion, maybe hit for 3, but he's going to cast out another Elestral. It's going to be a Galaxy, immediately pressuring with that 5 attack after its stat swap. Bo's going to have to expend 2 here, and it's getting down to the wire.
We'll say it's getting down to the wire, but it looks like Christoph's cards are on the table. The Zeus, the Toxion, and the Galaxy versus a lot of unknowns. There's a lot that can go wrong here. Bo going down to 6, but has the ability to not only grab a card off the top of the deck, but also play with what I believe is a 4-card hand into known information.
And when you don't have to worry about those counter runes, it gives you all the flexibility and all the freedom to make that big push that you've been holding off for. Something like a Viscerus here could be really devastating. Something like we've seen those Lumarus, which can just outpace. But he's just going to run it back with the Elichick here. That actually is kind of bad, right?
Yeah, that's a rough one to have to develop a second time. We're grabbing, I imagine, another Demeter or maybe a Zeus. We can see the set card is an Ambro, which is good, but also not action.
The good news for Bo is you just clear that Demeter out of your decks. That's one less card that you probably don't want to draw. You really don't need a second one, I would imagine, unless you are running that Equal Links and you're going to want to start doing some Nexus. We didn't see that in either of the 2 prior games, but utilizing this Demeter here, I guess it gives some value because you're going to need to hit over the Galaxy. That's going to be your priority, I would imagine. Are we going to see that face down card activate? No, he's going to keep it as a bluff. Will disenchant the Demeter to buff up the Elichick to 7 attack, and now he can clear the Galaxy. I would assume that's what he's going for.
We got to be going for the Toxion, right?
Well,
so low.
Yeah, that was the thing I was kind of considering is that Toxion, if he starts re-enchanting it, it's going to be really difficult to deal with, and it's going to be an Eddy.
Oh, wow, that's disastrous. You have to imagine Kristoff is reading that set card not as Ambro, but as Argo, and that's the best possible draw you could find against Argo in this situation.
Very, very good stuff there, and he's going to be able to hit for 1. Bo down to just 4 spirits left, but we do know what his back row is, so he has some opportunities there to kind of get back in this one. I'm really curious if we're going to see another Heliolith play, because that would be the thing that blows this board back up. It's going to be that Ambrosia. He's going to pull a Leviathan there, grab 3 more spirits. That's Solar, Earth.
Yeah,
Oh, baby, are we setting up for the same repeat we saw in round 2? That would be nuts.
Reading something crazy here. Kristoff here is at 7, though, not 1. We're going to properly enchant this Lumaru. It does trade for either of these. I imagine you take the Toxion here, get a couple of mills. It is going to fall victim to the Eddy unless we do something. Going all the way in on Ambro says, I am not looking to die to top-decked Toxion into a blowout, so we will go all the way back up to 7 spirits.
Yeah, that double Ambro this turn is big for Bo, finding both of those cards. Obviously, he had the one set. Now he does another back row. We're not quite sure what that is, but Lumaru here able to hit into the Toxion. Smart play there, and he's going to force a mill of 3. What does he hit? A Hurricane? A shield, that's big, and a Toxion.
Toxion's huge.
That's pretty big. I think a lot of people underestimate kind of the power that can come from milling your opponent, because you can hit a key card, and it could be pretty impactful. But when he's here, Astrabbit hits the field. That is very big for Kristoff. That's going to generate that card advantage that he's kind of been lacking this whole game. He's going to be able to find a really crucial card out of those top 3, and it's going to put Bo in a really tough spot, because he's going to have to figure out a way to clear that rabbit somehow.
And if you're Bo, you're thinking to yourself, I milled this guy into the Astrabbit. How could this happen? It's frustrating.
If you're Bo, we know he has another Demeter, right? So he does have the power to be able to hit over it, but this Zeus is going to hit down. Is there an answer? It's going to be the Argo. That's big. Oh, man. Kristoff running into these Argos. They're so tough because you drop that Lumaru down to a 2. Bo is going to be forced to go Necklace of Harmonia again to get him to a 7 because Scythe is not going to allow him to hit over. It would be a crash. So let's see if he does go Necklace of Harmonia here. Looks like he's going to be down to 3 spirits.
Harmonia is so dangerous with 2 Ambros spent already staring down an Astrabbit. If that back row is anything designed to protect the Astrabbit, say a shield, maybe a Tsunami, Bo could really be in for it.
This one is going to come down to the wire. Bo draws for his turn. At the end of the turn, he's going to have to expend 2 spirits for that necklace. It's going to be an Earth Spirit into a Viscerous.
That's a big one.
He's going to set a back row here. This necklace does allow the Lumaru to hit over the Astrabbit. It all comes down to what is Kristoff's back row here. That is going to be so crucial with just 2 spirits left.
Oh, I love this. Maybe making a play off the 2 spirits just so that the necklace goes.
Let's see. He's going to go Demeter
for
with 1.
That's cool.
Disenchant, probably buff the Vis.
Yep.
To be able to swarm. And
show me the Tsunami.
Because he doesn't have enough spirits to pay the necklace gets destroyed at the end of the turn. So kind of a smart play there. And he does get it, so that's going to clear. 1 spirit will be expended from Kristoff. No back row on that one. Necklace will destroy itself in the end phase, so Bo does not have to pay out. He doesn't lose on this, but he does lose that big 5 attack buff that he had. And now Kristoff, Toxion would be pretty spicy right about now.
It is. Kristoff's in a weird position. Any Elestral off the top of the deck functionally wins it, but it looks like we have faded a draw step down to 4. Bo at 1 with threatening 2. We'll go down to 2. Kristoff just has to find like an Elichick or a Toxion. Anything with an attack stat, thanks to the Zeus still remaining on field, can probably contest this. It's got to be something.
Does he find an Elestral?
I saw a little head shake there.
Yeah, I think he's struggling to find that Elestral that he needs. Without an Elestral, this one's over. Does he have anything? I think he would have played it if he does. 2 cards in hand, 2
so unbelievable.
Down. He shakes the hand. Bo takes this one after being down 1-0 in round 5. Bo with the incredible Artifact Argo Nexus shows the Heliolith and Gorgon's Gaze in hand. He was locked in there.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that went that way for Kristoff. I feel so bad. The last turn being anything for 3 draws would have absolutely won him that match, and instead you have to think back to some of the decisions made in the early stages of the game, the Tsunami early.
Hurricaning his Ambro?
Yeah, when the game comes down to something that close, those little choices ended up mattering and maybe could have swung it in the other direction. Rough stuff for sure, but still a great opportunity for Stellar Kristoff. 4-0 into 4-1 is nothing to shake a stick at. Just got to win out. You could even potentially take a loss and still clear in a top 16.
For sure, and we got to give props to both these casters, right? I mean,
Great
coming in here at round 5, 4-0, and now we see Bo rather, moving to 5-0. Christoph, we got to see a Sonicor, so that was a treat in itself. A lot of really cool plays in that game. I love seeing the Argos, the use of Necklace of Harmonia, previously a pretty written-off card up until kind of the Argo metagame, or at least the Argo presence in the metagame, rather. So some really interesting stuff there, and just overall crazy gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked so much about Winjin, we talked so much about Lunar Aggro, we talked so much about BlueStacks. That was the #1 match. That was table 1. We were watching Sonicor versus Argo.
Thunder something, Sonicor something versus Heliolith. Woo, man. I would imagine there's only a handful of Helioliths in this room today, and he just made
probably
it
all being played by Bo.
All being played by Bo, and that's something that I have grown to really appreciate, is kind of the diversity in the deck building and the different strategies that people are bringing, the different tech cards, and I think we said that maybe Bo found that Heliolith in his side deck there, so that's something to keep an eye on. Really interesting patterns there to be able to bounce back from what was kind of a blowout of Game 1, and it did not look like that in Game 2 or 3.
No, not at all. I mean, 2 really, really close games after that unbelievable dog walking that Stellar Christoph put on that first game. I gotta say, I really do appreciate this kind of Elestrals. Sometimes it's good to get really locked in on a Lunar Mirror, and sometimes it's good to be like, well, what can I expect my opponent's deck to be playing? You know, from a base of Argo, can I extrapolate attacking into a Scythe would lose me the game, putting them on Harmonia to burn themselves would win me the game, Heliolith in hand is always a possibility. Those are hard things to figure out from a knowledge base of nothing, and it's studious understanding of both the format, the players, and the cards available that will net individuals with a breadth of understanding wins that they wouldn't otherwise have.
And that's what it all comes down to, right? Those micro decisions. When we talked about kind of the tail end of that game and how we look back at some of the plays, one slightly different play could have ultimately been the difference there between Christoph and you know, Bo kind of taking that one. We talk about that Ambro being Hurricane. That's a really rough one. I know you kind of bluff it, but you know you're running Hurricane. It's kind of tough to kind of make that play there. But one other thing I really liked, it didn't really come up too much, but Bo being able to utilize those misenchants on a handful of different cards, but primarily at Lumaru, we saw it come out with a Leviathan on it. We saw it come out with a Flurmine. He was really playing across the gauntlet there of the different things that he might end up running into. So
Meter Solar Enchanted Game 1, the Lustragon with the Lycaris underneath it. There's really incredible stuff going on.
Yeah, really cool stuff. I just love it. I love seeing that kind of stuff. I love seeing this gameplay, and what a win, man. That was nuts. What a game. I'm glad we got to commentate that one. That was a lot of fun.
We actually have the winner hopping in here for a really quick winner's interview. So I think we are going to probably hand it off for a break, momentary at best, maybe 30 seconds, and then we are going to ask Bo a couple of questions about that unbelievable set you just watched.
That was nuts.
We are here with the winner of Round 5. Bo, first off, congratulations on that amazing game.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think I have to ask first and foremost about the play we're all thinking about. Scythe your Toxeon into Heliolith, into Earthquake off the Scythe. You executed that play like you'd done it 1,000 times.
I do have a lot of experience playing with artifacts. I have the Heliolith in the side deck because sometimes Lestragon is just hard to get out, and Heliolith is infinitely easier to get out. But beginning of Moonrise, I played Solar Earth artifacts, so with Equilinx as the only Nexuser. I wasn't on the Lestragon, and it revolved around Heliolith. So I am very used to playing with that card.
That was such a heads-up play. We were just totally floored by it. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with you, you have played a lot of this deck.
Yes.
You've got some impressive finishes with it. Was there ever any doubt in your mind that you were bringing this to Dallas?
Probably when the Moonrise came out. The winning deck list I had at the digital app premiere was hit really hard on the limited list, with Equinix going to 1, Viscerus going to 2, Demeter going to 1 as well. But so I started playing that more Heliolith focused deck. Then I decided tried Lustragon out again, did surprisingly well with it, bubbling out the Premier and then going undefeated in Swiss in the PNM. And now I'm here.
Well, you are currently undefeated. You may be the only undefeated remaining in bracket at present, but really incredible stuff. I have to ask about your opponent's deck. Were you expecting to see Sonicores?
No, I was not.
We weren't either. We were all kind of shaking our head at that concept.
Like, Thunder is expected. Like, it's a good deck, but Sonicore was really weird, and like the one turn that I tried to out it with Luminous Scythe, I just did not have enough. I did not math correctly.
Yeah. No, well, congratulations. It is an incredible list. It's awesome to see like a homebrew taking names against the likes of all of the expected decks, the Lunar Aggros, the Winjins, the Blizztricks. What have you been playing against so far today?
A whole bunch of different things. I played against Thunder once before. Played against Heal Control round 1. There was a win position change.
Really?
Yes. And that was my round before this one. And I am blinking on the last one that I played against.
So that's still wild to have seen such a variety of decks in just 5 rounds. From this position, you probably just have to win one more in order to secure a spot in top 16. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm on a roll. Just ready to continue on.
Good stuff. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Congratulations on an unbelievable game, a play that will live in my mind forever.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, keep it up going forward.
Yep. Thank you.
And we are back here at the Dallas Open 2025 event. I'm back on the mic once again, and I've replaced Mr. MBT with the wonderful K-Cray.
I am so excited to be here with Mr. Elestrals himself at the first ever in-person event. How excited are you?
This is just so exciting, and I'm really stoked to be commentating with you because you've been killing it. Like, we've had you do a handful of events now, and you just continue to get better and better every single time. I love it. I think it's wonderful, and you guys have been crushing all day. So.
Oh my gosh, it's been so much fun, and the different variants of decks that we've been able to see, and the fact that now, as we get later into the day, people are getting better and better. We're seeing more and more smart, different plays that, I mean, last round you were just telling me about some of the insane things that, like, I have never even personally thought of to ever do in this game.
Yeah, there was some crazy stuff last game, and one of the things that I want to highlight is kind of after that game, I went out and I was talking to some of the players and some of the spectators and stuff, and I ended up speaking to Stellar Christoph after that match, and he came out of that match after a tough loss, right? And he said that was the best game of Elestrals I've ever played. And that's a really cool thing to hear from somebody coming off of a loss, right? So he just lost a really crucial game for him in round 5, and he's still stoked because he just had an awesome game against one of the top players in the game. So I love seeing that. I love seeing that kind of energy, just a lot of excitement. Again, you mentioned kind of the variety and diversity in decks. Has been super cool to see. And as we look at kind of these decks that are now 5-0 and heading into, we're going to 6, right? Round 6 now? Or are we
that sounds right, yeah.
We're going to 6. The decks that are 5-0, we're still seeing quite a bit of variety in these decks. I know that there's some Fire Nexus. I know that there's some of these kind of Artifact, Argo type of toolbox decks. There's some Lunar stuff. A lot of really interesting decks. So I'm curious what the the Elestrals team is going to pick for our next round. I'm not picking, so we'll see what they end up going with.
It's going to be a surprise for sure. I think it's so fun as someone who got into Elestrals right around Frostfall. I remember I was learning it. People were saying, oh, you don't really play the artifacts. Those are not cards that we're really seeing too much. And I remember being so disappointed because I loved Scythe of Demeter. I thought that was so pretty. And now seeing the emergence, we had kind of the scrap lists for a little bit there. And now, Argo is a game-winning card.
Oh my gosh, is it ever? Not only that, but we see the kind of combination in Bo's deck there with the Necklace of Harmonia, a card that again was pretty much written off for a long time. Scythe of Demeter, another one, as you mentioned. These are cards that I think it's really fun to look at, and obviously I'd love to say that I have this incredible foresight that this is all going to happen, but when I explain the design process to people when I go about creating sets, I really do try to create like a puzzle piece that fits into the previous sets, and that oftentimes results in us uplifting older cards to bring them back into kind of an opportunity to shine. We see that cards like Morolith is a great example, and we've done that really well with the artifacts, which has been really fun. And I know with Firestorm, I think artifacts are going to come on to a whole nother level. So there's no more of this artifacts, or you just write them off right away. And the same can be said for those 2 and 3 cost Elestrals. So a lot of really exciting things that are going on in the world of Elestrals right now.
I cannot wait to see what Fire specifically does in Firestorm. I mean, it's her element. It's her set. You know that I'm partial personally to the Bunnix. That's been my favorite reveal so far. I'm a little biased, but I can't wait to see all of the new mechanics.
Yeah, when we look at Hestia and what Hestia is going to be able to do in the context of just kind of an offensive fire deck, but then really kind of some of the branch offs of that. When you look at Bears, right? Majursa, I think, is going to be a powerhouse. You look at cards like Hephaestus and his Volcaries, alongside Rumacol and even Scavacol and some of the new tools that Fire is going to have, combined with some of the pieces that it's already had, like Kinleo.
Yeah.
It might be problematic.
Kinleo is one of those that I've seen. It's like the last remaining real Nexuser. Because you hit Spark It.
Lovers in Shambles.
Sorry about that. You hit Spark It. You hit Equilinx. And Kinleo is kind of went under the radar, but I think is one of the craziest cards in the game.
Yeah, it really comes down to kind of the support around it. Hephaestus being kind of the weakest or one of the weaker of the Divine Runes. You might hear the intercom there indicating that we are moving into the next round, so we should have our pairing soon, but Hephaestus kind of up to this point being one of the weaker divines. And when I went into Firestorm and I kind of looked at introducing Hestia and kind of more elements for fire, I was really excited to take what we learned about artifacts, recognizing that they haven't been that great, and then give Hephaestus and that artifact deck some really cool support. So that's something that I'm super looking forward to seeing what people brew, because that Volcaries effect is maybe one of the best effects in the game that we've made.
Well, and I have to thank you personally, because from almost every single base set box I opened, full art Hephaestus.
There you go. You're ready to rock.
I've been sitting on those, being like, maybe someday, who can say, as all these other elements, I mean, even Frost. Frost, who was such a Cinderella story, in my opinion.
Yeah,
where she was very written off, and now, I mean, BlueStacks is one of the biggest decks that we see.
Oh, yeah. And I will say that I believe that Frost has a chance to be even stronger going into Firestorm as well, even though it's the Fire and Wind set. You look at Brumelink's Champion of Kione. That card is a big enabler, being able to search both Mountains of Boreas and Blizzard. That's going to be huge for Frost decks, which can sometimes struggle hitting some of those stat lines. And then we saw today, I know you're a big fan of Bunnix and Nick Samara.
The Risen and Fallen forms.
So good.
I am so excited.
I got to give some credit to the art team on that one. That was actually, I believe it was the Elite Four, but I believe it was Barbie or Gianluca Barbera. They are an incredible artist, and I remember when they kind of pitched me that idea based on kind of like the Jackalope is kind of the inspiration there.
Okay.
There's some really cool tie-ins because I know a lot of people have been waiting for the Morphrost Chimera form, which we've kind of teased through art contests and things of that nature. So that's coming. But we had to, release its inspiration first.
I am so excited. The sheer fluffy factor of Fallen form Nick Samara, I'm not over it. I'm still thinking about it to this moment, and I'm so glad we're finally able to talk about it because I've been holding on to this all day.
I don't know if we actually officially revealed the full arts, but I'll talk to those briefly because I know some of them were pulled. One of my favorite things about those full arts is the Fallen form is resting in the snow, and if you look in the background of that card art, there's some Catarants resting in the snow. But then when you look at the Risen form, it is aggressively chasing those same Catarants.
No!
Poor guys.
I'm going to say that Risen comes first. Therefore, the story is they get away and have a nice nap.
I love that thinking.
Yeah.
I love that thinking. We'll go with that. We're going to go with that story.
Although I guess with the fun sequencing that you're going to have with the two of them, these poor Catarants are just on rest.
Yeah, they're going to need that rest because I tell you what, Nick Samara is coming in full force. When we look at the decks that we're going to see today, some of the stuff that I know you guys saw some really cool stuff. I'm really looking to see one of those Fire Nexus builds. Did you see any of that earlier?
We have not seen Fire Nexus.
I'm really hopeful if anyone on the team hears me, I would love to see Fire Nexus. Oh, okay, good. I think we might actually.
We might have some good news for all of us.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. If we're grabbing the match that I think we're grabbing, I'm going to be really stoked about that because it's going to be a fun one. I'm waiting to see if production is showing. He's queuing it up over there.
All right.
Who do we got? Let's take a look. That's who I was hoping for. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, looks like we're gonna be picking up Zero versus Ruli, which is gonna be a lot of fun.
Okay.
And Zero, this is a fun story. So he's actually from my locals.
Okay.
So, some people may know Magnitude or Steve, right?
Yes, big fan.
He's been kind of part of the Elestrals team since the beginning. I distinctly remember the first few months of creating Elestrals, sitting on my back porch with him with cutout pictures of Elestrals that I printed at Staples, glued onto other TCG cards, and we would play on my back porch. So he got his friend James into the game, Zero in this case, and they play at locals every single week. Their locals was killing it so much they were firing 2 Elestrals events a week. And I didn't realize he had game like this. He's here 5-0, and he's about to be on the stage.
Apparently, all that practice has paid off.
I guess two LGS a week. So listen, if you have an LGS nearby and they are not firing Elestrals events, you got to get them to. Tell them about Elestrals. Go in there with your binder. Show them what it's all about. And then tell them to get in contact with me. I'll legitimately get on the phone with them and tell them what it's all about. You don't have to do the selling. I can talk to them about it. And we'll get Elestrals at your local game store so you too can be like the people we are about to feature on this upcoming matchup here, which is going to be very, very hot.
I'm so excited. And I personally need my local scene to start popping off because if you keep revealing these tournament packs with cooler and cooler things, every time that we've gotten like one tournament pack in a little box is like as a promo or something, I'm fiending. Immediately open it.
Well,
they're so fun.
I'm not going to say too much, but I would recommend that everyone stay tuned for tomorrow's opening ceremony. There's some very cool reveals that are coming. So if you're watching at home right now and you're enjoying all the Elestrals that have been throwing down today, tomorrow we're going to be moving to a top 16 where the casters are going to be playing it out to find out who is going to win the incredible Elestrals trophy. And I tell you, that thing is a work of art. I am blown away that we even made that. It is incredible. But as I mentioned, we'll have some really cool reveals going on tomorrow morning at the opening ceremony.
And we hear the overhead voice going right now, which I imagine is signaling that we're going in.
I think Zeus is talking.
It sounds like Zeus.
One of the two.
Either or. The stature on that man is incredible.
He's a very tall man.
Yes.
But if he was not, the giant part of his name would be very strange. But here we have the two casters. Zero, as I mentioned, James from my kind of Connecticut locals. And I know he's running Fire. Ruli, been a part of the community for a long time, part of a previous Elestriad season, I believe, and a very accomplished player in his own right. This is going to be a heck of a matchup.
This is going to be amazing. And so we know the Fire. I don't know the other list that we're looking at here. So that's a bit of a mystery to me, at least.
Yeah, I have no idea myself.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be very interesting to see. But I'm very curious to see how this Fire deck is piloted, because we heard a lot of talks about Fire and Fire Nexus being a dominant presence in the metagame, especially with BlueStacks, right, as one of the more reliable ways to out the big guy. But no one's really, I know Vipers had some success. We've seen a couple casters get into the top cuts, get into a top 8, but no one's really stuck it the whole way. Could today be the day?
I really hope so. We've had a lot of exciting sort of false starts with Fire. We had the Ignector deck that for a while was dominant. I think that was Dimax who played that one, which was so fun to watch. But, you know, clearly at this point, you said 5-0 is
yeah, we're 5-0 here. And shout out to Dimax. I see you on Twitter posting your tournament results, but he's not actually here, which is very funny. So shout outs to you.
Dimax, what's up?
That was very funny to watch on Twitter. I refreshed him like, oh, Joseph, I didn't realize Dimax was here. I didn't meet him yet. He's like, no, he's trolling. So now I know. I have learned the games. But these two casters are going to throw their decks out there and do a little cut and get off to this clash here very soon. I am so excited for this one. And again, it's really cool for me to kind of see, you know, a personal friend of mine come out here and put in the work. And you know, he's been grinding. So this is going to be a good one. And Ruli's no joke. Like I said, a great player in the community, been around for a long time. This is going to be a fun one.
I can't wait. Every time we were seeing a little overhead view of the cards, I was trying to...
I think I saw a Cryoblast somewhere. That's all I saw.
Anything.
That's all I saw. That doesn't give us anything.
That doesn't tell us any information.
Doesn't give us anything. It makes me wonder how much would the game change if Cryoblast didn't work against fire types? No, we won't do that. We won't do that.
We are actively listening to a change in the meta happening live.
Well, that's my favorite joke when I'm playing against people. I'll tell them, oh, no, that card's errata now. We changed that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, it lets me draw a card instead.
Well, I hear you've been playing with new cards.
Well...
which,
yes.
you know.
Yes. Well, listen, when I do my Gunslinger challenges and I face down all of the Elestrals faithful, I do bring things that are unreleased a lot of the time. Right now, it's not as bad because all the cards have been revealed.
Yeah, but you've seen them in the teasers.
Catch me in a few months when I'm running set 6, and it might be a little different, you know?
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
I cannot wait.
Well, these casters have both drawn their hands. And we're going to see who's going to kick this one off. It looks like it might be Zero going first. Looks like no mulligans here. And we're going to see a back row set. He's going to go 2. A lot of casters have been opting to expend on turn 1, but it looks like he's going to throw down a Fire Spirit and a Rummacle. That's a great
Rummacle. Okay. Yeah, starting off strong. And the set 2, I feel like Fire is one of those that you want to see back row, especially early on. We don't know what Ruli's on. Not really playing around Hurricane at this point, but maybe Zero doesn't care too much. Who's to say?
Yeah, I think at this stage of the game, you probably just go for it. You want to make sure you have that versatility with that back row. But one of the things I love about Rummacle is it gives you the option to search both Volcanic Forge and Stoke the Forge. So he opts for the Volcanic Forge, and he's going to immediately play it, which is going to turn his Rummacle into a 4 attacker, which is quite nice. Going to essentially double the effect of Volcanic Forge. And with that back row, he's sitting in a pretty good spot. But we'll see what Ruli's got. A Lavalith here would be pretty bad.
That would be pretty bad. But at this point, barring Lavalith, Ruli simply has to deal with what is now a pretty strong Rummacle, like you mentioned, with the Volcanic Forge there. Maybe we'll see some Stoke the Forge action. That could be pretty cool. And we see a Thunder Spirit come out with, okay, a little rabbit in defense.
PTA? No, Gorgon's Gaze. That's an aggressive play here from Zero. But obviously it's been working for him. The first turn, Gorgon's Gaze to shut down the Astrabbit, preventing it from using its receive effect. A lot of times you'll save that Gorgon's for kind of a more offensive play to stop. But stopping Rabbit here and kind of slowing that momentum right away, if you've got the resources to do it, it could be big. Let's see if we see Kinleo here now with a Nexus Bank.
It makes me think that Zero might be setting up for something, that he has whatever the pieces in hand are, or a re-enchant. Oh no, an Ascend into Lavalith.
Wow, a hard Ascend into Lavalith. That's going to pop the back row. That's 8 attacking Lavalith.
Oh
that
my
back row
gosh.
is on. It is going to be a tsunami.
Okay.
Probably the best thing Ruli could see there.
Yep, we are going to chain that, move the Lavalith into defense. Astrabbit, of course, already comfortably in defense where it likes to be.
An additional back row from Zero there. if you're Ruli, even though that Lavalith's in defense, normally that's a 4 defense Celestial. This is a 6 defense Celestial because of the Forge right now. That's a mountain to climb.
This is no joke, especially with 2 back row. 0 not letting Ruli take a breath. But
that's a Water Enchanted Sorlet. I wonder if he's got a follow-up here with a Zeus or some sort of Demeter play to kind of buff, be able to hit over that. Because again, with that Forge, he's not hitting over that. With the back row set, it looks like that might be it. Water Enchanted Sorlet sitting out there. Not going to be able to do anything offensive.
No.
Lavalith's going to be able to put the pressure on, and Lavalith is not a card you want to Shield of Achilles, and Necroff is going to bring even more offensive pressure. Wow.
Now we're going to start burning, which is exactly what Fire wants to do. We're moving that Lavalith back into attack, and we still don't know much about what Ruli is even running here.
There's a Zeus from 0, which is very interesting because that's going to allow him to ensure that he can hit over, well, he's already mathematically hitting over both things, but I wonder if this is like in anticipation of like an Argo or something. I'm quite unsure because Necroff beats the Rabbit and Lavalith beats the Sorlet. So, but that's one thing that's interesting is for so long we saw Necroff played as just a 5, right? It would be a misenchanted with water. A lot of people kind of forget or underestimate the power of that burn effect. That can rack up.
I mean, it's just like Lumaru, who's now suddenly becoming properly enchanted, and that extra effect has been putting in work. So
it's another Tsunami. Wow.
That's the exact card that Ruli would have wanted to have there.
He needed that Tsunami there, but one of the things to note is even with that, this Lavalith is still a really big problem. He can at least deal with the Necroff. That was a good turn for Ruli, though, because you burned a Zeus Spirit, and you were able to keep the offensive off. There's a Thunder Spirit and an Elechick. This is exactly what Ruli needed to find his Zeus and enable this game plan.
So we are going to see that effect go off without an issue. Of course, Elechick being one of the prime Gorgon's Gaze subjects of this entire tournament today. But we saw that Gorgon Gaze come out on the Rabbit earlier, so...
I'm still a Pandora's Box truther, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Pandora's Box is a real card, but he'll grab that Zeus. That's going to immediately put pressure on. If Zero's back row is not live here, if he doesn't have kind of that Tsunami, then this Lavalith might go down, and that's exactly what Ruli's been kind of positioning for. So this is going to be a very, very big inflection point here on this game. There's 2 Thunder. Is that what he's loading up on his Zeus? It looks like it.
It looks like it, yeah.
Go to 3, and then probably disenchant 1. Go after the Lavalith. Make sure you can hit over that. Elechick can clear the Necroff, but a Tsunami would be huge. One thing to note, though, that Sorlet is water enchanted.
So Sorlet would still be able to do it, even with a Tsunami. There's no one-and-done answer for 0 here.
He is going to consider shifting Rabbit to attack, but the Astrabbit will remain in defense position. I think that's probably pretty smart. I think Zero is in a position where even if he has his board flipped here, Kinleo actually brings it right back. No, Bunny is going into attack position. Sorlet's going to fire into the Lavalith. It will take it out.
Okay.
Not a whole lot Zero could do there against such an offensive board. And then both Astrabbit and Elechick can beat the Necroff. We'll see what he does. It's going to be a shield. Rather, actually, Astrabbit does not beat Necroff because of the Volcanic Forge, and he will pay off the Zeus to play the shield. So, looks like Zero will be able to maintain some sort of board presence.
Yep.
Kinleo would be very big here.
Kinleo would be great. We already saw 0 hard ascend over one of the other Elestrals, so that's also an option here.
Are we going to see a Scavacole?
Ooh.
We will see an Ambrosia. Ambrosia.
Yep.
That's going to be really good. That's going to get him some of those Fire Spirits back. Seems like he's running a lot of Fire, a little bit of Thunder. Might have some Astrabbits in there. But he'll be able to put the pressure on here with this Necroff now. Could either target down the Astrabbit or the Sorlet. I probably go for the Sorlet just because you really don't want that position changing. And with Zeus plus Rabbit, you can still kind of play around that pretty well. But we'll see what Zero ends up doing as he is looking at his spirit deck, deciding what he's going to do here with that Ambro. He recovered those spirits.
Yeah, he got back 2 Fire, 1 Thunder.
And
so
it's going to be an Astrabbit of his own.
That might be what that Thunder was for.
Yeah, that's a really big play. Astrabbit's going to allow him to kind of establish a board and force those Zeus plays. He's going to force those disenchants from Zeus to clear it. So, and now he's got the option of picking from any one of those 3 cards to kind of maximize his game plan and make sure that he can get exactly what he needs here headed into the second half of the clash.
Yeah, and hopefully showing how powerful that original Gorgon's Gaze was, shutting off Ruli's Astrabbit, who has still been hanging around, actually.
Yeah. It might not be for long, though, because unless he's got another 3rd Tsunami or he wants to burn like a Shield of Achilles, I do think that Necroff is going to have a field day here, but it probably goes after the Sorlet. So let's see what ends up happening here. Zero going to shift that Necroff into attack position, and now debating his play. What is Ruli's back row? There's the attack into the Sorlet.
You were right there.
Sorlet, he is going to go for the altar.
Altar!
Wow.
Okay.
That could be a game-defining play there. Altar of Stars going to Nexus off of the Zeus onto the Astrabit, change the Necroff to defense position, and activate Astrabit's receive effect, generating incredible advantage off of that one card. I've said it for a long time, Kay. Altar of Stars is one of my favorite cards in the game because of plays like that.
It's one of those cards that it's like, I'm playing a trading card game right now when you get it to work.
That's it. When
It's
you start
always so
pulling
fun.
spirits off of something to then use the altar and then Nexus. Oh.
And then I move it here and do this, and I move this here.
There's just a lot of really fun kind of gameplay states that can exist because of Altar of Stars. Obviously, you usually have to pair it with a Divine. You have to have kind of some sort of defined strategy in place.
Yeah.
But as we move to the Divine Champion sets and more focus on these Divines, that's a card to watch out for.
Oh, you heard it here, folks. I'm personally taking note.
Yeah. You know, I leak everything, really, is what it comes down to.
I think you just get excited.
I get so excited. Ruli I think he's gonna go on the offensive here with this sword. It looks like he drew for turn post altar there. Obviously got that Astrabit proc, was able to get another card off the top of the deck. That generation of advantage, finding the cards you need. Probably at this point, if you're really looking for some back row support, just in case, a Gorgons would be huge, right? Like that could shut down. Because the Kinleo is telegraphed, right? Really doesn't need to know what's in Zero's deck to know that there's Kinleo, right?
Yeah.
But he does have the flexibility of going Wind Enchant on Sorlet to activate Sorlet's effect, expend a Wind Spirit to change the position of Astrabit.
Okay,
And with no back row on Zero's end, this is looking like Zero's going to be left with no Elestrals staring down 2 on Ruli's side.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the properly enchanting of these Elestrals, and here we go, being able to actually use Sorlet's effect to great effect with Rabbit, who is always such a defensive wall, really hard to get rid of. And the disenchant from Zeus to...
Yeah, that Forge is putting in overtime in his class right now. That Forge is actually probably alone saved Zero a handful of spirits, or forcing Ruli to use at least 2 or 3 spirits just because of the Forge buff. Stadiums are kind of in an interesting place in the metagame where it seems like if you stick one, it could be the difference in the game.
Yeah.
But, you know, a lot of times they end up in the side deck and they kind of end up being counterplays to different things. But Fire Nexus uses that because it's, as we discussed kind of in the pre-show here, the Divine Hephaestus isn't really doing it for them right now. But there's the Kinleo we've been waiting for.
That telegraphed Kinleo of legend.
And if that back row is not stopping this Kinleo, that Forge is going to allow him to Nexus, destroy the Sorlet, and then attack over the Astrabit. And all of a sudden, we got ourselves a game again.
Yeah, this is starting to get... Ooh, we're thinking about it. And another altar. Okay.
And a wise one at that, because the target's declared, ensuring that he can Nexus those spirits around, keep his Astrabit alive, and load it up with 3 spirits and prevent that attack. And now this Kinleo is incredibly vulnerable because there's no back row on Zero's end. I go back to that turn where he played that Gorgons on the Astrabit, and you're wondering if that would have been really handy right about now.
To hold it back. I mean, we were talking about maybe that Elechick, but this is another moment where it could have been great. Oh, okay. And here's this Elechick coming out, the one of on Ruli.
That's a lunar Elechick.
So we aren't even going to see the effect come out. But hey, if Nabi shows up, Elechick is not scared.
No, he's ready. Kinleo goes down to the attack, and this Rabbit is swinging for 3 spirits here. And I'll be honest, I'm not even sure what Zero does to climb back. When you look at a fire deck and you think about what are their comeback plans, it's usually Lavalith, right? It's usually establishing a Nexus Bank. And Kinleo, he's tried those 2 things.
Yes.
What's left?
The one of Lavalith is gone.
Maybe a Rumacole?
Maybe, unless he just has every eruption in the game in hand.
Or you just go 5s.
Or
you just drop the Necroff out there and see what happens.
Classic. It's a classic for a reason. We do have the one back row set on Ruli's side.
Third Tsunami. There it is.
Oh my gosh.
There it is.
Paying off of the Rabbit, which I really like that play.
That's an economical decision in this economy, that's for sure.
And it's able to move to defense as well.
Beautiful, beautiful. And now that Necroff is very vulnerable to the attacks. No longer protected by the Volcanic Forge, meaning it does just have that 1 defense. Astrabit can hit over it, although I think you want to take advantage of Astrabit's incredible... you know, those extra spirits on it. He does go Spectrus here. I'll be honest, I actually feel like re-enchanting Rabbit there might have been a better play. Just because you can generate back row. We see Ruli has no back row, right? So I think maybe he's like, let me just hit as hard as I can, but he would have hit the same amount of spirits either way. So I think I would have re-enchanted Rabbit, but maybe he doesn't have any Thunder left.
You know, he could be counting on Zero to keep not seeing back row, but that Zeus is still there, and so we can't fully count anything out. Zeus, of course, being incredibly strong, but I do wonder, I think that Necroff might have been the last hope in terms of being able to. Yep.
And that's it. Zero
There
is
we
gonna
go.
scoop this one here. Ruli in a dominant game. It looked like Zero was
Yeah.
off to such an incredible start, getting that Volcanic Forge out turn 1, getting his Lava Lith out turn 2, essentially. And then he had a lot of momentum, but those 2 timely Tsunamis early game kept the offensive pressure from Zero at bay, and it allowed Ruli to establish a board with his Astrabit, ultimately getting his Zeus to the field, and then he was able to kind of just take the game from there.
I mean, the fact that we saw all 3 Tsunamis even later in the game, I have to wonder, is fire really weak to water here?
I think so, right?
Yeah.
And that's where if you're Zero, you might want to consider what your options are to kind of play around that. The tough thing is, with the exception of Necroth, there's not a lot you want to misenchant with water, right?
Yeah.
So, and even if you are doing that, as we saw from Ruli, he's got a 5 in his own. He's got that Sorlet. So these position-changing Elestrals that can, we obviously Eddie being a big one, but Sorlet, that 5 stat is big. So you don't really want to go misenchanting when you're trying to take advantage of the Forge. So I think if you're Zero going into this next one, it looks like he does have a sideboard plan. That's always nice to see. Very, very quick with that. So he's got his game plan all sorted out there. But if you're Zero going into this, I think you want to really establish the game in a very similar way, and maybe just hope Ruli doesn't find those Tsunamis so fast.
Yeah, that I think that if we hadn't seen all 3, that could have been a very different game. I feel like Ruli could be thinking about maybe trying to side in if we have a stadium card in the side, because as you mentioned, if a stadium can be set up and just stick around, you get so much value. I mean, Ruli was having to go above and beyond just to get rid of, honestly, pretty basic Elestrals because of that Forge.
Yeah, and that's where we'll see potentially a Mount Olympus coming in, right? Especially in the context of this deck. Although I gotta say, Ruli seems to be kind of on more of a good stuff pile. We saw the Spectres, we saw the Sorlets, we saw the Astrabits, we saw the Elichick searching the Zeus. We saw a lot of counter rune support. Presumably he may have some water cards since we saw all those Tsunamis. That's a lot of different elements. So I'm not totally convinced that he has a stadium that really makes sense.
Yeah, that would have room. I mean, even like in this particular matchup, I think Cryoblast would be.
I see, yeah, that's exactly what I just...
Oh, there we go.
Looking at those sideboard options there, it looked like he was kind of sneaking in some of those potential tools there.
I agree.
I might have seen my favorite Elestral there, so we'll see if that comes into play, because that could be very, very big. Obviously, hitting the field, speaking of Nobby, hitting the field, dropping attack stats, and then turboing into Doppelganger, that is a lot to deal with.
I mean, they already had the Lunar package a little bit set up, so that's one of those, I really love when side decks can be transformative and kind of change the way that you play the deck between games. And I think that that's something that could definitely do that.
That's one of my favorite things about side decking is the term smokescreens, where a player builds a certain deck, and then when they go to round 2, they completely change the dynamics of the deck. And that might just be what we see here from Ruli, right? Because if he just transformed his deck into a Nobby Doppelganger deck, that's going to really throw off Zero, because he didn't see any of that in that first game.
No, and I wonder if he knows that it's because you're watching. Maybe it was a little shout to you. Say, hey, here you go.
Maybe slide those in there. But I know we had seen a few tournaments ago, there was a player who was running a particular deck, and then they were smoke screening into like Draking, like just completely devastating opponents, not expecting it. And that's where the creativity of the 15-card side deck really comes in, as players are able to kind of move some cards in, customize their game plan. And, when you're 5-0 here at this point in the tournament, you know your patterns. You know exactly what you're doing in every scenario.
Oh,
okay, I'm playing against BlueStacks. This is exactly what I'm doing. I'm playing against this type of, good stuff pile or Fire Nexus. This is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to make these changes. I'm going to make these adjustments, and I'm going to feel better going into game 2.
And that 15-card side deck, that's still pretty newly implemented, where you have the additional cards. And you see, Joseph and I were talking about this earlier, a lot of casters not fully exploring that. And I think that you see these 5-0 casters clearly taking full advantage of that. And I think that that's a huge factor.
Most certainly. And I think one of the interesting parts is, in Elestrals, you do have flexibility to run spirits in your side deck. I think it's less optimal, though. At this stage of the game, that's very tough to take up those slots, because even though 15 might seem like a lot, when the metagame is as diverse as it is today, and I think a lot of casters went into this event saying, like, I don't even know what to play, because there's so many different options. I don't know what I'm going to see, within a range of 5 to 8 strategies.
Sure.
But, fitting those spirits in is rough, because you really want all those spaces for all the different cards you can run, the, Divine Blessings and the Spoiled Fruits and the, potential stadium counters and all that stuff. But we're heading into game 2 here. Zero looking to bounce back with his Fire Nexus deck, and he's going to start this one off the same way he started game 1 with Rumacole.
I mean, that Volcanic Forge could be Stoke the Forge, who's to say? But Volcanic Forge gave so much value, and there it is. just having immediately to contest a 4 attack Rummikul, it's not nothing.
I think the real difference maker there is when you look at the 6 attack Necruff, right? Because that, if it's not in defense position, that is very hard to beat down. But this Rummikul going to give him exactly the start he wants. It looks like he's going to throw that Forge down right away as well. And special shout out, we got the full art Volcanic Forge coming next month for Shattered Stars, so that's going to be really exciting.
I cannot wait for next month. Ares, it's going to be spicy.
We got some good stuff, some new champions, of course. The debut of the Divine Champions cards in next month's Shattered Stars. So there's a little plug there if you guys want to pick some of those.
Oh my gosh, the Volcaries, I think, is one of them, yeah?
Good, yes. Rummikul sitting at 4 attack, really just doing a quick check there as he draws his first card. 6 cards in hand. He's going to reach for that Spirit deck, and let's see if there's a first turn Astrava. It's going to be a Water Spirit and a Wind Spirit.
Oh, I wonder what could be coming right now. That
looks like a blowout hurricane on a shield and a PTA. That is nuts.
Huge hit. Wow. It really is feeling good.
If you're at this part of the game and you just traded 3 spirits for essentially 2 of the most powerful cards Zero could have, you are feeling so good right now.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. And assuming that Ruli is setting up something here, wanting to clear for an Eddie. That's exactly what that is. And suddenly this really powerful opening from Zero has been completely contested. We've got almost a full board wipe. Wow. Only the Forge still there, and Ruli's feeling pretty good.
And worth noting that Rummikul's effect only buffs his attack the extra step because of Forge, so Eddie able to swing over it there. This is exactly what Zero needed, though, right? Like, that was a terrible first turn. Well, it was a great first turn for Zero, a terrible bounce back on Ruli's end if you're Zero, but then you find your S-Rabbit, and you just burned an Eddie. So you got a chance here to kind of shake off that blowout there on that Hurricane, establish a new plan, right? Because now he doesn't have the back row support anymore, and start to kind of think about what the rest of this game is going to look like for you.
Yeah, and gonna have to see how Ruli deals with this Astrabbit, because as you mentioned, Eddie, prime Astrabbit hunter here, but we also saw the Sorlet.
Wow, that's an interesting play. We're going to see a Thunderstorm. Almost certainly a side deck
and
card.
there goes one of those tsunamis. That's a huge hit.
Yeah, but not the time you want to hit it, though, right? So you hit it now in a moment where you're making 0 offensive movement. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, especially when you know you're going up against a deck that's running Hurricane. Having your opponent have back row almost gives you some confidence that you can set your own. So I'm a little unsure about that play, again, just for the sake of, like, yeah, you blew up the tsunami, that's great, but, like, what does that do for you in the context of now you're going to get hit back by this Eddie because the Zeus hits the field?
That's true. Unless this is a real back row set from Zero, we'll have to see. We are going to see Zeus with 3 Zaptors loaded up and 1 back row set from Ruli, and the Disenchant does go through.
One interesting thing to note is Ruli chose to not cast an Elestrals that turn. I'm not sure he expended to draw either, so not making the most of his normal actions for the turn. Zero will lose his Astrabbit, but he's going to be looking to fire something down here. This is where, like, a Kinleo would be really big, right? That's where that card comes in and puts on a lot of pressure, but at the sake of losing the Forge. So let's see here. It is going to be exactly that. Kinleo hits the field. This is what you want to see if you're Zero, but if you don't have the back row support for it, this is going to be kind of all for naught because you're going to burn some spirits. Let's see. Is he going to misenchant a Zeus here too? He is.
Ooh, there we go. So we're being able to keep that Forge up, which I think that was a real turning point in the last game. Was once that Forge went away was when Ruli was really able to sort of snowball and regain control.
I think if you're Zero right now, you are hoping you are not about to run into a shield. Let's see if he goes on combat. If he can get this attack, and that's going to be big, and Ruli immediately reaches for a Spirit deck, so he will be taking 2. That Misenchanted Zeus play, I was actually thinking in the last game, I wonder how much Zero actually misenchants that Zeus, and we got to see it there, so he can keep that Forge. And now that Kinleo is actually a 5, this is going to be a Cryoblast, but it's not going to work.
Because of the Forge, unless it's, it's like maybe we're just...
I think this is going to be a misplay of misplays here. Oh no, Ruli can utilize the Zeus to hit down the Kinleo to ensure that Cryoblast effect does resolve. So that is a legitimate play here, but it's going to cost him a little bit more than maybe he was initially thinking with Kinleo having 2 spirits and now 3 defense because of the Forge, as opposed to its normal weak 1 or 2 defense. Looks like they're going to allow that kind of be rewinded a little bit here. There's the Zeus disenchant.
Yep, you're exactly
and now
right.
we'll certainly see the Cryoblast. The reality of it is the order doesn't actually matter. Cryoblast still works either way, and Kinleo is going to get cleared here. So big plays from Ruli combining those cards. I think that Cryoblast might have been a side deck card. So really good strategies there from Ruli.
And I mean, even as Zero, you just force Ruli to use a lot of valuable cards, the Disenchanting one from Zeus and the Cryoblast, to get rid of one Elestral, which obviously the loss is pretty big, but maybe you don't care too much.
Yeah, but when you follow up with Astrabbit, that's feeling pretty good too, because you're able to regenerate any of those resources you might have just that card generating such incredible advantage here. He's a little lower on spirits, so Zero's feeling pretty good there, but I'm not quite sure on Zero's hand size, and that's going to be a big factor here, because if he doesn't have a hand, which I don't see it,
yeah, I think we're top decking at this point.
Yeah, that's really rough because you're almost in a situation where you're going to be forced to expend the draw. Bunny's going to poke you for 1 here, but if you're Zero, Lavalit's not even live yet, so I'm not quite sure what he's going to be fishing for, but a Necruff might be pretty nice just to go on the offensive.
Necruff is always good, and we still have that Forge Enchanted, so that would be an immediate huge threat that Ruli would have to deal with, and depending on what that back row is.
This is going to be an expend to draw, it looks like, right away. So he's going to be fishing for some resources here. He's got to find an Elestral. This is where things get scary. He does find Ambrosia. That's going to keep him in the game a little bit longer. There's still a lot of spirits to be had. Either player can take this one for sure, but the problem is now Ruli's going to be able to potentially establish a second Elestral, or even better, re-enchant the Rabbit is what I would do, honestly. Because this is a game that's going to come down to who finds their counter runes, I think.
Yeah, we have not seen a lot of counter rune action between the hurricanes and the thunderstorm, and here we are.
Oh wow, he's pulling off Mechanic Forge to be able to play resting
on a Rabbit.
But I don't think that's a play.
I think it still technically counts as on the field. Yeah, unfortunately.
So we've got the judges discussing this play here. So the current situation is there's 2 spirits on Ruli's board, and there's 1 on Zero's board. Zero's trying to pull the spirit off the Volcanic Forge to play the Resting on Your Laurels, but that is not something he can do. So he's going to put that spirit back. Unfortunately, it does not quite work that way. Telegraphing that, setting another back row here, but now at least if Ruli does end up casting another Elestral, then you have that play for the next turn.
That's very true, and this is a lesson that I also learned the hard way in a tournament where I tried to do the same thing. So Zero, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, so now actually if you're Ruli, you don't want to re-enchant Rabbit. You actually want to cast another Elestral now that you've been told that, and that's where that misplay could end up being impactful, because that gives Ruli a little bit more insight on what makes sense here. I think there may be a case to be made about re-enchanting just for the card advantage, but now you're a little scared, because if you do that, you're losing, the 1 Elestral that you have and 2 spirits on it.
Exactly. And this back row has been set on Ruli's side for quite a while, and I think there were turns that if it was, for example, a shield, we would have seen that come through, like with the Kinleo. But okay. Thinking about deliberating a Leviathan here.
I gotta say, I love seeing these Dallas Spirits live today. Incredible.
They're gorgeous.
I'm so proud of the team for those, because they are awesome. Those Premier frames are something truly special for the game, and we're gonna see another.
Oh my goodness.
That is going to absolutely tear up the back row of Zero. It was a Shield of Achilles, actually. Gorgon's Gaze going to hit the Astrabbit, so at least Zero has some sort of a clap back here. This is very interesting, because even though Ruli's going to clear that Resting on Your Laurels, he's going to clear that back row, the Gorgon's Gaze, force the proc there. You are still in a situation where Zero's still got a good amount of spirits, but he's got no cards. That's the real big problem.
We are looking for the top deck of a lifetime here, and unfortunately, I think that showing that resting is probably the deciding factor of that hurricane.
I think so too. 100%. He definitely did that for that. But now it looks like Ruli might just be looking to do an expend to draw here, because he can no longer re-enchant that Rabbit because it's Gorgon's Gaze. So he's going to kind of lose out on that. He will go for an expend to draw. This is Zero's chance. He needs a neck rub.
You see his hands coming together. He's starting to cook.
He doesn't find it. It looks like he's going to have to expend the draw again, is my guess. Doing some spirit counts here, maybe providing some intel to his opponent about how many spirits he has. Ruli's been in control of this game, I feel like, kind of from the beginning. There is an expend to draw. Those 2 hurricanes have been so massive.
Yeah, and hopefully we it's simply 2 back row possibly.
There's no way there's a 3rd Hurricane, right?
They're surely not.
And that's incredible. I got to believe that Ruli went for a side deck strategy to bring in those Hurricanes. And it's proven to be incredibly impactful as he's now going to hit the field with a Water Enchanted Elichick. Love that to play around Tsunami. Sure, he's going to get some damage in here. Rabbit can safely move to attack, I think, at this point, especially when the Spirit differential is as big as it is, 10 to 4.
Yeah.
Close that gap a little bit, hit for 2. But if you're 0, you are desperately in need of an Elestral on this top deck.
Yeah, and we saw 0 sort of contemplate there for a little bit, but I think that we're simply going to take these 2 spirits of damage, and yeah, hopefully this top deck can do something for him.
I think the biggest question is if you're 0, let's assume he finds an Elestral. He's grabbing a Spirit. Do you Water Enchant the Necref if you actually find that to make sure that you could play around the Tsunami that was so big? But he's got to expend the draw
Another
again.
expend.
Wow, 3 turns in a row. 0 has been forced to expend to draw. That's going to set another back row, but he can't find an Elestral. Ruli with 4 spirits left, going to draw for his turn, and he is in the driver's seat. I think now you definitely just re-enchant the Rabbit. Looking for an Ambrosia, give yourself 3 chances to find one.
Oh, yeah. And unfortunately, I'm thinking about what could 0 have set here that's really going to save him, and Tsunami doesn't do it.
Oh.
That's really the only thing that, if that chick was not Water Enchanted. Oh my goodness.
I think if you're 0 right now, you've got to be feeling pretty bad. I think Nobby puts you in a situation where if you can't clear it on the next turn, it's going to be very hard to be able to do a whole lot of anything at this point. I think the only other thing I could really think of is, a Lavalith could hit the field. That would be a really good play right now if you're 0. He is going to go Gorgon's Gaze. But why?
It's unfortunate because...
Why is he Gorgon's?
Yeah, there's really not anything that you're protecting with not being able to get any Elestrals on board, but...
I'm going to be honest. Oh, you know what? He must be clearing spirits for lava. Like, I'm so confused why you would make
you're
that play.
exactly right. I think this is... well...
But I'm trying to understand why there's any logic to play Gorgon's Gaze there, because you're going to take 1 spirit of damage, but you're paying 2 and burning a card, so...
And you still can't... I'm not sure.
I kind of saw his hand there a little bit, and I didn't see an Elestral, so I think 0 is going to be in a position where he's going to have to expend the draw for the 4th turn in a row.
This is rough.
He's going to set another back row. Oh, he has the Kinleo, but he just used his Forge on the last turn.
That's just a little guy against the world, unfortunately. And when he doesn't have something to Nexus from, there's not much he can do.
And there is an Altar of Stars going to turn Nobby into attack position, and he's going to be able to crash into the Kinleo, take out the Kinleo, and send it to Doppelganger. Oh no.
My God.
What a play. Does he have Doppel in his deck? We're going to find out in a second. But that might be it. I think when you look at that last turn, I'm not sure I understand the logic of taking the Volcanic Forge out and using the Gaze in the first place. I don't think it generated any advantage for you. And now that he found that Kinleo on that top deck, he really could have used that because he could have popped the Nobby before it did what it's about to do, which is hitting the field with a Doppelganger that is almost certainly about to strike for game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that you get to a point with the games, right, where when you're playing on the back foot like this, you can make decisions like that it's like, I don't know anything that I can do here. Ruli had such a commanding board presence, and we're going to be hard ascending into an Arcolith. I think this is game.
Well, yeah, that is a Water Enchanted Doppelganger. There is nothing that 0 can do here to stop this offensive pressure. Got to give some... it's still a close game. It's 3-1, but got to give some props to Ruli here. He navigated that very elegantly. He was able to go up again. Yeah, there's a Tsunami and an Altar. Not going to be enough there. The handshake there. And ultimately, Ruli's going to take this one. That was a very dominant performance across both games. He's going to move to 6-0 in the tournament.
Wow.
That's crazy. At this point, being 6-0 almost guarantees, I think it actually does guarantee top cut for tomorrow, because even if you lose out the rest of the way, you're losing out to other people who are 6-0.
True.
Essentially, right? So your tiebreakers are going to be really strong. So Ruli's going to have a chance to get that top 16 Pantera in that playmat, it looks like.
Oh, my goodness. And we might have a chance to see Ruli on stream again. And, I mean, with that game, Ruli played, both casters honestly played masterfully, but Ruli was just able to control the entire time, and unfortunately having to expend, what was that, 4 turns in a row?
Yeah,
not
well, that's
seeing
the thing,
anything.
right? So when we talk about playing this late in a tournament, I talked a little bit with it about Joseph. There's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of pressure. This whole day they've been playing. They're kind of in the comfort level of being in the seats in kind of the arena, but then they get pulled on stage, and that's a different ball game because you got a lot of people watching. There's a little extra pressure. Your heart's beating a little faster. Your hands are shaking just a little bit more.
Yeah, all the time.
Everything's moving a little quicker, and those decisions that you're making become a little bit tougher, right? And we saw, some tough plays, some interesting decisions there, where otherwise, I mean, he's 5-0. That is nothing to scoff at coming into this round. Obviously, Zero's played out of his mind today, but Ruli was locked in.
Yeah, well, and as you mentioned, this isn't really a bad time to lose because it doesn't mean that Zero isn't going to Top Cup.
That's totally true, right? So this Fire Nexus deck can most certainly still come through. He's really got to win probably 1. You win 2, you're definitely in, right? So he's got 2 rounds to go. There's still plenty of tournament left. There's still an opportunity for him to bounce back from this. And he's losing to someone who probably is going to end up finishing pretty high there in Ruli. So
which is going to help him as well.
Yeah, it's only going to help, right, when we look at those tiebreakers. So if you're Zero, I think you brush this one off. You maybe blame being on the stream as the issue, right? And you kind of go back into your comfort zone where you've done so well the rest of this tournament. And if you're Ruli, that bodes really well going into day 2. I think there's a lot to be said about being able to get those on-stage jitters out on day 1. So that way when you get to day 2, if you get pulled up on stream, which inevitably if you're playing far enough you will, it's not your first time up there, because those lights are pretty bright and, you got a judge next to you and there's a little extra pressure,
I mean, Zero might have come up with the tech. You're right. Get the nerves out now when it's like it's not the highest stakes as long as he plays out the rest of the day well and doesn't let it get to him. I have to say it was so exciting to see opening with Rummikul, getting the Volcanic Forge out, and how powerful that Forge just sticking there was that first game. And then obviously Zero learning from that in the second game and valuing it a little bit more with the misenchant of the Zeus, being able to keep that around. So there were a lot of really cool plays to see from both of these casters.
Yeah, I love that. I think that this is a really good kind of indicator or reminder to casters as they go to construct their decks is stadiums are real, right? We saw in the last round, artifacts are real. Stadiums are real too, and they can really change the dynamic of a game. That +1/+1 to your attack and defense may not seem like a lot, but when you're talking about stats that are very close to each other, it can be all the difference. We saw forcing that Cryoblast and the Zeus to be able to deal with a Kinleo that was in defense position after a Nexus. We saw the Lavalith in defense position almost unoutable until a Zeus was found. So that stadium played a big kind of role in that game, which is kind of why I was so surprised that he was so willing to get rid of it at the end of that game there, especially top decking into the Kinleo. But ultimately, when you have to expend a draw 4 turns in a row, it's really hard to come back from that.
There's not much you can do. And especially with right now, we were talking about these good stuff pile lists and like, oh, if Ruli did have in the side deck a stadium to be able to say, okay, well, it was a big problem in game 1. Oftentimes, what stadium do you even run that's going to be able to work with your entire deck? So yeah, stadiums are in fact very real, and I loved that game.
That was really interesting. And talking about side deck kind of strategies, I think we really have to commend Ruli there because I believe that he sided in the Hurricanes, and I do believe he sided in the Nobby strategy as well. I don't think that was in his main. So the fact that he identified, okay, this is an opportunity where if I can get these attack drops off, I know my opponent is not playing anything related to Lunar, so I'm free to go into this side.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas in a tournament where you think, okay, there's a good chance that 30% of the playing field is going to run Lunar today, Nobby is such a powerful card, but not against Lunar. So let me tuck it into the side. Let me throw some specs in there so they can deal with the Galaxies and the Foamies and the other things I might run into today. And then if I need it later, I only need a few Lunar to activate that strategy, and it worked wonderfully there in that game too.
I think that that's one of the strategies that has probably evolved because we've been in Moonrise for a while, and we saw so many games where for a while everyone was playing Nobby main deck, and everyone's doing Doppelganger main deck, and then even on stream we saw the game against Solar with the Draco Ray and,
that's
all that.
Solar too, rising in usage, it makes Nobby less useful, but I think Ruli may have stumbled, or not stumbled, I'm sure he tested a ton.
Oh,
right?
I'm sure.
He may have come across something really, really viable here if that is indeed his side deck strategy, where he kind of smoke screens into that Nobby Doppelganger for game 2 when he knows, okay, it's safe. This is the time to do it. It only needs to connect once, and it becomes a big problem. But again, highlighting those Hurricanes, that turn 1 Hurricane on a PTA and a Shield of Achilles, that was brutal.
That I think, I mean, it's hard to say turn 1 really sealed it, but I mean, when you get rid of those 2 of the most powerful counter runes in the game, and then you can't get a guy, there's nothing that you can do.
Yeah, that's really tough. And we talk about the mental, which I really do think is a big part of these types of events. The momentum shifts so heavily in your favor after taking a really close game 1, or actually a pretty solid game 1, but then just hurricaning away the background game 2. And we saw Zero struggle to find resources the rest of the game, because while he got off to such a great start with the Rummikul, because he lost his back row there, he wasn't able to ever accumulate enough. Whereas on the flip side, Ruli was just like, my rabbit's just going to keep finding me stuff this whole game. And those Altar of Stars were really big.
Oh, yeah.
Cool stuff. I got a lot of questions for Ruli. I see him standing back there. We're going to get him on the mic here in just a moment. I'm going to take this interview so you can take a little break, and we'll see you back here soon. And Joseph will be back as well soon. And we are back here at the Dallas Open 2025 event with our round 6 winner, 6-0 now, Ruli. How was that match for you? That was insane.
Oh, it was so nerve-wracking. I wasn't prepared for the feature match. I didn't know how that would affect me, but honestly, having the headset and just being up there like allowed me just to tune in and then just like enjoy it like it was any other match. So it was just
That's good
really
to hear.
Yeah.
We spent a good amount of time talking about kind of the mentality going into a game like that and kind of the extra nerves added on of going onto the stage and kind of being taken out of the element that you were so comfortable in all day. It's interesting to hear that you felt it wasn't too bad for you.
No, something about the headset, just like allowing to tune everything out, just allowed me to be like, it's another game. I was trying not to think about the camera, you know, like people watching. I kind of forgot that people were watching because it just like the headset. I don't know. It did me wonders. It was really nice.
I love that. I got to talk to you about kind of some of the things that happened in that game, specifically your side deck pattern, because I think that that was very interesting. If I'm not mistaken, you made quite a transformative change into game 2.
Yeah.
I think I saw kind of a Nobby Doppelganger smokescreen. Is that accurate?
Yep, 100%. Yeah, Nobby is the card that I bring it in against anything that's not
Solar and
Lunar, and it wins me games.
Yeah,
by
that's
itself.
so brilliant, man.
Yeah.
I think you really are onto something there in terms of shifting the format in a way, because I think that is so brilliant, such a powerful card that does nothing against what may be 40% of the field.
Right.
But once you know what your opponent's on, it's very easy to slide that back in.
Right.
I saw you running kind of the main deck Spectrus, so you're already running some native Lunar Spirits.
Right.
Very cool stuff. Were those Hurricanes also sided in for game 2, or are those naturally in the...
They were naturally in there, yeah.
That was big. That turn 1 Hurricane in game 2, blowing back a PTA and a shield. That was absolutely insane. What did you think when you saw Zero throw down that Lavalith Ascension on the Rummikle, and you have to deal with an 8-6?
So I was thankful that I had Tsunami, but I actually forgot that it was an 8-6. I felt like I might have made like a quick misplay there where I Tsunami, then I was just like, oh, I'll bring out the Water Swordlet. It has 4 defense, and I was like, I'll just attack over. But luckily I had Zeus in hand, so my deck just really revolves around, like, I always have answers to, like, a lot of situations that Elestrals presents. And knowing that I had some answers made me feel like, okay, let me see if these answers work before I get nervous about it. Because I know I'm chaining that Tsunami to it. So that's, like, he's not getting the advantage off of popping the room. I'm switching it to defense. The misplay kind of stunk, but, you know, we figured it out and got there in the end because I had other answers to it.
Yeah, for sure.
If I didn't have the answers, that's when I go, oh no, I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I noticed that there was kind of an interesting play there where you went to go play the Cryoblast and you stopped yourself. And you're like, wait a minute, I got to use Zeus. The order, I think, there wasn't going to make a difference, but I noticed there was a little bit of a pause there, and you were kind of like, let me make sure I get this right.
Yeah, I was lucky. I said, I'll put down a Fleur Mine instead of I'll cast Cryoblast, and I looked at the judge. I was like, "Please, I was like, am I allowed to take this back?" Because I didn't know.
It still would have resolved though, because Cryoblast works until the end phase.
Oh, it does work until the end phase.
So if you Cryoblast them and then Zeus them, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I know I wrote it, but I'm pretty sure Cryoblast says if they hit 0 at any point during that turn, essentially they get cleared. But very interesting there.
That'd have been nice.
So some really cool back and forth. What was your thoughts going in? I'm actually curious. What has been kind of your run so far to 6-0? Have you seen a lot of variety? Have you seen a lot of the same stuff? Has it been what you expected coming into the tournament?
So what I expected during the last Premier tournament, I went 5-2 with this. It was a very similar deck. I kind of revitalized it a little bit, but my 2 losses were to Blitztrix.
Okay.
So like I've been like that's been my I'm so scared.
Boogeyman,
yeah, the Boogeyman. Yeah, I've been so scared of it, and I played it once and I won because of the changes that I've made. But after that, I've actually been playing a lot of Solar.
Okay.
I've had 3 Solar matches. People have just been wanting to Foretell and Windjin and Tornadin, which I'm a big fan of, but my deck has a lot of natural outs to these decks that have been coming up to me, like 5 Fire Nexus, all these decks. When you play 5 guys, and my deck really takes advantage of the fact that a lot of Elestrals have a high attack stat or a high defense stat, and then it's low on the other side.
Yes.
So all my cards are taking advantage of like that and like outing them that way.
Eddies, the opportunity to change positions and really manipulate the board state in a unique way to gain advantage. And you did it eloquently across those 2 games. A very dominant performance, man. Congratulations on your round 6 win. Great to meet you, by the way, in person.
Super cool,
right? You've been kind of an anchor of the community for a really long time. So pleasure having you on the stream and the feature, and good luck the rest of the way, man.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just have to say, you guys have been doing great. The
Thank
team,
you, man.
the team
I appreciate that.
It. This is amazing. You guys
awesome stuff. We got a couple more rounds coming up. We got MBT and K. Craig going to be back on the mic for you guys in the next round. We're going to see Ruli keep chugging along here. Now 6-0, heading in round 7. I don't want to say you guarantee top cut, but I think the numbers are looking good for you.
Right.
Go win out anyway so you can get that good seed. And
that's what
we'll be back here after a short break heading into the next round. Again, MBT and K. Craig will be back. Thank you so much for allowing me to join, guys. I hope you enjoyed my commentary. And for myself and Ruli, we'll see you guys soon.
And welcome back to round 7 of the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 Premier event. I'm your caster, Joseph Rothschild. You may know me as MBT, and I'm here with my co-caster, Kate Gray.
Hello, good to be back for round 7.
We have excised the Dan from the casting booth, and we are back to your original duo. Super happy to be here, of course, and super happy to be coming to you with incredible news. We are getting our first round of locks for Top Cut. Individuals who are undefeated from this position can expect to be in the top 16 tomorrow. And the guy at the top of the slot is Danny Guadalupe.
What a Cinderella story.
It really is. He learned the deck last night. Today we are not going to be watching him, however, because there's no joy in seeing something that has already been confirmed. Instead, we are going to be watching some individuals who still have a lot to prove and a lot on the line. Starting with one caster who's very near and dear to both of our hearts. I'm talking about Swolax.
I cannot wait. Swolax has been killing it all day. And as you mentioned, this is a really important game because both of our casters are 5-1. We need one more game from each of them to lock Top Cut.
Usually all 6-2s will clear. Probably a few will not on breakers, but losing rounds this late in the day is great news for anyone looking to secure that slot. Swolax is in a good position to win or lose, but he will have to win at least one, and it would be so nice to punch that card right now. Any of you who are familiar with Swolax from the Elestriad may be excited to learn that he is playing a similar strategy. In fact, I am shocked to inform you there's almost nothing in Swolax's deck from the last couple of sets.
Yeah, this is his emotional support deck that we're playing right now, and clearly it's been serving him well. And
He looks supported.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait to see him pilot this.
Yeah, Goro Babu also playing a deck that many remember from yesteryear, Thunder and Pals. Of course, how many times have we seen Astrabbit come down on turn 1? It's like we never left base set.
There has to have been an Astrabbit counter going for stream today. I know that someone's been doing it. And we are fanning out our hands here. Going to be starting. I personally haven't seen Goro's list, so I have a feeling it'll be some usual suspects. But
I do know a couple of cards in there that are unusual, so we'll see. I will say, if anyone is going to be knocked off their blocks by Thunder Nexus, it's not going to be Swole, who took down one of the really early webcam events with the strategy against some really powerful named players. He won 2 on that strategy, one against Distant Coder and one against an individual whose name escapes me. Starting with the Toxion here, Swole just going to take that big 1. An Owloon, set 1, pass, and look at that grip. Oh, I'm looking at that Astrabbit, and it's taking me back.
yeah, here. Oh, but we are instead.
What a blue Eddy. Wow, that is a deep blue.
That is the bluest Eddy, which Swolax is quite partial to. And we are going to activate that Eddy effect, move Toxion into defense. We have the 1 back row set from both of these casters.
People so unwilling to set more than 1 in a world of Hurricane.
And Glimbat.
and Aviolith. We can't forget our unsung back row stoppers.
Yes.
Huge shouts out, by the way, to Swolax for keeping the dream alive. Those unsleeved spirits. Feels bad to play expensive spirits that are, of course, shiny in some capacity without sleeves. So he just plays whatever was in the box that they came in.
And a big Cryoblast coming out, taking down that Eddy to bring out a misenchanted Eddy.
So you would think Eddy into Eddy, you just want to cast the Eddy, no reason to waste a removal spell. But this Eddy represents so much more. If it sticks for a turn, it is an altar target. It is a mechanism for ascension. Thunder Enchanting Eddy is very common in Goro Babu's deck, as is Spiking an Equilinx in Swole's. Well, Equilinx the meter.
There's no way that he just had the dynamic duo.
Wait a minute, just opened this card naturally?
You know what?
Remind me, this is at 1, right?
Yes, Equilinx is at 1, Demeter. Finally unlimited, but
the punish does come through here. The Tsunami is kind of brutal here, unable to attack over the Eddy, and whatever plans Goro Babu had for the Thunder Enchanted Elestral looks like are going to come to fruition. Let's see what we're working with.
We did have a second set from Swole, so hopefully something that can kind of protect the castle here, get some value out of this one of Equilinx.
This is an easy Hurricane. Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
My lips to God's ear. I think
it's the caster's curse is what it is.
Yeah, I love this Gorgons here. Proactive Gorgons in response targeting the Eddy says, if you want to ascend over that bad boy, you're going to have to try harder than that. That Eddy is not moving from that spot. We are going to lose the shield, but as we all know, shield, especially in the wake of Equilinx, never resolves.
It never resolves. And as you say, that ascension, the Goro is clearly really going for it. Not going to be able to happen. Swole, despite everything, managing to stay ahead of this. We see an expend to draw.
Wow, great news. We get to lead with the Equilinks, contest the back row immediately. It has to be something very particular, probably a Gorgon's Gaze here. No, just a Shield of Achilles, never resolving, never ever resolving.
Yep, and
the aggro rabbit, I love it.
Yep, aggro rabbit. We have Equilinks not turning into attack before activating the effect in case that was a tsunami.
Yep.
So proper sequencing, of course, what we expect to see at this point in the day.
Checking to see the spirit count real quick. Swole's very lucky insofar as he's playing a mostly mono spirit deck. Doesn't have to do too much boy math. Down comes the pick, and I imagine we'll see this Equilink switched to attack, the Demeter leveraged to trade with the Eddy, and 2 points of damage direct at Goro Babu's face. Are we going to see a set as well? We are not. Ooh, that is a little frightening, but could be worse.
Yeah, we do see the disenchant from the Demeter pumping up the Astrabbit, actually.
Yeah, no reason to go in on the Equilinks.
Yep, and gonna go ahead and get 2 spirits of damage with that Equilinks. And another, no, I think that was just taking damage. Okay. Whew, I thought we saw another expended draw, which would have been quite brutal. All right.
I'm actually surprised to see Goro Babu so down in cards. Was that Cryoblast play that inefficient that they are now on a 3-card hand? There's no way. Look, you saw his eyebrows raise for just a moment.
I know.
So Swole's play was great, but does not play very well around Unk, which is largely fine because very few people are playing this card. However, if there's one deck that is playing it, it is the Thunder Pile.
And
staring down 7 damage.
Yeah.
That says, okay, no, that's not happening for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're dealing with it, but that's not happening.
Well, Equilinks was able to get some value, pop the shield, never resolves anyways.
Let's see that resting on your laurels.
Yep, this is how it would be.
Seeing like a Gorgon's Gaze. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Going for the rabbit reenchant here. Still able to find a resting as a potential way to out it, as that Arcolith is on 5 spirits.
As Unk likes to do.
The problem is that Swolax is Unk. So trying to wield Unk's tools against himself will never prosper.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. If he was able to do something
this
about
is
it.
so totally resting. Oh no.
Oh.
Okay. I was excited.
I mean, I have no doubt that if anyone could do it, it would be Swole. A worst case scenario, we just move this rabbit to defense, make Goro have to either answer the rabbit or not be able to get all of those spirits of damage in with Arcolith.
We'll say an Arcolith that's spirits are not being used to immediately cast Invoke Runes is a pretty nice target for a Shield of Achilles. It just requires your opponent to have pretty poor spatial awareness.
However,
the meter can bring it to 5, and Arcolith has 4 defense. So maybe this works.
Ooh,
with a Gorgon's Gaze. This is a really frustrating Gorgon's too.
Yep.
You pull it off the Arcolith. Now you've gotten some value out of the recycled spirits. You can immediately threaten the Astrabbit for an attack for 2. Terrible position for Swole to find himself in.
I still believe. And we are going to, we're looking at spirits. I mean, Swolax is still up. Got that Demeter on board. Cannot.
Ugh.
Oh, and there we go.
This is when Unk is at his best, when he's able to cast Invoke Runes from the spirits that he has recycled. Here, going all the way back to a healthy 9, and it's like we never had to play a Lith at all.
Yeah, just a bunch of free instant runes, which, I mean...
I will say the one place where Goro Babu is kind of behind his cards. I believe that might have been their last card in hand.
Okay, so if we're in a situation where they are simply top decking, you know, our boy could still do it, although going to be putting...
There.
Yep, the Leviathan under to play around.
Not enough.
Tsunami, yep. And unless Swole has a guy to play that can hit over this Arcolith with Demeter.
I think we might.
I think this is an ascension.
Into our own Unk. Into a
like a void.
6 pumped with the Demeter does get over the attack points of Arcolith, which is also 6. Huge hit here. Goro's on top deck mode. Big swingy cards like Arcolith no longer on the table.
Yep, and we already saw that Earthquake over on Goro's side too, so that's not an answer here.
It's basically a hope and a prayer to draw resting on your laurels, but this isn't a normal board. It's not like you can give Swole a lot of time. This Leica Void really threatens a lot. Down comes the Astrabbit, 3 off the top. I'm actually surprised to see the Leica Void. I thought that Swole wasn't playing this card, but one thing that I know the testing group that he is a part of has been really bullish on is this base Earth deck playing Werepup, enchanting this Leica Void with a Tyratless and then using it as the nexus for powerful cards like Equilinx. I would imagine that is what he's attempting to do here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I am also surprised. This was news to me, so it's fun to still be surprised even when you think you know what's going on. But, I mean, Spirit's tied up. Swole has clear board advantage here.
Oh, yeah.
That one set from Goro is going to have to be something real good. Tsunami doesn't do it because Swole put that Leviathan under Leica Void. This is about to be possibly a big, brutal turn.
Could be a pretty great opportunity for a shield here. I think you imagine if this connects, you have to have a read that the set card is not shield.
Well,
Well,
and we saw one get hit by Equilinx.
counting the Spirit Math does make me think it might be shield that he's considering not paying out on. He's going to let it go. It could be a Gorgons, and they're just doing Spirit Math to be like, is it worth?
Right. Okay.
That nice here.
Boom Bat, yep.
Boom Bat, a nice mechanism to out the Leica Void. And I think Swole is super happy with that. You know, Gorobabu's down to 3, staring down an Astrabbit that'll connect for 2 and draw a card in the process. Oh, wow. It really is like we never left base set. This man in particular can stop time.
It's kind of nostalgic. I'm actually really enjoying this. And the re-enchant on the rabbit, again, whoever's doing the rabbit counter in chat, I've got another one for you.
This was Swole's first win of a webcam event, was marred by the ongoing community outrage at the strength of Sparkit Astrabbit. And I remember him saying, you know, it's frustrating. I won the entire event, but I really wish people had been less upset about Astrabbit. Shield 1 turn too late here. Oh, no. Would have been really good on Leica Void here, not great. A Boom Bat and a Dream getting in for 1. We know that trades with the Astrabbit in hand, so all Swolex has to do is get to his main phase, cast the rabbit, and it is over. Going for the Spect here, says, you know what, I'll play around a little.
Yeah, don't even have to cast or
0,
crash.
and that is going to be our first game here.
Woohoo.
Babu scooping him up, and Swolex coming away with a dominant performance. With the exception of the Arcolith, I really didn't ever think the outcome of this one was in question.
No, the Arcolith play was very exciting.
It was fun.
Yeah. We haven't seen, I mean, for like one tournament, Arcolith was huge.
I know.
And then
They had to limit him.
my boy fell off. That's okay.
They didn't have to limit him.
Hey, you know what? We could have a constructive conversation about the unlimiting of Equilinx and Arcolith here for sure. But this has been a really fun, sort of the nostalgic cards being played.
Swole talking his opponent through that game. It's total unk behavior. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, not beating the allegations for sure.
So, Sonny, are you reading any good books lately?
And of course, we're going to be looking at our side decks. I'm not sure what we would see going into a game 2. I think that there could have been some. We did see the Cryoblast from Goro. We didn't see much in the way of that from Swole.
There is a bit you could do with respect to the side deck.
Yeah.
You are definitely concerned if you're Swole about the presence of Boom Bat in Goro's deck. Not a lot of Elestrals have the capacity to perform a hard removal function. This is one of the ones that does. So if you let Goro get a little off to the races, you can kind of sniff out that the Eddie play from earlier that we were a little befuddled by was a setup for a Boom Bat that could be protected by a single piece of back row for the rest of the game. So you need to be willing to board into less powerful but available pieces of your own removal. If Cryoblast isn't in main, this is a great time to bring it in. But same with max copies of Gorgon's Gaze. Boom Bat re-enchanting every turn is a real problem. If you are Gorobabu, you probably have sniffed out that you are going to have to board into a bunch of cards that were really good way back in the good year of 2024. You're facing a Demeter strategy. It's looking to Equilinx. You know, as much as you can, you need to keep that critter off the board, maybe boarding into something like a poison-tipped arrow if they're not in the main. You can see Swole actually making the Cryoblast switch right now, so those are confirmed in the board.
Ooh, okay, there we go.
Unfortunately for Gorobabu, the number one thing that is going to change as a result of this Game 1 is a play pattern modification. Swole is definitely not going to be playing into Arcolith a second time.
No.
When you cast that card, sometimes it behooves you to look at a lost game where Arcolith is unlikely to bring you back into it and just scoop, hoping you can win a close game in maybe a Game 3 situation where your opponent is not respecting it. Here, Swole is never going to be making aggro Rabbit again.
Oh, no. Although, I do love to see a fighting bunny. But again, it's like, Arcolith is limited. So if it really is a moment, if Swole is feeling like, oh, he doesn't have it, there's no way.
I feel it's like Lavalith in that
Yeah.
they never have it, but they always have it.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a little boy math here.
Of course, as you mentioned, those unsleeved spirits.
That's odd. What would he be boarding into? I guess there's a
know.
possibility it's a Lavalith.
That's possible. I mean, this lunar package that we were kind of surprised by, there's a chance maybe...
We're boarding out of some of it.
Yeah, getting out of that.
The Spectress is not particularly relevant in this matchup, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I call it a lunar package, but in reality, it's Werepup and maybe Spectress.
It's just some guys, yeah. But I think package is a very fun word. It's like, oh yes, yes.
The lunar package of 4.
Might I interest you in? Exactly.
I was actually kicked out of the gym for asking people to check out my lunar package. It was innocuous.
Now, Joseph.
I meant the Werepup.
yeah. I love Like a Void.
Yes. I got a lot of bad responses, but a couple people were really excited. They were like, "Oh, you're enchanting it with a Turalus."
I love flipping full moon, and yeah.
That didn't help either when I said I would flip full moon.
I don't imagine it would.
This is the incredible casting you can only get at the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 Premier event.
And if you would like to see our show reels, please.
Yeah.
All right, it seems like we are through our sighting and going to be going into Game 2 here. Again, it seems like there were some spirit changes over on Swolax's side.
Ooh.
Starting out with a mulligan.
So we've talked a lot today about matchups like BlueStacks where the mulligan doesn't matter. If you go down to 18, you go down to 16. It's not going to be decided by how many spirits are in your spirit deck, but if your play is able to get through. This is not one of those matches. This is a matchup that is about a matter of inches, about fighting over small advantages, courtesy of Equilinx, courtesy of Full Moon. It is probably worth it to mull to a hand that has Astrabbit, but you really wanted to open it.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to this is how it felt, a couple sets ago.
Yeah. It's wild. I mean, theoretically, you can still play this type of slow plotting gameplay in which you Astrabbit and then maybe second turn you like a send over for a Boombat and you try to pick off Elestrals one by one. You can also just get blown straight out of the water by the bluest eddy and the wettest puppy.
Yeah, gonna go and blue this rabbit. However, there is going to be a defensive tsunami coming out, moving Astrabbit to defense, preventing Eddie from doing anything there. We did have one set on Swolax's side, and going back over to Gorobabu here.
It's always a fun play. You get to activate Tsunami and you go, haha, you fool, this is a water Elestral. And they go, it's me, it's for me.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love this.
Ooh.
The T-Storm coming down. A lot more likely, thinking about a Gorgons here, is that what we're doing?
T-Storm?
Maybe.
I mean, we did see,
let it go.
That's what it was. And we did see Swole do that last game where it was like, oh, you're clearly trying to ascend.
Into a Telegraph, like Eddie with a Thunder Spirit under it. But here, it just prevented an
The boy! The
Jolt.
reverse Stellar Jolts, and I love him so much.
I love the Mount Olympus, too. The full art stadiums are so nice.
Okay, Goro, I respect it.
Yeah.
And that stadium, depending on if Swole went in and got a stadium of his own, that is proven to be a huge problem if it sticks around.
I really like the boarding into the Thunderstorm. We talked about it a lot, but the way the math on Hurricane works out, resting here, very powerful, able to eat up that Astrabbit with a quickness, I imagine. The funny part about Thunderstorm is that if individuals are respecting Hurricane, which you expect they are in this format, and only setting one, suddenly Thunderstorm is really good. So, to kind of hedge your bets around both individual cards, you can set 2. Maybe beat both Thunderstorm and Hurricane. And that opens the door for Glimbat.
Ah, we're gonna make it happen someday.
Yeah, Gloombat's incredible. You can cast it, you can re-enchant it, pop a back row, and he sticks around. Is his body impressive? No, but many of us don't have impressive bodies and stick around long past we're useful anyway.
I think that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know, Elestrals can teach you a lot about life.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you have to cast Eddie into Astrabit.
Yes, so sometimes. Although, you know what? A little bit different. Eddie into Jolton.
That's true.
That was a little spicy.
We got Eddie into Eddie. We've seen
Okay, Eddie on Eddie violence. This is known. This is established. We do have back row over on Swole's side, and that Mount Olympus no longer doing huge work, but I imagine that is...
It's kind of a liability in these matchups. Like, from this position, Swole could cast an Eddie with a Thunder Spirit under it, since he's already on Thunder Spirits for Astrabit, and eat that Eddie. Here, we're just going to go for a Viscerus and try and clean up the game here. Go for the big play.
Which is fair
there's just
enough.
no way ever.
Inevitably.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah, we had to see that coming. And the Swoleaxe, for sure, with Mount Olympus, is going to need to consider that Arcolith.
Yeah.
Possibly in the deck somewhere. Because that could
Very
quickly...
few things win the game over, like a 9 million attack Arcolith. Gorobabu here is in the driver's seat for sure. Here able to contest the Viscerus without even having to do anything.
Oh
the
my
second T-Storm,
goodness.
that's so unbelievably powerful. The one downside to Gorobabu's play is that they are way low on spirits.
And paying off of that stadium.
Beautiful, really like that.
Okay.
Things could go really poorly for Swole here. Whoa.
A Nectar of the Gods. What are we digging for here?
That's base set Fiori. Imagine Ambrose, right? Either we're looking for Ambrose or our hand is only Ambrose and we need action.
I love when I maybe heal one back for turn.
Wow.
Toxion coming out, going to start
This
the
is
burn.
impressive for sure. We're about to take 2 total and go to 13. We're at 6. We don't have an Elestral with more than 4 attack. A Lumaru cooks us alive.
Swole, do you have it? Do you have the Lumaru?
Swole's down to 3 cards, you know, doesn't have a lot of options.
No. However, we do have a rabbit
that's
in defense. And, you know, we've seen, what is it, 2 Eddies, I think, from Goro's side. So
Yeah, you can't really be concerned about the 3rd, I think.
No.
If you're Swole, the #1 thing you're scared of is this Toxion. It has the potential to get out of control. I don't think it will. We're still at 13. That's pretty healthy. But you really don't want to give your opponent 2. Get you into a stalled board state while they are playing a card like Toxion with the ability to take it over. Hard decision there, you saw. That's a very difficult decision.
Yeah, you see some of these Astrabits where it's like a quick
Snap
rip.
pick.
Yeah, but this one was a deliberation. Hopefully it's because they were just all so good we couldn't choose, but...
Probably not. Yeah, just a pass there.
One can dream.
Goro, we're an altar away from ending this game.
Ooh,
Might be
well,
over already.
That'll get rid of a rabbit.
Boombat here, a beautiful answer to that card. We'll hit for 2. Again, every turn that Toxion lives, it threatens a board state that Swole can't come back from. Down to 5 from Gorobabu. You know who would win the game here, Zunk?
Very true. However, we see an Eddie come out, immediately thinking about a back row here. And moving Toxion, yep, you're right, into defense. That makes me think that this is going to be answered with how...
A T-Storm? That's unbelievable. We have not seen a T-Storm today. Are you kidding me?
It was a... Oh, it never resolves!
Never resolving, you should know by now.
Yeah. Okay.
How have we seen 0 thunderstorms and then both players decided they wanted to play it?
You know what?
That was such a fortuitous T-Storm, too. That was the easiest shield in the universe.
Yeah. I mean, Goro immediately said, oh, yeah, I got something for this. And Swoleaxe was able to take the 50-50 and choose right, although...
So if you're playing Thunderstorm, I'm not respecting Hurricane. Show me the Hurricane Swole.
He's got to have it.
No, I don't think he's even playing it.
I don't think it would fit, for sure.
We're spending to draw here. And why shouldn't we? We're so far ahead in spirit count.
Mm-hmm. Although into 3 back row.
That's another story.
Yeah. Of course, you know, not wanting to play into Arcolith. So an expend is a pretty safe bet there.
An EQ on, a Demeter.
It's a Demeter.
On the Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
Says, I'm going to make you pay through the nose here, buddy. Show me that shield. See an Ambro in Swoleaxe's hand, a little insight into why he feels fine
He
playing
was
the way that he is.
pretty confident here. And I think he's maybe going to
I think
about
you can
firing it?
greet it out a turn.
Yeah. And immediately met by a Gorgon's Gaze,
That's
which
about as good as you could hope for.
Yeah, I mean, that's-
Babu to 1.
that's basically a shield, but you don't have to cast your Eddy again.
Exactly.
Oh, a Quackle coming out. God, I love Quackle.
I think probably we could have seen that coming.
Yeah.
I didn't. So 3 Thunder Spirits back to the Spirit deck. 4 to Swolax's 5. Zeus coming down to contest the Demeter. This is
Ooh.
wild. Zeus so much better here in terms of its ability to clean up board states than Demeter is.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zeus is the king of the gods for a reason.
Yeah.
And we see the disenchant there. Depending on, I mean, I don't think Swole has anything to answer both.
No
of
way
these.
you rise to the occasion here.
No.
All right, 1 card in hand. I mean, we're just fishing for any guy.
I
An
mean,
Equilix,
surely.
perhaps?
And Equilinx, Demeter's
Oh,
on board, but
no.
it's another expend to draw,
We have
unfortunately.
a turn to do this because of the Ambro.
Yep.
Ooh, is that an Ambro from the hand? I thought he set the other one. Is it 2 Ambros?
In which case, I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, rough stuff for sure. You'd
Yeah.
prefer action, but you also are not too happy about not dying.
No. Yeah. It's never bad to buy yourself more turns, more life. And, okay, Earth, Water, Thunder.
right.
Preparing for any possible top deck, I imagine.
Pass his turn here. Gorobabu drawn for turn. We are now kind of in a locked up board state. Can't really express how much something like a Toxeon could break this mirror.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen one already.
Yeah.
Thunder is just full of these mirror breakers, by the way.
Okay.
Astrabbit, Toxeon. It's actually impressive Goru wasn't able to spike one there. Here attacking for 2, refusing to expend to draw. What are you going to draw? You only really have the capacity to resolve exactly 1 counter rune for the rest of the game anyway.
Right. And that does maybe tell us that whatever is set there is set for a reason.
Swole to 3. Oh,
Oh,
expending
my
draw again.
goodness.
And scoops it up. Wasn't able to find an Elestral top like 6 or 7 cards of his deck. Oh, wow.
I
That did
can't-
not seem like a losable game.
It didn't, but it just goes to show that
Where was
sometimes-
Werepup? Where was Like a Void?
Yeah, where pup, literally.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to be
Always
going
saying
into
that, by the way.
we're going to be going into game 3 here, and
I can't resist chatting him up.
no,
This is a man who loves Elestrals. It's impressive. Like, he just wants to talk about it, about playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Our time together on the Elestriad was mostly characterized by him being like, let's talk about X strategy, and me going, I don't really think we have to. And he just wanted to anyway.
I have to say most of the things I know about Elestrals I can attribute to either Bean Soldier or Swolax, and those are 2 of the best to learn it from. I really should be a lot better at this game. It's crazy, but you know, what can you do? So looking through our sideboards here, thinking about what on earth to do.
So a couple of changes potentially for Swolax. Personally, I did not see the Quackle coming. I should have. We've seen nothing but Thunder, and it is a pretty valuable Elestral in a deck that can get really low really fast. We watched Gorobabu go to like 10 on turn 3. So you might consider something like a Spoiled Fruit out of the board to potentially contest Ambrosia, Quackle. Maybe you have some other targets as well.
I think when you have more than just Ambrosia, that's when Spoiled Fruit starts to feel justifiable, starts to feel good.
It's not bad into just Ambrosia either.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that is going to screw up Swolax is now you have to make a decision. Are you going to play around Hurricane or are you going to play around Thunderstorm? Gorobabu's deck is so wholly Thunder that it is pretty likely they have the space in the Spirit deck to throw in a random Lycoris and occasionally Hurricane their way out of the game. So
That's true.
Gorobabu's going to have to decide if those are coming in. Swolax is going to decide if he's playing around them.
And of course, Gorobabu now knows that Swole has the Thunderstorm. Possibly. We don't know if those are going to get sided out.
So excited to see how the play patterns change as a result
Yeah.
of that game.
I mean, we did see Swole play differently, trying to avoid that Arcolith. And
He got next leveled. He attempted to avoid Arcolith and lost out on pressure. He attempted to avoid Hurricane and got Thunderstormed twice.
which, you know, Good on Goro Babu. I think that those are one of those mental games that you watch happening, and it's like they're playing on a different level, clearly, because being able to fake that kind of thing out. Immediate turn 1 Werepup. More like their pup, you know?
Their pup, yeah. Beautiful Werepup here. It's like Elechick in that it's not a fantastic turn 1 play, but you are kind of happy to get it down in a position where it can't be Gorgon's Gazed. The difference with Werepup is there's still a really valuable Gorgon's Gaze if you do have it, which is you can Gorgon's Gaze in response to the Lunar Phase to prevent the additional spirits. You can do it to prevent the linked effect of the Werepup. There's so many great positions to prevent your opponent from doing what they want to do here. And setting 2, it's Aviolith time.
Okay.
Show me the Gloombat.
One day. Goro Babu thinking here.
We've got tons of time, yeah.
Yeah, it does make me wonder, have we seen Cryoblast from Goro? Is that something that you can even fit into a list like this?
Oh, certainly. You also want to play it. Its synergy with Zeus is just so unbelievable. I expect if Goro Babu has one, this is a great time to deploy it. You do have to worry about Like a Void later on in the game if your opponent finds it, but there isn't an elegant way to wear Pup in a way that matters. This is rough.
That is a
wonder
hurricane.
if you go for the Lunar
we
Phase.
do it.
And you have to Frost Enchant it. You do not have an option here. Oh god, he didn't board out of the Frost Spirit, did he? I saw him touching his Spirit deck. He's checking. Okay, so he's not going to actually perform the Nexus. You don't have to. It can still trigger the Werepup here. I'm going to go for the Like a Void. Says, I'm doing this to hedge around an Earthquake, a Laurels, or a Cryoblast, depending on if there's a Frost Spirit in there or not.
Right.
There's so much that eats this Like a Void for lunch. Eddie, of course, though we've already seen the expended draw. But every removal spell in the game. And we are going to Water Enchant it.
Playing around Tsunami.
It looks like we actually did not... Oh, yeah.
And then immediate Earthquake.
Swole, that back row is also destroyed. Please send that back row to the graveyard. You can't...
Yep, there was a hurricane.
Yeah, Swole has the Unk memory.
I think he also might have the playing live on stream memory, which, to be fair...
I guess they have not figured it out. I'm sure the judge will correct once it becomes clear.
That's an easy enough thing to correct. It's not like we'll have to go back in the game. You just have to get rid of the card, obviously. Hopefully, if we catch it quickly here.
The 3-mana Thunderstorm. Goro Babu already down to 14, by the way. I mean, this deck just goes so low so quick.
Although we do have those Quackle. So, it might not be that big of a deal. Going to be just taking that damage from the Astrabbit and Goro looking at their hand.
It's just wild. I think both players have just missed it. It is up to both players to maintain a wholly legal game state. So if they are both asleep at the wheel, a little nervous, then stuff like this can happen.
Yep. And we have Zeus. Zeus has been retrieved. And here comes a Mount Olympus.
Well, don't you know that Astrabbit is also Thunder Enchanted?
It doesn't really...
The most valuable art of all time.
My gosh. Listen.
Goro Babu was just like, yeah,
Yeah, this tracks. This checks out.
Wait a minute. How do you have that card?
And going to be going in, maybe getting Scythe, maybe getting Necklace.
I think telegraphing, unfortunately, there a Gorgon's Gaze, checking to see if it prevents you from putting artifacts upon a card. Unfortunately, it does not.
It doesn't.
It's like the one thing that is permitted under Gorgon's Gaze. You can give your rabbit a necklace.
Aw.
I think he deserves it.
I think so too.
It's been a rough year for Rabbit.
Rabbit has been through so much and has really been putting in a lot of work.
Scary stuff seeing that Tyratlas going on that Necklace of Harmonia.
Yeah, that means maybe it's Equilink's time. Come on, Swole.
See him thumbing over there. Ooh.
Oh,
no, additional Rabbit.
I mean...
Into a Gorgon's Gaze, yeah, as expected.
Yeah, but also It does not feel too bad with that Mount Olympus chilling out there.
Doesn't, yeah. You've got an unkillable rabbit. You do want to get rid of the necklace, though.
Yeah, that becomes expensive very quickly, having to burn after every turn. Let's see. We're going to set one and pass, not moving this Ast Rabbit into defense.
It could be literally anything set, honestly. Is this going to be the most bedazzled Ast Rabbit of all time?
And he is incredibly strong. Unless you have exactly Laurels or Earthquake, Quackle.
It's a good one.
Yep. But yeah.
Ideal. You can pull it off the necklace here, just because now you know what the cast action is. Your rabbit is not in any danger.
And you still have that Mount Olympus around
Looks
keeping.
Looks like he does have Equilinks.
Oh,
that's weird.
Very interesting. And again, the bluest Eddie that anyone's ever seen coming out, moving that Quackle into a tackle.
Ridiculous. Okay, I don't know what that set card is, but it better contest Unk.
We will have to see. That Quackle's simply going to go down, which, I mean, he served his purpose, but then shielding the rabbit, that makes sense.
Feels bad, but you do have to do it.
Unfortunately, a very valuable shield at the end of the day.
If you're Swole, that's also like mana from heaven. Oh, thank goodness I don't have to worry about Unk next turn.
Very true.
All right, Gorobabu. Leading with an Ambro.
Do we see that spoiled fruit coming in? No.
I think we would have seen it on the Quackle.
Well, one can dream.
Yeah. It was to lure him into a false sense of security. Spoiled fruit has way more targets than Gorgon's case.
Surely. Oh.
Okay, putting the Lycoris back is kind of interesting.
Ooh, yeah.
The follow-up Hurricane.
Surely he doesn't do it twice.
This one will destroy 2.
And it looks like, we haven't cast anything this turn. I don't think we've expended. We might be about to expend, though.
Yeah, Goro's not under like a ton of pressure.
No.
Eddie's big. You would expect the rabbit to come down next turn. Because you've given, or Swole has given you a couple of good times to Arcolith and you decline to, he'll probably attack you with it. You go down to 6, 5 after the expend.
Okay, instead we are going
Zeus.
to see, a Zeus come out.
What are we following it up with?
Who is our champion of Zeus right now?
Boombat. Boombat here's pretty nice, I'm not going to lie.
Uh-huh.
Zeusing down the Eddie to try and get over it with the Boombat, then we'll play Protect the Castle on the Boombat to contest the rabbit
Easy
next turn.
tsunami. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not. Gorobabu thinking here. Yeah, you know what? I will let that happen.
Yep, Eddie going to be going down here. And like
4
you said.
cards in hand.
Yep. Oh.
Wow, that's a killer resting. That Mount Olympus really coming in.
It has done nothing but hurt Goro this entire game.
Very painful stuff.
Swole has taken full advantage of this Mount Olympus, coming back out with that rabbit, which feels pretty free.
With the Boombat gone, we can now deploy the Funny Bunny. And that was a snap pick. We were talking earlier about our choices. That one was not particularly difficult.
No, it was not. And at this point in the game, this is when you need to be getting those critical little pieces. And it is an Ambrosia.
Yeah. I imagine that's probably the best possible thing it could be.
Yep.
You're in this super simplified game state. Both you and your opponent are functionally top decking. Putting yourself at 8 to their 5 is a really great position to be in. Putting back Zaptors to threaten additional copies of Ast Rabbit on future turns feels good. Shocked to see the Owloon come in as well. Do we have a Werepup developing? Maybe a Like a Void in hand? Who knows?
Yeah, maybe Specteris. We did, who's
We have
to
not
say?
seen the Specteris. Gorobabu down to 5 here. This looks like a hard decision in terms of Spirit Math. You never like to be on the receiving end of boy math.
No, you do not. And I feel like we've got to expend to draw, apparently. If I were Goro, I would be trying to pay for something using that Mount Olympus with
Oh boy.
expediency. Going to be setting 2 and passing.
Swole could just re-enchant the rabbit here. He loves doing this play.
Yeah.
He's like, I will not ever.
And
A great opportunity to get rid of the Mount Olympus and keep the card like
there we
resting
go.
live for the rest of the game, but really rough stuff to be on the receiving end of this bunny. Ooh, we're pulling one off for another
Ambrosia.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Ambrosia.
Denying any possible resting from Goro's side. Getting back, let's see, Earth, Thunder, and one
I
more
like the
thing.
water here.
You did say that you saw Equilinx question mark in hand
I
at some
thought so.
point?
I may have been
Yeah.
completely wrong because we definitely would have developed it by now.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
It says go ahead. Gorobabu 3 to Swole's 10. Could start deploying their own.
This is
Ambrosia.
a really difficult spot to come back from for Goro.
Even like an Astrabbit just races the other Astrabbit. Setting 1 doesn't want to expend a draw and go down to 1 potentially.
The 3 back row, it's like, is it Tsunami? What are we working with here? Swole is not in any hurry, going to be re-enchanting the rabbit again.
Taking
And-
another card, switch it to attack. Best possible option for Gorobabu is Shield of Achilles, which puts him at 1.
Which Swole is feeling pretty good about. This, we are entering the end of this game for sure.
He's really
I
thinking
think
about the
maybe
shield.
Tsunami.
Tsunami is
Yeah.
1 fewer, yeah. But it really doesn't resolve the outstanding problem. We need
And
like
unless,
a bat.
yeah, exactly, Boom Bat. But then what do you do next turn?
Yeah, and then any normal summon. Yep,
Uh,
that'll be
yep.
it. Nog off
Oh
the top.
my gosh.
Oh no, Rabbit 1 card too late.
And
Oh.
that means that Svolex has secured his slot.
Yeah, I don't want to, speak too soon because I don't know how math works, but I am pretty sure this locks Swole for top cut.
I am quite certain based on the boy math that I was doing here.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you know. Sometimes girl math doesn't always translate to boy math.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. I've
Yeah.
never looked into it personally.
But incredible games. Being able to see Goro in that game 2 with the Quackle, which for some reason neither of us expected to see, even though, obviously.
But again, if there's
Yeah.
one person who knows the weaknesses of Thunder Nexus, how to play Thunder Nexus, what you can expect from Thunder Nexus, it's going to be Swole, who's played Thunder Nexus to not 1 but 2 wins in Elestrals events, both webcam events, I believe. He's played a great deal of the casual events at EXO as well, but regardless, super, super excited to see such an amazing caster make such a deep run. Swole's the GOAT. I do
Yeah.
appreciate it. I think the only thing that kind of leaves a sour taste in my mouth is that that Hurricane play, but tensions are high. You get up there under the lights, you've played 7 rounds already,
Yeah.
no one at the table catches it. Don't I know about misplaying on feature? Sometimes it can happen to anyone, no matter the situation.
Absolutely. And specifically from Goro, it was really cool to see those mind games we were talking about in
yeah.
game 2.
Yeah, the play pattern next level.
Yeah, I know that you're going to be playing around Arcolith. I know you're going to be playing around Hurricane, so here's a Thunderstorm. And it just really well played. It's easy to see why both of these casters are currently contenders, if not securing top cut.
And I do want to say, the play from Gorobabu is still fantastic, and they still do have a really good shot at top cut. Win out this last round, and one of your losses is to an individual who's also in top 16, likely. So
Yes.
great position to be in if you're them. You just got to win your winning in.
You know what, I believe. And I think it would be really nice to see these comfort decks, these relics of old in
Your Lunars,
top
your
cut.
Winjins, your Water Reanimators, we'll take it. Sometimes you got to come home to a nice plate of Astrabbit.
Exactly.
Eat up.
Exactly. A nice apple pie kind of deck, for
It's
sure.
all fundamentals. It's meat and potatoes. Sometimes you want a Michelin star meal, spiking a Shield of Achilles off the top of the deck with a Winjin to go into a Tornadin to heal for 9. Sometimes you just want an Equilinx. You want a Demeter. You want to pop a Shield of Achilles. You want to fail to get over a rabbit because it's only got 4 attack.
You know,
The good old days.
the good old days. Speaking of the most valuable stadium I have ever seen for the person who did not play the stadium in the first place.
Yeah, wow.
That was
Double
incredible.
Agent Mount Olympus. That was unbelievable.
No. Yeah, it was paid off for sure by Big Swole.
Check your bank account, Zeus. I will say, however, if you want to pick up a Zeus of your own, or you want to explore some of the newer decks that are going to be available in the upcoming set Firestorm, boy, do we have great news for you. One of the innovations that Elestrals has undergone is that new sets will include code cards that you can redeem using your Play Elestrals accounts for caster coins. Caster coins are earned by playing in events, going to your locals, webcam events, and they can be redeemed for anything from blisters to plushies to boxes. And we're going to give you one right now.
Ooh, so get your captures ready there.
In order to redeem this, you're going to have to be the first person that types in this code or scans this QR code. So you ready? Here we go.
Building the suspense.
Okay, it's also got to focus on it.
Yeah,
so
don't forget the beauty influencer text. Sometimes.
There we go. Beautiful.
There is your code. Be sure to redeem that as soon as possible.
All right, we are waiting on Swolax to go ahead and get here for a winner's interview. If there's anything you'd like us to ask him, please let us know in chat. No guarantee that we'll read it, but we're super excited to hear regardless.
We love that you have opinions one way or another, for sure.
See you momentarily.
And I am here with the winner of our round 7 match. I'm here with Swolax. How are you feeling right now?
Honestly, I'm feeling really nervous. That was
nervous?
Yeah, a little bit. Like the feature match got me on it. They dropped Unkelith. That was crazy. I was living for it.
We saw that. We saw you trying to kind of play around it in game 2, the mind games there. It was really fun to watch.
No, honestly, what's so crazy, I was talking to Phil Caster after the match, and I'm like, what are you on? And it's like this Thunder, baby? I'm like,
Yeah.
that's insane. I love it. I absolutely love it. So, no, it's
And that's what Joseph and I were talking about, was like, oh, these feel like such comforting, old, familiar decks.
Yeah.
What made you land on that versus sort of these new, flashier lists that we've been seeing?
So without giving away, I'm sure, one specific caster's advice on this one, I was actually going to play BlueStacks today. That was my go-to, and I didn't feel that lucky. My luck isn't that great. However, in the testing, I was testing, my testing partner did decide to go Blizz. We tested it, felt great, it was awesome. But I chose to pick this deck just because also in that testing, I found that it was just nice. It was a nice comfort pick. And I talked back to those old school type of decks. It's a very low to the ground strategy.
Yeah.
Something that is like really easy for me to feel like I have all the outs to everything I need.
Sure.
Yeah. And that's pretty much the pick for that.
I mean, it shows that clearly it's something that you're comfortable with. You know all your outs. You know the ways that you can win in different game states. And clearly you've been doing incredible today.
Well, okay. Honestly, one of the craziest matches I've had all day was against Josh, Bean Soldier TV. My heart pumping. I almost had a heart attack. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Making it over that hurdle, I'm happy to have made it at least this far into the rounds as well.
I mean, what a day. We've had Friendly Fire.
Yeah.
You've had your old friends in the Thunder, good stuff that we got to see just now.
Absolutely.
And of course here we have your friend, Lil Snowaddle, joining us, harkening back to Season 2 of the Elestriad.
Yeah, wait a minute. We're not supposed to be chums on this
we're
one.
actually...
I replaced my co-captain on this cast, and I'm sitting here with the enemy. We can't do that. Who's in charge here? Someone get down.
Yeah, this is... I have been playing the long game, to be honest, to get to this exact point. I knew that it would happen.
I knew this setup was poison. That's ridiculous. Yeah. No. It's great. Honestly, this is my luck charm. I've had it all day, and it seems like it's been all right, except for one round. I got demolished, but you know what?
Hey, well, you know what? It's been serving you well, and I can't wait to see what you do moving on from here.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to our cast and crew. Everyone's doing great today. Go Crowd Scorch.
And thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thanks so much, guy.
We were just kidding.
Welcome back to round 8 of the Dallas Elestrals Open 2025 Premier event. I am one of your co-commentators, Joseph Rothschild. You may know me better as MBT, and I'm here for the 8th and final time with K-Crate.
Hello.
We are, as you can hear, part of an incredibly exciting event here today. The first Premier event for Elestrals, which has been going unbelievably. I've been shocked for a game this young, for an event to be this smooth. To my understanding, there has yet to be any major mishaps, a sentence that upon escaping my lips has cursed the following round.
Oh boy.
And what a round it will be.
And what a big round it will be going into round 8. We just heard the announcement that the pairings have been posted, so anytime now we will be getting our casters set up. We will be finding out where we're going and getting that information for you.
You can see the crowd has thinned out as a lot of individuals who thought they would be going XO didn't. Of those individuals includes a number of people we thought might be winning the tournament in this incredibly pivotal round. Top casters like Bean Soldier TV, Trishula, and Distant Coder are all X2 fighting for their tournament life. We're going to be watching a match between two individuals who are X1. However, the X1 bracket is very precocious.
We have been informed that it is becoming, there are a lot of X2s, and depending on how this round goes, it could make or break. So
there's a possibility both of these individuals make it into Top Cut. There's a possibility that only the winner survives, which is terrible news because one of the individuals within it is Danny Guadalupe.
Who has been on just an incredible run today.
Undefeated into round 7 after having picked up the deck, like maybe 3 hours before the event?
It's something like that.
Both myself and K-Cray were doing like last-minute testing right before the event, and Danny comes down and says, I don't know how to play this deck at all. He learned how to activate Full Moon yesterday and then went undefeated until playing against a very lucky BlueStacks player. That's just the way that this tournament has gone for everyone, I've heard. BlueStacks is a deck that can win or lose based on 0 inputs from either player, and as a result, someone running hot might be able to take down someone who feels like they are running hotter. We will see who is hottest in this match. We have got two really exciting decks, one of which I've been playing for about 3 months as I handed it to Danny.
These are your cards, actually, that will be on stream. So
please don't check how they've pringled. I live in a very humid state. And the other, I mean, I don't want to spoil too much of it, but it's similarly exciting.
Okay.
It's playing a card that was incredibly powerful during base set, and unlike Swolax, it is not an Earth Elestral.
Ooh.
Icarus is a perfect name for this caster because they are going to be flying extremely close to the sun.
And let's see if they get burned.
All right, we're getting our two individuals set up now, shuffling up, checking everything, and we'll have to see if they are able to make it happen.
And this is going to be such a tense round, which it was fun going into the last round where it's like, oh yeah, this is so pivotal. And the entire time, I mean, we were talking about it between rounds. Swole was chatting him up in between, talking about, oh, you know, whatever it was. And that's really been the spirit here today, is that even on these games that have been tough, people have been having fun, laughing things off, and it's been great to see.
I honestly could not tell you how incredible it feels to be here. It's amazing. I certainly hope this becomes a regular occurrence because I will be coming to as many as I can. The energy here is electric. People are so excited to play Elestrals. They're so excited to have fun. They ran so many side events, they ran out of spirits. Can you believe that? They were opening product just to get the spirits to run side events. Oh, wow. These two individuals now shuffling up, being instructed as to how they will play. And the round is beginning as we speak.
Okay.
So much on the line for so many of this community's top talent. I hope against hope that the top 16 is going to reflect all of the incredible players that I know are invested in this game. And also Danny. I hope Danny gets in too.
There is a little bit of personal bias here, and this will be our final round of today. So I'm excited to see how it goes. It feels like a celebration of this first day that we've had, this historic, monumental day. And this is the conclusion for now.
Super excited, and I'm excited for anyone who's at Dallas to participate in Trade Night, which I believe is happening after this. We're all hopping on a bus and going to an OTS store that holds Elestrals to swap some binders.
And that is part of why we see the big thinning of the crowd going on, is they've all left us to go and have fun.
They provided oh my
Whoa!
boxcars.
Oh,
They provided tickets to this trade night. Can you believe that? They said, we have a bus that will take you from the convention center to this OTS.
Of course, we're sitting here and we heard them make the announcement. The bus is leaving in 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see you at a different time.
Guess we're not getting on the bus.
All right, 5 apiece. I have nothing to say about the consistency of Danny's cards. They are totally legal.
I'm minding my own business, personally. I pretend I do not see it. And we have hands moving away from the table here.
Pointing to each other, trying to get it centered for our camera, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, that actually, you know what, a little bit of setup in the beginning makes all the difference in the end. And considering we only had 1 dice roll, I have to wonder if Danny saw that and just said, yeah, you got it.
No, he rolled an 8.
Oh, he did? Okay, I didn't even see
It would be
that.
funny to just give up at that position.
Yeah.
Classic
I really...
Danny move. So despite the fact that Danny is green with respect to this deck, he has played a significant amount of Elestrals. He was a competitor in the Elestriad Season 3. Importantly, he also just kind of has a head for card games. Has played a number of them over the years to varying degrees of success. It's his full-time job, so if he's bad at it, he'll get fired.
So no pressure, Danny, but we're all watching you right now.
I will say, I hope he does. He's not a great pressure guy.
I'm sure it's going to be just fine. And we're moving over here. It looks like we are finally ready to get started.
A name too long to fit on the Cryon.
I love Luke Van Karm.
All right.
The
and
fist
they're
bump
off.
of friendship here. And
Any check in the grip. I think we can probably read the whole thing here. That's
Yeah.
a B and a couple of back row. We probably keep that. Ari is playing, I mean, really a proto-Navi strategy. We'll see it as it emerges.
yeah, I'm excited because I don't know anything about this list. So we will see here. Going to be starting out.
Spectrus.
Yeah.
How many times have we seen this open today? Not frequently. Usually this
No.
card is used more reactively against cards like Galaxy. All right. Drawing for turn. That's a Zeus. That's a really great card to pair with a Navi.
Especially looking at possibly a lunar matchup here, because Navi obviously relying on hitting into non-lunar, non-solar enchanted Elestrals to be able to get that effect.
Looks like we are going to try and go for it here. You have
Okay.
to expect that Arya's probably set something that has the capacity to protect the Spectaris. It's also possible they're just sending the Spectaris out as a sacrificial lamb. So this really aggressive positioning from Danny could pay off in a big way. If it's a pro set copy of Hurricane, for instance,
Okay.
sinking that Spectaris by 3, and ooh, this is kind of frustrating. While the Navi can get over, it will still be suppressed, and therefore won't be able to perform an Ascension. Again, Danny's very green with this deck, so I wonder if he knows this.
Well, I mean, a Spectaris is a threat either way,
That's true.
and depending on if we're going to see any back row set here, Danny might just be confident. Yep, there we go. That next turn he's going to be able to crash into something a little bit more advantageous.
And it looks like he knew exactly what was going on. I shouldn't doubt the boy. He said, of course, the suppression. Just wanted to get rid of the Spectaris.
Mm-hmm.
All right, down is coming an Elestral that I think should give most of it away here. I think about it.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Or maybe not. It's a tough play to make.
Will they? Won't they?
No, just going for Eddie now.
Yeah, this doesn't tell us too much.
Eddie's a little scary to develop onto this board. A Gorgons or a Shield could make things particularly gnarly. Kind of trying to hedge against maybe Tsunami.
Sure.
Any scenario in which you can potentially prevent a Navi from triggering is, of course, very welcome.
Yeah, had to see that one of those was coming after that deliberation there.
The shield here is not even fantastic, of course. Just recasting the Eddie puts you in a position where you can potentially get rid of the Navi next turn. That's the cost on the shield, thinking about the expending here as well.
Yep.
Hard call to make.
And unfortunately, because that was a shield, and therefore there is no Elestral on board, this Navi still can't get that effect to happen. Although, you know,
A little knobby that couldn't.
we could have a doppelganger in hand. This could be one of those situations.
My number one understanding of this deck is that the doppelgator's always in the hand.
Yeah.
If not him, then the Like a Void. Going for Galaxy, that's a
Okay.
really, really great development on an empty board state, and also, notably, an incredibly good development into a known copy of Eddie. Really explains the shield. It means that the Eddie coming down will only be a 1/4 and won't be able to trade with anything on field. Set 1, try and get in as best as possible. The Edward will have to be paired with something like a Gorgon's Gaze if Ari wants to be able to stave off the knobby onslaught.
Which at this point in the day, I mean, we could see those kinds of very offensive Gorgons plays. I always get very excited.
Another Eddie off the top, too. So that's a really, really rough position to be in with the Galaxy already developed. Sans something like an Earthquake or a Laurels, it's going to be quite difficult to chew this board.
This is a very tasty Laurels, if it's coming.
It's quite strong, yeah.
Yeah. We do instead see a Sorlet.
Okay, so that's sort of Eddie. So Danny says, I got to see the Sorlet. He does know this card. We actually played an episode of Broke Boy Yu-Gi-Oh! During the Kickstarter release, including cards like this. The Sorlet here is interesting, to say the least. But it also does telegraph that a lot in this deck is not as it seems. Danny kind of scratching his head. One thing he's very good at is understanding when something's up. So here, suddenly we've seen a lot of Lycris is expended for some reason. We've got a Sorlet on field.
Properly enchanted.
Going for the PTA here. That's a really nice PTA.
Yeah.
Forces Ari to make a really poor decision. You know, do I want to use the Sorlet to switch maybe the Galaxy into defense and get over it just for it to die in the end phase? Not particularly spirit efficient.
It seems like
going
that.
For the,
that is the decision here.
Yeah, going for the Galaxy.
Yeah. Yep, there he goes, which makes sense. I mean, with those 2 Eddies in hand, you really have to clear the way. Otherwise, what are you going to do? So even though it's expensive, unfortunately, you are locked in this game until you do get rid of it.
And we'll pay it out during the end phase.
Makes sense.
All right, so Danny way up on board, but pretty far down on spirit count. I believe we're looking at 14 to 11 or 14 to 12. And they're throwing it back and forth.
Yeah, and once again, we are looking at a board where Navi doesn't have anything to crash into. It doesn't have anything to trigger this doppelganger.
Expending to draw here is so rough.
Yeah.
I feel that Galaxy was probably ripped off the top. We're just looking for action. Eddie's a great card, but can only stave off Navi for so long.
And we see one set, hopefully something that can deal with these 2 Eddies, this parade of Eddies that's going to be coming in.
Ari, despite the fact that they're in a super advantage position thanks to the Eddies, is really just drawing Elestral after Elestral. Doesn't really have anything to contest the back row. I wonder if Danny considers using like a Gorgons on the effect of Eddie. Maybe not. I guess there's no reason.
There was a peek at those,
here.
so...
Another shield.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And once again, Navi
Templing them
does
out,
not-
but not making any movement on the board.
Yeah, no forward progress. Poor Navi doesn't get to do what he wants to do. And going to be just constantly paying out the cost of these counter runes, which really shows in the spirit differential right now.
Bunny's big.
Yep.
He's huge.
That is very good. Of course.
Go aggro rabbit.
I was going to say 2 primo Eddie targets that we've got right here. So I think you're right. There really isn't any downside to getting damage while we can at this point, and card advantage with the rabbit.
Oh, Danny, don't try and cast the rabbit off of the Zeus. No. I don't think that's what he was doing.
Yeah. But what's nice about Elestrals is that you're able to ask these questions. It is a game that wants you to be able to learn it and feel welcome to play it. I myself have had to ask some questions.
I've never made a mistake.
Yeah, well, of course, but...
Ooh, oh. Well, we wanted action and we got it. That looks like Earthquake, Nabi, one other card. I have to imagine it's the Nabi pickup here. You can finally let your opponent get through with the Eddie, then just slam down the Nabi and doppelgator them for their life savings.
Yeah.
Seems pretty strong.
Really deliberating here, though. I
don't know that third card. It could be like a Tsunami, which would be
That's true.
similarly strong.
And I think that Earthquake is one of those cards that because it's limited, anytime you see it,
pushing
yeah,
We
there's
did not take the Nabi. We took something else.
okay. There's always that moment of like, yeah, but so, you know, understandable deliberation here.
All right, handing it back to Ari here. Nabi to attack. See if we can't get in for just a little bit of damage here.
And we do have the rabbit defensive here, which, you know, fair enough.
Yeah.
Never a bad play. Rabbit wall has been an incredibly effective strategy. Did you see one more set? It's like, how many more shields can we do here?
I mean, we are running very quickly out of spirits. 7 for Danny.
Yeah, we're counting them out and seeing where we're at.
Looks like we finally picked up a back row rune that appears to be a shield. I mean, can we go for Eddie? Do we still have water in the spirit deck? We do.
Okay. Because you did hint at this deck is seeming one way, but actually, if you look at, you know, these wind spirits that
Killer
have been coming
Gorgons
out,
this time pulling off of the Zeus.
Yeah, there we go.
After 15 turns, we have found something against Eddie that actually works.
Then you can turn around and use Nabi with. And there's one more set, which of course, you know, the turn that finally we have Nabi may be able to do something.
It'd be so funny if he, like,
Yep.
after all this time.
And that has
Ambro.
been a bluff set Ambrosia this
Entire
entire time. Mm-hmm.
Wow, if Ari wins this game after finding 0 back row, it's going to be quite frustrating for Danny.
I
But
think-
Danny has found 0 Elestrals.
Yeah, I think you were right about maybe starting to run low on waters, considering the fact that we just
We
healed
just
back.
threw back all the water.
Yeah, 2 of them in and 1 wind.
Interesting.
Just furthering that spirit advantage over on Ari's side. And because of that, Gorgon's not going to be able to attack with Eddie. I'm going to simply pass back over to Danny.
So a lot you can do from this position. If you want to re-enchant the Nabi, you don't even necessarily have to use the Zeus. The Werepup here is so killer. Wow, that's an unbelievable hit. Grabbing the Full Moon here. Full Moon has so much play on a board where Nabi's already developed. Not only can it, of course, ascend the Werepup into the Leica Void, but you don't have to Nexus to the Werepup. Can theoretically Nexus to the Nabi. This will cause the Nabi to trigger. I think here just checking how many Lunars are still in the Spirit deck. I mean, the boy math has got to be getting pretty bad. You have to imagine there's like maybe an Ambro in hand that could solve that, or maybe there isn't. Who knows?
Yeah, I did not quite catch it. I think that was the full moon that was just set there. And it's
Sync
interesting
to Eddie.
after...
What if we go aggro Rabbit?
Oh?
Just go aggro Rabbit, man. He has it in his head that Rabbit has to be in defense.
And you know what? Oh,
Let's go. Oh, he's thinking about it.
reach for it. It's interesting
angry.
where after how
That's
many
funny, dude.
turns of no movement, but now we're looking at within a turn, possibly a Doppelganger and a Leica Void going to be on the
Huge,
field
huge
at this
turn.
point.
All right, so we're trying with the Nabi, of course. Tsunami is the worst case scenario, but I think we know as casters it's not Tsunami.
It's
Obviously,
never
if it was Tsunami, they would just slam it. Shield here feels bad because Nabi feels so good to come back down and threaten it again. You almost want to let the Doppelganger happen and then shield the Doppelganger, but
Yeah,
that's painful onto a board that's already established like the one we're currently looking at.
especially when you also have Werepup sitting there.
Moreover, Zeus is a really good card. It's not like Demeter where one individual Elestral is damaged. Instead, that Elestral is permanently down the remainder of the turn, which means even if we shield, we can get over with Werepup. Danny deciding on this Nabi. I mean, is there a world where we're so down in spirits we don't want a Doppelganger?
I think we're
Checking.
counting things out. Yep.
I think he's
even-
realizing he may not be able to keep both the Full Moon and the Nabi live.
I think that was a Leica Void in hand that I just saw.
Oh, no. Oh,
Oh, maybe it was a Doppelganger.
rough
Maybe it was
stuff.
both.
Oh, please don't be both.
That would make
Are
a
we
lot of
keeping this
sense.
enchanted correctly or not? We are not. We are going
Nope.
for the water enchanted Doppelganger.
Okay.
I like it, especially when you've seen so much Edward. You might expect them to be on a water deck. So this is
Sure.
going to be 4 should Ari take it. And despite the fact that Danny is way down in terms of the count, he is way up in terms of board presence. It's going to be really hard to get back into this.
I
And
mean,
again, if Danny's bluffing with respect to Full Moon, can Full Moon to turn on the Doppelganger and force a terrible attack. Shielding the Werepup here.
okay. I guess not wanting to get to the point where we have then also a Leica Void on board, which
I mean, if you're Danny, you're so happy about that. You're like, oh,
yeah,
there's
I mean,
no way I have enough to get a Leica Void on board.
Mhm.
Down to 4. Ario's down to 8 here, I think. And then 7. Still a lot to Danny's 4, but the remaining 3 are represented on the Elestrals that are already on board. So we know that there is an Eddy in Ari's hand, but it doesn't really have a good activation here. We could play the bunny and attempt to just stall for a little bit. Seems like a decent move.
Sure.
Doing a quick spirit check.
And we do see
Galaxy.
a Galaxy come out.
Ooh,
which,
this is the downside.
Yeah, because that Doppelganger is water enchanted. That means we are switching that attack and defense stat.
And just confirming that real quick that that's the case. That's true even if it becomes enchanted by an additional Lunar Spirit, but the additional Lunar Spirit will sink the Galaxy. Oh no.
Oh.
Is he about to learn the hard way? I think he is.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
So sorry, dog.
This is a classic
Wow. Not like this.
Elestrals
There's no way he knows this interaction.
ruling. Yeah, and this is why we were just talking about literally pretty much new to this deck, was just learning it. What does this card do? What does this card do? Hours before the tournament started.
Oh, wow, I'm so sorry, buddy.
Yeah, and
you can see his face. He's like, okay, sure, that's how it works.
yeah.
He is going to lose the Doppelganger here, and then he'll pass turn. Danny will pay it out. The thing about PTA Galaxy is that it feels terrible, but sometimes you do have to do it. Like, you do actually need to contest that.
Yes, at least Galaxy is gone.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a complete net negative, but obviously, yeah, it really, really does. Ari probably feeling pretty good about that.
Great get, but definitely makes Danny feel terrible about the Galaxy. An elegant out to it that we just didn't have. Kind of weird scenario we're in here as well. It's really impossible to overstate how much something like an Ambrosia would change the math on this. Right, giving up on 2 more Lycoris, and the boy math is going to start getting pretty bad for Ari as well. Well, we're casting something.
But I also, with having that other Eddy in hand, you're really not sad to see that Galaxy go.
Oh,
Because
certainly not. It's a weird nombo.
Yeah, that's a problem that Ari would have had to deal with. Oh, and here comes a Resting. Yeah.
Now we've equalized the board state. Resting downs the Spectrus. You can cast an Eddy and not use the effect to get it on the copy of Astrabbit.
Yep, doing a little read on the Resting on Your Laurels card there.
There is a way to play around it by after target enchanting on the
moon.
full moon, but
Yeah.
I think at this point we know that Danny doesn't have the spirits to do that.
Unfortunately. And here comes that Eddy that we were just talking about.
Properly enchanted. Are we activating the effect? No.
I don't think he wants to do that. And there goes Rabbit, going to be going back over to Danny. Could have just
It would have to
the
be Bunny
answer.
into Ambro. It would have to be Ambro off the top.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. Doesn't look like we have it. Werepup, Nobby. Is that Galaxy? I mean, Galaxy is really good, but the margins on this are unbelievable. Depending on what the spirit is, a Nobby could go hard here. But we know that Ari has a Rabbit in hand and could theoretically just stall out.
Really deliberating here.
This is the hardest turn of the game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we are down 2-1 in spirit count. So this is this is a very close game. By no means is this lost. It really just depends on what Danny does right now.
The defense position, Galaxy misenchanted with an Earth. That's painful.
Yeah.
Just holding out hope for an Ambrosia off the top, and I think that Zeus is going to seal it.
That's
Zeus down the Galaxy. Do we have another critter to develop? We know that we do. But there's no reason to. You can just wait on it. Get over the Galaxy. Danny's at 0. And going to scoop him up. Yeah.
And that was a full moon off the top.
Yeah, perfect. That was a rough one. I think there was probably a way that he could have played it to potentially be in that game and win it. These games that are really close really highlight that like really small skill differentials can play a big role in the outcome of a game like this. But that doesn't mean, you know, I don't want to be too defeatist. I think that Danny does have a lot he can do into this position. He doesn't know too much about what his opponent's doing. It looks just like kind of like a 5s deck that he failed to have an adequate answer for a repeatable Eddy with. But still, against cards like Eddy, you expect cards like Galaxy, maybe you board into Dense Fogs, Against cards like Ast Rabbit, you feel comfortable with the PTAs going first. I don't know how many changes he's going to make, but he might make a couple.
And you know, we talk about things that we learned in this last match. We did learn one of the classic Elestrals rulings, which is what happens when you PTA a galaxy, and it's not what you would think.
No, it's not. No, it is not.
And I am curious to see what Ari is actually playing. This sort of hinted at there were some wind spirits, not sure what's going on there. Very curious to see more about this list because as you said, we saw Eddie, we saw, yes, we did see Sorlet that was properly enchanted, which, you know, that was a little bit suspicious, but other
Just
than
a
that,
little bit suspicious.
a little bit.
But that's not unheard of. Like, that's a card that theoretically people could play.
I love Sorlet.
It's quite good. It's just a really, you know, it's wild that Eddie is as popular as it is, and Sorlet, which is sort of Eddie, is not popular at all.
It's Eddie with a 5 on it. But you just have to expend something, so I guess that's where people really start to have issue with it. And it's vulnerable to Tsunami, which is, of course, one of the things that makes Eddie so good, is it just invalidates one of the strongest counter runes in the game.
Yep. All right, we'll see what Danny's boarding out. It looks like not a lot. If you are in the other seat playing the deck that we don't want to spoil too much about, you have a lot to board in. I mean, you are expecting Lunar Aggro. This is probably the most represented deck in testing. It's something that you are not surprised to see at an event of this caliber. You are going to execute a game plan that you have probably already executed at least a dozen times over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
So feels in their element for sure, whereas Danny is definitely grasping against like a deck that hasn't really done anything yet.
It does feel like going into game 2 with the loss being on Danny's side is really tough, but not impossible. I mean, this is someone who went on a 6-0 rampage this entire tournament, and there's obviously a reason for that. And we're about to find out as we're finishing siding and going to be going into the next game here in just a minute.
All right, they are shuffling up.
Yeah.
What is the play? For sure we're playing first. We didn't have an opportunity to do that last time, and games of inches, that can be really important.
Yep, and it looks like we are getting ready to go. I think that this pile of cards on the side, I think that's maybe the side.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the classic Joseph deck building philosophy. You have this big pile of cards, and the pile of cards is your side deck.
We have the fist bump, and then going to be going into game 2 here.
All right, I imagine Danny is going to be going first. Let's see what we're up to.
Yep, we are getting our hands here, going to be looking, deciding whether or not we're going to keep, whether we're going to mulligan. And again, as you mentioned, for a long time we were watching these games where it's like, at the end of the day, 2 spirits at the beginning aren't going to matter. But now we're watching games where, yeah,
they do.
It's going to come down to that.
In some matchups, of course, it's, you know, pretty immaterial. But in these 5s matchups, these Lunar Aggro matchups, it's a really hard call. And I think Danny's really hurting over here thinking about what he's doing or not. It looks very threat heavy, very back row light. And he's going to actually make the decision to perform a mulligan, I think.
Looks like, yep.
Oh, no, just one. We are going to keep it and expend to draw.
Expend to draw. With,
sometimes it saves the hand, I will say.
And we are going to have back row to set, so I mean, this is a turn 1 that we have seen from many people today, many people who have gone on to win the games that they did this in. So
not foreign. 2 here. I wonder if Ari slams down that Hurricane.
That would be bold.
Leading Elechick here. Easy Gorgons from Danny if he has it. Elechick coming down into known back row is really frustrating because not only does it necessitate a Gorgons, if you don't have a Gorgons, because you don't activate it here, your opponent is going to know that they don't have to play around it for the remainder of the game. Until you start setting new cards. There's the Zeus. What an incredibly powerful card.
Yup.
To this day, probably the greatest rune printed. Sorry to Demeter fans.
That's okay. We know what this
We're
is.
used to it, but Elchik getting in for 1. That seems okay.
And going back over to Danny here, going to be deliberating what we're going to do next. And it looks like we have...
read a little of this hand. I think there's an Elestrals.
That's what it looked like. The same Elechick art that we're looking at. There it is.
That's the optimal Elechick art. If you're not Stellar Christopher, who has, of course, the Stellar Elechick.
Oh my gosh, yeah. An impossible card to actually get your hands on. The amount of people that I've heard.
Only ever seen one move, and it moved to Stellar Christoph. So who knows? Grabbing that Zeus. And afterwards, we are just going to go ahead and...
Well,
I guess we could try and develop the Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in a game where they get their Zeus, as long as you get your Zeus too, it's who uses their Zeus better.
Mm-hmm.
And we will see. Danny also having the 2 additional back row, probably not Gorgons, but, you know, maybe Tsunami, maybe PTA. Going to be able to sort of protect the castle a little bit better than Ari.
We have to imagine that there's probably not a copy of Hurricane. Just would have been such an incredible Hurricane on the empty board. We know that Ari sat behind an Ambrosia in the back row for about 6 turns previously, so there's a possibility he's doing something similar here, or at least isn't willing to waste it on an Elechick that's already cashed in. Drawing for turn here, there's just so much in the deck that could go right for him, and I think, are we finally going to see it? We are. Is the Celebration Hydrake. Danny's reading it.
Hydrake.
Oh, he has no idea what he's doing.
And you know what? How fitting for 2 people who I think could likely go to possibly see that Stellar Pantera stuff.
I know Ari has their sights set on that Stellar Pantera.
Yeah.
They are playing the full package. So if you're unfamiliar with Pantera, it's basically a poor man's doppelganger. Crashing here would put the Hydrake in a position where... necessary shield, by the way.
Yeah.
Crashing here would convert the Hydrake into a Twindra, and the Twindra could then convert into a Pantera, which is almost impossible to get rid of. I struggle to think of, as the person who made Danny's deck, a single thing in it that could deal with it outside of exactly Earthquake.
Yeah, Pantera, I believe, has the highest attack stat in the entirety of Elestrals, which is 15.
Yeah.
So,
wild stuff.
yeah, nothing you can simply just Zeus up to it unless you're doing some crazy stuff of your own. As we know, Lunar Aggro, while it has some strong cards, that is a peak it cannot reach.
Is that 3 Ambro? Oh, no.
But Specteris is great.
It is good.
Specifically into Hydrake.
Does also beat Twindra.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the cards that Ari is definitely concerned about when it comes to this deck. I think it's very possible that this turn, instead of trying to develop the Hydrake again, they develop like an Eddy.
Sure. Really need to deal with the Specteris.
Cryoblast, a great way to do that.
That is one way to do it, for sure.
Way to do that.
So I think we're going to see Hydrake come back out again.
Try it again. First you don't succeed.
Run it back. There he is.
And he's thinking here. This is a hard one. I wonder if you would ever consider Damage Step Gorgonsing here. You kind of expect your opponent's entire play is to do this silly Hydrake thing.
Right.
Depends on how much action you're caught on. It looks like we've got 2 Ambros. That's not much action at all.
Okay, so we're making sure that we know exactly what we're in for going into this interaction.
He's got the play. He knows the play. He's just a little concerned about executing it.
Yep.
Gorgon's Gaze here does cause a crash, which is frustrating. But at the same time, it does also prevent the Hydrake from resolving.
And as we mentioned before with Ari letting their chick go down. All right.
Down comes Twindra.
Okay. It is going to happen.
And I wonder if you can read it in terms of the correct enchantment. If you stop at Twindra, usually you see this with like a Lycoris and a Leviathan under it. Here it could actually convert into a Pantera.
The Pantera does feel a bit imminent, and a poison-tipped arrow.
A rough PTA because we're about to take 5, but it sure beats taking 12.
Yeah.
Looks like Danny going down to about 9 spirits. We'll take 2 and then go down to 7. But, you know, he will also go up to 12 because we know that he has 3 Ambro.
Yeah, I mean, while we're saying, oh, yeah, this is going to be really expensive, we know that he's going to be able to refund it immediately.
Playing with house money here.
Yeah. And here comes the cost of that PTA, but also now there's a Twin Dragon, and oftentimes you only run 1 Twindra.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what Ari's running, but oftentimes if you've dealt with this threat, you aren't going to have to deal with it again.
Going for the aggro Eddie here, just trying to get the screws on. Wants to get them to a position where they can't potentially go into a second Twindra. I will say, if you see Hydrake Twindra and you've seen nothing else, you may consider they're on 2.
Yeah.
You're like, I need to get them off of being able to do 3. Put him in a weird position here because that resting is on, but the Galaxy is a much more elegant answer.
Oh.
So the Galaxy does eat the Eddie alive, but the Galaxy with the Zeus on field is in a weird position in that it actually does die to Cryoblast.
Okay. We have seen that.
That's the third Ambro. The hand is Ambro, 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 Cryoblast.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, go ahead. Pay all this stuff because you
Oh no, he hasn't figured it out yet. Yeah.
Galaxy rulings are one of those things that
You just got to figure it out.
Yep.
So we still do this, and then we can sync it with the Zeus and bring it down. I wonder if he knows.
And we will see that here. One of those Ambro coming out. Interested to see what ends up being healed back.
Danny, you can use the Zeus.
Through the power of us speaking it into the world.
Use the Zeus, Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Use the Zeus. The Galaxy
And if
is in danger.
If that does happen, it's a pretty good spot to be in, but
Spending to draw.
okay. Okay. I believe that was an earthquake that we saw off of that expend to draw.
Use the Zeus. Oh no.
No.
Pain.
Yeah.
Horrible, unceasing pain.
Well, for those of you who might not have known that before, you can use Zeus and Cryoblast to get rid of a Galaxy. It is just one of those things, as the Galaxy effect applies last, and that is why you have all of these funky rulings like that.
Yeah. For those of you who are familiar with the concept of layers, it's kind of similar. I always remember the acronym SAFE, but with no E. Oh, we are going for the shield here.
Okay, probably shielding the... okay, the Galaxy.
When it comes to determining the outcome of pluses and minuses on an Elestral, you go SAF first. You apply the effects that set an Elestral's attack to a certain value, like those on Peagleam.
Mm-hmm.
Then you apply the additions from cards like Necklace of Harmonia. Then you apply the flips, that's the F, cards like Galaxy. And unfortunately, those applying last really screws up a lot of math.
Mm-hmm. Like PTA. And Cryoblast.
It looks like we have potentially found ourselves in a situation where we are comfortable. God, I just can't stop looking at Ari's like 9-card hand.
Yeah. Surely one of those is another Hydrake, if they've got it. And we're bringing back 2 Lunar and a Water, which makes sense.
Makes sense.
That seems pretty standard.
Expect that.
Yeah, as I think Danny is pretty much counting on these top decks at this point. Of course, we know we did get that Earthquake. So if needed, there's that removal.
We're going to sink the Sorlet. We're going to try here for a Galaxy. That's a pretty good one to develop, to be honest. But also puts you in a weird position against Gorgon's Gaze. You do crash with a Sorlet, but if you're Ari, you definitely take that. You're so far up in cards and spirits, you just want this game over.
Yep. Although, I don't know. 9 to 4, not the end of the world.
Anything could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Anything could happen. What?
Except Cockatoodle.
I have the same reaction as Danny. What is... what? Huh?
Cockadoodle happened?
I'm Googling Cockadoodle furiously.
Yeah, we will be getting back to you with this information immediately. It is a 4-2, and somehow, some way is able to hit over this galaxy, and I imagine that information is incoming. Wow.
That's an expended draw on 4. Feels
Yeah,
really bad.
That might have been the end of this, and who knew that it all came down to a Cockadoodle?
Suppresses an opponent's Celestial as long as it's enchanted.
Well, then that would make sense. That's why we were able to get over the galaxy. Danny's saying, I don't want to deal with this thing. I'm going to Earthquake it. It's gone.
No need to Ambro, dog. He's on one spirit.
We might not know the spirit count here. That's okay. Sometimes you lose track.
Ah, well. There's the beautiful Hydrake again.
Yep. There is a second one, which means there's probably a second Twindra.
Danny just checking his options. Nothing to do here. Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, I think that is game.
And Ari moves on to a confirmed slot in the top 16. Honestly, very well fought. Super excited to see Hydrake getting a top and a shot at that Stellar Pen Terror.
Yeah, and I think that was a Waxing Gibbous that was top decked, which is interesting. I wonder if that was a side deck option.
It is,
that Danny had went into. So that any earlier, that was the top deck that last turn. That could have been interesting earlier, but they're talking about the Cryoblast and Zeus right now.
Yeah, he's laughing like there's no way that's the case.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, Danny. It is one of those things. A ruling that is intuitive to everyone who's played this game for a little bit of time, but at the beginning of your Elestrals journey will seem completely incomprehensible. And look at the relief flooding Ari's face. So thrilled to be able to do this, to make it into top 16, come back tomorrow, and wiping his eyes as he imagines a Stellar Pen Terror in his future.
Oh, and you know what? I have to say, being able to get the Pen Terror
with the Pen
Terror.
Great.
This is incredible. I'm very happy for Ari. That was so well played. Danny as well, coming into this with very little experience.
No experience whatsoever.
An incredible
45
run.
minutes of Kay and me yelling at him.
Me just every now and then side-eyeing the situation, seeing what's going on. This does not mean that Danny's run is over. We still,
He was the last undefeated, and so his record is pretty incredible in terms of breakers, but we've heard tell from a lot of people that breakers math is not good for anybody.
Yeah.
That you just don't want to be X2. It is a death sentence for something like 30% of the people who have that record.
Yes, and so there will be a lot of that information coming to light as we move forward. Excited to see what top 16 is going to look like tomorrow as we come to the close of today. I hope we get that news soon. I don't know if we're going to get it before the end of the stream, but
we definitely will get it soon. And if we don't get it momentarily, then you can all follow along using Play Elestrals and find the Elestrals 2025 Dallas Open on the application, where you will get to know standings for the single elimination portion of the tournament as soon as they are available.
Wow. That, it's so cool to see someone who, and this has happened multiple times, where it's like their first tournament and they go on.
Justin of Cards and Coffee TV.
Yeah, and Adrian B is also another person who, both I think Justin and Adrian then were able to take multiple in a row. Elestrals is one of those games that if you have the experience with card games and you have the expertise like we saw with Danny today, you're able to pick it up and sort of know your lines, even if you might get mixed up with some possible little rulings like with Galaxy, but really, really impressive.
Yeah, no, fantastic stuff. And fantastic stuff from everyone at the table. Certainly no slouch. The Hydrake just continues to overperform. Every new format, I think. No one will try Hydrake this format. Spectrus is around. No one will try Hydrake. It loses to Dense Fog on attack declaration. People keep trying it, and it's about to top again.
And the first ever in-person event, the highest stakes event, I would say, that we have ever had. And you know what? We have Pantera.
I'm excited. We are going to do all we can to grab a winner's interview with the winner of this last match. And after that, we don't have too much left for today.
I hear that there's maybe a closing ceremony for today.
It's possible.
Yeah, who is to say? But we will be getting Ari in here. I can't wait to hear about the Cockatoodle.
Yeah.
I need information about this Cockatoodle edition.
Yeah.
A card that both of us are looking at and saying, can we get a Google on that real quick? That's how you know that's a deep pull.
Well, we will be able to ask him momentarily, but until then, stick around. We are back with the winner of the Round 8 feature match. How are you doing?
I'm so emotional. I've wanted that Pentair so bad since they revealed it in, what, December?
Yeah, it's
End
been
of the year?
several months.
I finally have it.
Not only do you have it, you got it with a deck playing Pentair.
Exactly. It is my deck. I can now, everyone's talked bad about it. Put it in tier 2 or not even tiered, just dismissed. But I figured it out.
Well, congratulations. Have you been playing this deck for a long time? You consider it like a one-trick strategy?
Yes, I've been playing it since mid-Daybreak.
Wow.
It's pretty much my second deck. The first one was Solar. You know how that goes.
We all have the
before
Solar
Winjin. Before Winjin. So, yeah, very bad. But something clicked with Pentair.
That's amazing. I do want to ask about, you said you'd figured it out. I imagine that includes a card like Cockatoodle, which we were not expecting at all.
Yeah. Dimax pilled me on it. I said I wasn't pilled on it, but then the more I thought about it, the more it was like that is the Werepup and the Galaxy out. So as soon as he dropped that Galaxy, I had the immediate out that he could not do much against.
He is going to be absolutely clipping that sentence and holding it over everyone's head forever.
He'll post the DMs, don't worry.
Oh, my goodness. Well, congratulations. You'll be back tomorrow for Top Cut for sure. Are you excited to try and take it all the way?
Oh, yes. I want that #1 of #1 Pentair.
Oh, man. Super excited for you. Huge congratulations on this incredible run with the deck playing the Pentair. Best of luck.
Thank you. I think he left.
He did. Well, in that case, with my newly christened co-caster, I will wish you all a very exciting break as we tally the results and get you the top 16, including this one right here. Don't go anywhere. An incredible day of Elestrals action here in Dallas. I am Joseph Rothschild. You may know me as MBT, and I've got Kay Cray here with me one final time as we wave you goodbye to day one of coverage of the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 Premier event.
This has been not only an incredible day, but a historic day, as this is the first ever in-person event for Elestrals. And what are your thoughts? How have you been feeling today?
Honestly, I'm shocked. Knowing the growing pains that so many card games go through in their youth, it's incredible to me that an event of this size and scale happened so quickly and so smoothly. Over the course of today, we were a bit delayed, as any card game tournament has ever been, but never went more than a couple of minutes over time. We were able to have a ton of really fantastic matches right here on camera for you for the entirety of the day, while hundreds of people played side events for really fantastic prizes. Everyone I talked to here had the same refrain, which was that they loved the event. They were so happy they had come, and they could not wait to play more Elestrals. I got to tell you, I'm feeling the same way. I'm over here building decks on the side during breaks.
This has been an incredible event. Huge shout out to all of the staff who have really done something magical here. And thank you, honestly, for what has been an incredible day. It is going to be an even more incredible day tomorrow.
So none of the stuff that happened today ends tomorrow. The Swiss rounds are completed for the main event, but the single elimination portion will start early tomorrow morning. Additionally, there will still be side events to play tomorrow for anyone who is no longer in the tournament but still has a spectator pass. There will be Gunslinger to try and win A-Drive's super chocolatey secret rare card, and there will be a win-a-sheet, this time a much larger one, as 64 people will be vying for that incredible prize.
It's going to be an amazing day, and we are just gearing up for the closing ceremony, where not only, when I was on here with Dan earlier, who is just always so excited and accidentally starts leaking things, hinted that there may be some fun news at the closing ceremony today.
Maybe.
Who knows? But not only that, but we're going to hear our official top 16, our top cut for tomorrow, and I am so thrilled.
It's been a day full of incredible play. It's been a day full of Cinderella stories, and it's also been a day full of heartbreak. I think one of the big stories of this event is going to be not only who has made it into top 16, but who hasn't. A lot of the people that we expected to perform just couldn't at this level due to a combination of growing pains relative to the first tournament in real life. Completely different than anything that's happened prior, and as a result, you're going to see a lot of different faces.
Yeah, and not only have we seen a lot of different faces today, we've seen a lot of different decks, a huge amount of variety, which has been, I think, both of our biggest takeaway through a lot of these rounds is like...
We've seen like 3 lunar aggro, and everything else has been like 1-1-1-1.
And not only are these just at the beginning of the tournament when it's like, these people, which has been incredible to see. I mean, we saw Fire aggro in one of the last rounds, and I have just been over the moon. The full moon? Who's to say? Being able to see all of these varieties of decks, and a huge shout out to the casters who have played out of their minds today. And more importantly, as you said, the general consensus has been, this has been a really fun event.
From Luke Von Karma going 6-0 on his first ever Premier Elestrals event, to the individual we just interviewed, making the Pen Terror dream happen with Pen Terror itself. I could not tell you how excited I am to see the stories that develop as a result of this event, and the stories that will continue to be told tomorrow, starting at 10-ish.
10-ish, yes. Yeah, I cannot wait.
We are right now hosting the very last of the top 16. All of the scores are tallied. All that's left to do is for the players to potentially contest scores that were reported wrong and would have an impact on tiebreakers. I can tell you this, the tiebreakers are going to matter a great deal. Significant amount of casters at 6-2 and below have a shot at the top 16, but only if the math works their way.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be one of those top 16 announcements that it's going to be like a few people who are just thrilled beyond belief, but there's also going to be some heartbreak for sure.
If you want these in advance, of course, you can follow along at Play Elestrals, where you can see the outcome of these tournaments as they happen in real time. It's a fantastic way both to track your own entry to these events, as well as track the players you're interested in.
And we have been doing that pretty much all day today.
Yeah,
we've been checking in.
Refreshing.
Yeah, on the website, but also, you know, when a cockatoodle shows up, where do you go? The Play Network to look at the cards. Well, at least that's what I do.
That card did what it had to, by the way. I spoke with him in the in the interview, and he was like, yeah, it's in there to beat Galaxy, and it beat Galaxy. And not much more you can ask for than that.
I love that Ari read that and said, that's a Galaxy counter.
I mean,
and it was.
It is. It did work. I don't know. Not much more you can say, but scoreboard. At the present moment, we are just verifying the top 16, and we will be starting momentarily. We're going to have a player's announcement by Dan that's going to not only name off the people who will be in the event tomorrow, but also will reveal some really cool stuff about the future of Elestrals and Elestrals products. That said, that will also be the last you see of us for today.
Yes.
Pivot over to Dan. That's it. We will be signing off for the day, and for that reason, you better get cozy.
We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 10-ish, as we have established.
Showered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't count on it.
I think that was a little bit directed here.
All right. The players' meeting is about to begin. We'll see you tomorrow.
2025 event. Did you guys have a good day today? That is what I'm talking about. I've got a few minutes of your time here for our closing ceremony. I'm going to cover a couple things, of course. We've got our trade night tonight. We've got a lot of exciting things. We've got some exciting stuff coming tomorrow during the opening ceremony. Some new surprises for you. We didn't just reveal everything today. We got stuff coming tomorrow. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But I want to break down our top 16 today because at Elestrals, we recognize our players. We recognize the fact that you just grinded all day and traveled from across the world to be here. So I want to take a second and shout out every single one of our top 16 players. Coming in at our 8th seed, taking on the number 9 seed tomorrow, we've got Luke Von Karma against Swolax. That's one I want to see, that's for sure. Our number 7 seed, taking on the number 10 seed, is San Sally versus Bo. Our number 6 seed, taking on number 11, is going to be Adumadam versus Akshar P. Our number 5 seed against number 12 is going to be Zero versus Purple Snorlax. Our number 4 seed, taking on our 13 seed, is going to be Ruli versus Julian. Our number 3 seed, taking on the 14 seed, is Ari versus Rybot. Our number 2 seed, taking on the number 15 seed, is the Architects versus Big Kahuna TCG. And dominating the entire player field today, our number 1 seed is none other than 6. They'll be taking on Aurora YGO, the number 16 seed. Y'all are incredible. Those games were nuts today. What an epic day of clashes. Congratulations to everyone who made top 16 and everyone who grinded out today in side events and everything else in between. We've got our schedule here. You guys can take a look at what's going to be going on tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to have a players meeting where we're going to talk with the top 16 about deck checks and everything for the morning. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you guys can take a look at it. And then I got this little logo here, which we may or may not be revealing tomorrow. We've got some big news, some big plans, some big things to reveal. So make sure you guys are here on the live stream and in person for both our opening ceremony and our final words tomorrow. And of course, we're all headed to trade night, right? We just bust over 50 people to trade night. We're expecting over 100 Elestrals players at trade night tonight. And I'm getting in my car here as soon as I'm done with this and heading my way over there too. We've got Firestorm starter decks ready to rock with the play mats. You guys can try out the new starter decks there at Lone Star Pack Breaks tonight, our partner for trade night. Very excited to be working with them. An awesome store that just onboarded with Elestrals. We gave out over 60 starter decks last night to players there. And now we're going to roll up there and show them what Elestrals is all about. That's it. I have no more slides. Thank you guys so much. I know you guys worked so hard, came so far to make today happen. You guys were wonderful. Big shout outs to the team today. Can we get a round of applause for our judges, our staff, everybody who threw down today, the shop squad over there. You guys were amazing. Thank you guys so much. I'll see y'all at trade night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. You guys are awesome.